watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got
Esta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
The world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आधा है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, mother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja, 'cause I am the Raja. I am the, 'cause I am the Raja. I am the, 'cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja, 'cause I am the Raja. I am the, 'cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, would you just surrender? Put your back
Hello, everyone. We're going to do this again. It's a happy Sunday. Welcome to the Game Changers Split 1 of Southeast Asia. It's been a really interesting start to 2025. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by my expert analyst, Tayrawr. How are you feeling today? I'm switching over to the analyst side.
No, right. It's the first day too that I switched up, but I'm pretty much excited for the match for today, Victoria. I mean, there's so much that has happened for the previous days. We've talked to so much players as well. And honestly, it's just really nice to see a lot of familiar faces here yet again, not only on the desk, but also with the players.
Yes, that's right. Now, while we are on the grand finals today, for Southeast Asia, we have OS that's starting soon. And as you're mentioning, it's really good to see old faces. They've been reshuffled into new teams. Were there any teams or reshuffling that really stood out to you that you want to see more of? I mean, they might not be here today, but we might see them again in Split 2.
Well, there are previous matches that I also wanted to talk more when it comes to the players as well. Like, for example, Hibari already tagged me on Twitter the other day, or an X the other day, wanting to show the They Not Like Us that Quack apparently didn't know the other day. And maybe that's one of my highlights too, right? We were teaching Quack at least a song.
As in our caster Quack, not the player Quack. She knows what's up, but our Quack does not know what's up. And now he knows, and it's cool. We're getting like all sorts of education here at Game Changers, including mainstream music that was playing during the Super Duel halftime. Where have you been, Quack? But maybe he's been here too much.
Apparently in a different universe, in a different home, right? But also Quack, that's the player, was also a highlight for me.
Yes. In fact, we had some interesting interview moments, I think, with the teams and Kwek as well. She was a sub and she ended up really showing up for her team.
Oh, that's definitely true. 1 week in before the playoffs, she decided to play. She was basically picked up by the team wanting to play, and she made it happen, right? She made it to the playoffs. Not only that, but she was able to say hello to Alexi, and I don't know, or I'm not sure if you saw the clip, but Alexi followed her actually, and it's on the FSL Instagram channel if you want to check that out. So Alexi followed her, and I think we're probably seeing another super team being built at some point here in Victoria. Quake's also pretty good.
I think it's actually really cool. We've reached a point in Game Changers where, players are. It's old enough that we can have heroes now, right?
Yeah.
Quack really looks up to Alexi. Alexi and her squad, a lot of these players that have been playing throughout the split one are players who've been here for a really long time. Ginny is another one of those players. We saw her play yesterday. I just found out how old she actually is, and she's been playing since the Dota era, and she's been coming in through Valorant and making it to the main stage so many times. So this is the road so far that we've seen. Very exciting matches. I think we've just seen an overall upgrade across all the teams.
That's definitely true. 100% agree with you as well. Like, we've seen multiple times already for multiple years as well, right? That the team of Alexi is usually the one at the top, which is still happening right now. But we've seen pretty interesting matches that happened also the other days, and it was also against Ascent. So this is going to be a really interesting schedule for today. It's a rematch that they want to do. It's their third match up together. One was on or during Swiss stages. So it's going to be a pretty interesting fight, especially with how tight the scoreline it was the other day.
That's right. And we know that FLC has been having a pretty dominant run, but Ascend really pushed them, and I think that 2-0 score, there's a lot more to that story. Now, you mentioned a couple days ago when you were hosting with Quack that you had two teams in mind for the grand finals. Are these the two teams you expected?
I think Falcon is definitely there on the top for me, but I actually thought that the team of Ginny would actually make it to the grand final. So those were my top two teams. It's just a series, I guess, of unfortunate events that happened from yesterday from the side of Ginny as well. She mentioned during the interview that they had a tough time making sure they even went inside the server, right? So it's that kind of process as well that you have to take into consideration. The tiredness of the players, the fatigue settles in as well. So still, biggest kudos though for the side of Mad Army. They still showed great showing here.
Definitely. And I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more of them coming again in Split
Stage 2, they said.
Now, Stage 2, yeah, for sure. Actually, a lot of these teams, I can see it already. They are hungry for more, and I love that kind of energy. Now, we also saw a lot more of these two agents here in Game Changers than I think we even saw in Pacific. It was like the Kingdom of Tejo and the Garden of Vice, especially on Fracture. I think every team had a Tejo, right? I think it's been really interesting how they've been utilizing it.
Yeah, they swap out with the side of Mad Army picking up the KO, but again, when we mentioned it yesterday,
oh yes, that's right.
And
yes.
if the people watching right now also watch the matches as well, just having the KO and having those perfect flashes, we call it underrated at this point because of how much potential it actually has, but it takes so much practice to make it to that point, right? But we've seen multiple Tejos in the hands even of Ineri Avice as well, and we are able to see how she utilizes it and uses it into her advantage, the way her playstyle works out before as well.
Yes, that's right. Now we have the two finalist teams. We've got the Falcons Vega team and Ascend. And, this is going to be a really hot grand finals on our hands. This is a rematch between these two teams. And I have to say, both of these teams have superstar duelists who aren't afraid of going that full W gaming. They can be quite aggressive, very fast-paced teams. So I think this is going to be really exciting today.
Yeah, definitely true. Everything is fueled at this point, right? it's already a rematch. And I don't think that for the side of Ascend, it's just gonna get better at this point, right? You already matched up. You were able to make it to a 2-10 scoreline. And by the way, if you don't believe it, it's Falcons on the 2 at that point, right? So making that comeback though for the side of Falcons, I feel like it's more of that resiliency and experience that shows up. And for the side of Ascend, it's more of you have to make sure that that kind of aggression continues, but you cannot really make an overextension to the point where for the side of FLC, again, they're resilient and at the same time they adjust pretty quickly.
Definitely. And we were talking about the duelists and how interesting, how aggressive they are, and how impactful it is if they aren't really stepping up, and the difference it makes when they do. So our player head-to-head is going to be Ineri and Piety.
Ooh, this is gonna be interesting as well. Piety did some good holds in the matches that we've seen, especially when it comes to Pearl as well, making sure that B side, for example, is really covered. Not only that, but making sure the lurks around the map is also covered. But with Ineri's playstyle from the star duelist that we've all known her for already, she's picking up the Vice here. And really, when it comes to utilizing especially the vines that we have and making sure the entry points are secluded, they're really just good in pincering down and really pinching down enemy sightlines here, especially mains.
Yes, and fun fact about Piety, she's we mentioned this last Game Changers as well. I believe she's NDG's sister, little sister. So he's usually watching most of her matches. I mean, I hope he's watching. You should be a good brother and watch. But very cool. They were both in Game Changers Pacific last year when we were in Bangkok. So seeing this evolution, especially in Neri, go onto the Vice instead when she was she was our jet. She was always on the jet. So moving on to this Vice and reworking that instead. And Mad V is another player we have to look at. She was phenomenal over in Berlin in Game Changers Championships. She was often the MVP. She's just so critical to the team last year. So to have her join together with the rest of this ex-SMG squad is something else. So Mad V, props to this lady.
You have the queens of Southeast Asia from way back, and then you have the best Saudi female player during 2022 until 2024, right? So what else would you think? But she brings so much value to the rest of the team. I mean, those micro decisions, especially utilizing and maximizing the Tejo here, making sure that initiator is at least set up for the rest of the team. It might not be for the other players like Ineri no more. It might be for Mary, but nonetheless, we've seen multiple Mary shows here in Game Changer Southeast Asia as well.
Now, on the other team, this player, we really got to witness it firsthand.
Oh my goodness.
It's Grams. She doesn't use a mouse pad. She just likes to use the table, and she still frags the way that she does.
No way, is this real?
It's real. We saw it in person in Bangkok. We're like,
Really?
What is this? How? It's crazy because you think about it, like your mouse on different surfaces, like this game is about consistency, right? You need everything to be as consistent as possible so that you can have the advantage going in. And she just, I don't know what she does if it's a glass table. Like, what does she do? I don't know, but she's so good and doesn't seem to stop her.
Well, let's see. Maybe we can talk to her later on. But nonetheless, that's a pretty surprising fact for me to consider the performance that she had even against the Falcons during their game here in the playoffs as well. She showed complete dominance here, Victoria. And I have to say, those early openings were really essential for Ascend to even make it here to the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. I think, like you said, I think there was some expectation. We were talking about predictions. You guys were talking about on the broadcast yesterday that this wasn't necessarily the team you might have thought would have been in the grand finals, but we're not shocked either, considering how good these players are and how experienced they are. And this team did play Falcons Vega just the other day. It was a 2-0 scoreline, but we did go to an overtime and fractured. This is definitely the team that has pushed Falcon Vega the most.
Yeah, exactly, right? When you push Falcons Vega, that already means something enough for itself. And if they can do that kind of performance with what they had yesterday, I think it was just a little bit of that overextension and overheating moment for them. And obviously, with the pressure that's mounting with a 2-10 scoreline, and then you see an overtime, you kind of know what happens in the heads of the players here. It's the mentality as well that comes into play. And I think for Falcons Vega, that's one of the advantages that they really have the higher hand on when it comes to this matchup. But we do know that the side of Ascend is pretty experienced as well when it comes to this kind of setups, Victoria. And I think they're just willing to do better for today. I just hope all the duelists come online for today.
Oh, absolutely. I think one thing was for sure, yeah, both of these teams have really strong mental. But for the side of Falcons, they, on both, these 5 are superstars. They basically, like you said, just got the best of both regions and like put them together. It is so scary. I expect them to see in championships again this year. And you can see their map pool. It's, you know, perfect score lines. We haven't seen them play every single map because they haven't needed to. They were just been undefeated, just cruising through the upper bracket, except against Ascend, I suppose, is, you know, a little bit tougher in that one. And because today's a best of 5, they still have the map ban advantage, so we still won't see 2 of their maps possibly. They could try something new. I mean, what do you think at this point? What is the play? Do you pull out the maps that have already been shown, or do you pick something that hasn't been shown yet to surprise them?
I think for the side of Ascent, that would be the case, right? You would pick maps that you're pretty comfortable with. They've performed so well when it comes to the Pearl map against the Falcons, so we might be seeing more of that. But for Falcons side, I think there's a bigger chance that we're gonna be seeing random or not the maps that we've seen from the other days, and they're pretty much more willing to at least try something new here. Who knows, Victoria? Maybe today we see 5 duelists, right? It's a best of 5.
I mean, we do have the right characters playing today to make that happen. This could happen. I feel like, I don't know, do you think they would do it again, Ineri, Alexi, just for the fun of it, because it's already been done before, or they know so well now, like they've been dramatized, like, don't do that again. That was such a close call. Although it was amazing when they did. They totally dominated Evil Geniuses. It was the best thing ever. Maybe that's why Ineri plays my Sentinel now, because she was the only one who picked Cypher, I believe. There was a Sentinel, and the rest of her team were duelists, so
that was still
maybe
funny.
That's why.
That was still funny. That's a good ping check, guys. But nonetheless, at least we know what they're capable of despite this kind of scenarios, right? So maybe here, especially it's still a split 1. We all know that for stage 2, it's the slot towards that, the slot for APAC, basically. But nonetheless, it's fracture here for Ascend with 33.3%. They lost 2 times in this map, and I think it's one of the maps that could really show if they win this, they have that bigger chance if it's gonna be picked today.
Yeah, I kind of want to see this redone. This is the recap, guys. If you somehow missed this insane match, it was what, like a 10-2 score line, and then it was a complete reverse week. Like, were you there that day? Were you hosting that day?
Is it for the Ascend side?
For Ascend versus Falcons.
Yeah. I think that was.
So you were working that day. I mean, bring us through that again, because that was such an insane map. Like, how could that be possible? This 10-2 scoreline on the first half, and then Falcons just completely turn it around. Was it mental breakdown, just crumbling on the Ascend side, or did Falcons Vega figure something out? Did they change their strategy halfway? Like, what happened?
I think Capricious put it in a simple way during the interview, right? I think she said the exact sentences that I'm not gonna say right now, but verbatim kind of the same, you know? Like, it's better when you just don't give a hell about what you're doing at that point. Like, you're just really going back and reverting back to the foundation of the team, what you practice on, and not really overthinking what's gonna happen, and you're up against the Falcons. They showed early dominance during that fracture map. They even had a 6-0 lead against the Falcons at that point. It came to a point that it took 7 rounds rounds before Falcons even had a score. And after that round, it seemed like they were learning from their mistakes. And I mentioned this a while ago, Victoria, that for the side of Falcons, it's more about that resiliency and adaptability. So what they did is they moved further back on the back lines, waited for that overextension we were mentioning and talking about. And I think from that point on, Ineri was also able to adjust. She wasn't fragging out much as we want to and we usually see. So once that started and once that got hyped up, I feel like it was just an unstoppable force, especially for Falcons, who once they see that they can do it, they just don't think twice.
Oh, you cannot let this team snowball. Once they are on it, once the momentum's happening, this team is scary. And I mean, I can't wait to see them on a LAN again where we can hear the Alexi war cry. Obviously, we can't see it here in Split 1 since everyone's playing from, their respective homes. But I'm certain some of that was happening. And I kind of wonder if the rest of the team has picked up on that energy. So with Fracture going the way it did, that's why I'm really excited for this map veto. I really hope we get to see Fracture. I know we've seen so much Fracture this Split 1. I don't know if you're sick of it, but I'm like a Fracture enthusiast.
Zach is sick of it. That's for sure.
I love it!
After casting as well for Fracture, it just never leaves. It's the new Ascent at this point, especially in Game Changers.
It's more Ascent than Ascent because we've seen it more than Ascent, which is a great change for Game Changers. But I like Fracture. It's a very dynamic map. Anything can go. Pearl Olympus banned from the get-go, and we do still get to see a Fracture. All right, what do you make of this?
Falcons even banning Pearl here. I think you could say that's a respect ban out there. We saw, for the side of Ascent, they could really fight out when it comes to the aim duels as well, and I think that's where they really strive. So having Haven as the first map here, really utilizing that 3-side kind of map and maybe allowing yourselves to have that good of a rotation can bring a lot to the table. And it's one of the maps that could really showcase how you slice up some parts of the map, the way you entry as well. Same goes for the side of Split. So with this 5 maps so far, I mean, Fracture never left us, but Lotus as the decider map here, wow, I feel like I'm looking at the 3-1 or something.
Okay, I think that's fair. 3-1 kind of scoreline. It would be interesting because it would be, if that does happen, it would be the first time, I believe, where the ex-SMG, ex-Zipto players have dropped to mat during the splits, if it happens. But it would be, I think it's a good thing too, to see this kind of push and pull happen overall in Game Changers. If it does go to a Lotus map though, if it goes to the 5, I think it's a lot harder to predict. That becomes a 50-50 at this point, because like you said, with Ascend on the 3, the larger maps with 3 sites, they have a lot of things that they could use in their favor there. So I think it'll be really exciting if it does go to a 5, but
I wish it does, actually.
Yeah.
It's the grand finals day, right? So I wish it does, actually.
We are on that trend for Pacific in general, so maybe of going to the full 5 maps into overtime. So today could be continuing that trend if the ladies are, up for that kind of stamina. Speaking of which, the format of a best of 5 is a different feeling than a best of 3, right? And you think, okay, maybe it's possibly 2 more maps, maybe even just an additional map. But do you find the whole mentality going to it a lot more challenging?
High level critical play time and over again until you try to win, especially for teams that try to come back at least with the matches or the series points, for example, right? We've seen a lot of Cinderella stories coming over already, but at the same time, we really gotta factor the fatigue in for the players here as well. And at least I have to say, on the brighter side, they're playing on the comforts of their own home right now, or maybe their boot camp. So at least you have that. But of course, it's gonna be a long game, a long day as well. So it's just really about the mentality of the players here and the resiliency of each team members.
Yes, I mean, you put it perfectly, and that's absolutely true. It's already really hard to reset your mental between maps, and to do it for that many more maps is obviously that much
Especially
harder.
after losing.
Yes, especially after losing, and especially if you're losing on an overtime, or if it's like a severely big loss. Like it's really tough to do, and this is one of those things I think where teams like Falcons Vega has a lot of reps, a lot of experience doing best of fives, because they're often in the grand finals, at least here in the region, and then they've made it. Some of the players made it like really far into the championship stage as well, and I think having those reps really contributes to that experience, which could play into today. That said, Ascend also has their share of experience as well. So with that, I have to talk a bit about predictions and like how you're feeling about this. Would you like to go? Or maybe I'll go first. I'll go first. Team Falcons Vega would be my pick. Maybe it's like the safe bet. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a little conservative here. But also, they're such a freaking super team. I think they're just going to make it really far this entire year. When you've got Mad V and Mary, they're so good. And then you've got the 3X Zipto girls who are also so good. I mean, how can I not pick them for my prediction today?
By paper,
do you agree with
right?
that? Or yeah, but on paper,
On paper.
it's like, but on paper, just paper, just overall performance and energy and experience. But yes, definitely on paper, that would be my expectation for today. Do you agree with that, or are you predicting? What are you thinking?
Victoria, this is the paper, and today I'm doing Ascend. I'm
such a
doing
tiny
Ascend.
paper.
I'm just hoping and coping at this point. I go for the underdogs. Might as well be different today. I'm not playing it safe, and Ascend shouldn't as well. I'm going for the Filipinos for today. Alexi, it's okay. You're also Filipino, but Falcons Vega is a pretty strong team. Ascend just needs that a little bit of a from the panel side, maybe.
I think that's important.
Right?
Just believing
Someone
in a
rooting.
team and knowing. Yeah, for sure. I think we all love underdogs here, but we also love super teams, and we're getting both of that today. I'm really excited to see this matchup. Hope the girls are really hyped up for this matchup, and I can't believe we're already here at this moment. So I'm also really curious about the agent picks for this. I don't expect a lot of changes from the few maps that we've seen revealed from these two teams, but you also never know. Falcons Vega has had a lot of extra time to rework things or to work on things. So what do you think? Like, I know this is total speculation, but how are you feeling, analyst Tayrawr?
Oh, it's gonna be a tall order after that prediction already, right? We all know
Yeah.
it's gonna be a difficult match for Ascend, for example, but I feel like the winning condition here at this point of the tournament, especially for the side of Ascend, is for those two duelists to come up online like the way it was the other days. And for the side of Falcons, agent select, maybe we see the 5 duelists, but I feel like both teams here are just gonna stick through to what they usually play when it comes to the agent selection and agent composition. Of course, we're gonna see our man Tayrawr multiple times on this match
Joe.
that we are looking at, our good friend Tayrawr. And I don't think there's gonna be any unorthodox picks here, Victoria.
Yeah, I mean, the meta has changed, at least, even for Ascent. I just, in general, I think things will be fairly safe, unless they're not. Split's a great map for stupid picks. We've seen it so many times where we've seen, triple duelists. None of these Game Changers teams, but other teams have done it. So maybe we'll see something a little bit crazy. I mean, there are more maps for them to play with. Maybe they can do it. But yeah, I think going into stage 2, some of the interviews that you guys were doing, we didn't have time to discuss it earlier, and I kind of want to pull some of those interviews out. And there are some really amazing moments. I believe one of them, someone requested for Coldan to talk to.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I made something happen there, but at least Coldan and Samfire were able to talk it out as well, and we were able to talk to them. Aside from that, it's also a good storyline from the other days, right? Mary
Yes.
from Falcons had food poisoning in Thailand, but Baby TZ actually recommended us Thai food on the same day as well. Tom Yum Kung, if people are wondering and people are curious, right? So at least we had the full storyline of what to get in Thailand once we come back. But I feel like this is the agent composition that we're looking at right now already.
Yes. No double duelists. Instead, we're seeing a double initiator. What really stands out to you in this comment? I think it's really interesting that Falcons is opting for the single duels and that single duels being Yoru.
Yeah, exactly. That's what sparked my interest is the single duelist, and it's a Yoru as well, but it's a big map, right? So once you set up those, at least the TPs coming in from the Yoru, it brings you a lot of lurk potential. Not other than that, it just brings you a lot of information as well when that dimensional rift is up and online. So I'm really excited to see if Mary can really capitalize on those utilities, Victoria.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really banger way to start our grand finals for Game Changers Split 1 here in Southeast Asia. We have our lovely, illustrious casters. We've got Daks and we got Realize, who's going to take us through today's grand final. So over to you guys.
Thank you, Vic and Eliza, and welcome to the VCT Game Changers Southeast Asia 2025 Grand Finals for Split 1. This is me, Realize, and of course, my amazing partner, Daks. I'm very, very honored to be given the chance to sit with you, Daks, and cast, and as well as accompany you guys through the Grand Finals. And by the way, Eliza was predicting for an Ascend win, so I'm going to sniff this copium for her. Who knows? Ascend might get the win because Falcons are the team to beat, right?
I think I got the older one here, but
hey,
look, you seems like Tayrawr a believer, and of course Ascend, you gotta believe in them that they have a chance to do so. There's so much history, honestly, between these two teams just built this due to the split alone. But we also have to remember the only team to take a map away from that Siptacor last year was what Ascend was in the first place. Team Sisu, right? They were the team who was putting at least that Sipto roster to the test. And now that we're gonna go on to Haven first and foremost, I'm really interested to see a few things here coming into this matchup, right? One has to be a fact that we finally see Mad V on something else besides the Tejo in the playoffs. This is pretty much the same compositions though that they ran against each other back in the Swiss stage here, Realize. And from what we've seen so far, the results do speak for itself. 13-9 in favor of Team Falcons, but Ascend, they feel that they have a confidence on this map anyway. And let's not forget, Pinoy team, PH squad, they love to pick Haven as a map in the first place, and they're gonna start off the action here with it.
Always feels like this is their staple map pick, and Ascend is no different from that choice as well. But they will be running a much more classical approach towards Heaven compared to what maybe Falcons are bringing with the Yoru as well in the hands of Mary. We know how much of a threat she could be. She crashes defensively back towards Heaven, and Capricious advancing forward. And Ascend, they have been so methodical of their approaches. In the first few minutes of the round, you can see how much space they're taking, how slow they want to approach the site. Camille will swing for the kill, and she gets it towards Piety. They're flank her down, and you know how much of a menace Piety can be in the lurks. As for now, though, Ascend, they are down one player, and Falcons might have the lead coming into the late round.
Yeah, very fast notice there from Camu. If you guys are just tuning in to GCC right now and you're looking at that old Siptacor, wondering what's up with the roles, right? Adjustments as they became the Falcons roster. Camu moving on to controller with Shirazigan. Also, Neri now stable on Sentinel, giving Mary the reins in front. Capricious though, smoke set up and Ascend. They're gonna get this A site.
They will. The flash comes in, but Capricious has to fall in that trade. It's a 2-for-1. Now still equalizing the tip of the scales. A 3v3 now, as Grahams has the dash already, but it's expired already, and now no defense mechanism to get out of these sticky situations. But Camille comes from the back, stabs Con in front of her very eyes. Camille wants to wrap around the triple kill for Camille, the one to kick it off and the one to close it out. It's a 1-0 scoreline as Falcons are able to bring home the pistol round.
Yeah, Camu so crisp. Truthfully, I remember watching the recent GC Championship, and I had one thing to say to many of my peers in the PH scene. Camille is the one who really stepped up during that world stage. She was honestly one of the players that we didn't get too much notice back in C, back in Pacific. But when it came to the international stage itself, Camille really was the one to watch out for. And she continues on that trend. Falcons as well, incredible mid-control, gives them access to the flank that you mentioned. And Ascend, they need to be careful of their back if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, they always rely on Piety to really progress on towards the later rounds, because Piety has been, like we said, multiple times so much of a threat from the lurks. As you can see, she will just be holding window, but for now, they will have to settle with minimalistic weapons. The stun does come in, but doesn't connect to anyone. Enery, look at how far back on stage she is playing with the Outlaw. A bit unorthodox comparing a Cypher using a sniper in this stage of the game, but at least Outlaw is one of the best anti-eco weapons you can have, and for Enery to just hold back the site means that she has so much leeway to play with that Outlaw. But I think Ascend are preparing for a B-side push, Daks.
Yeah. I mean, they had two of those Outlaws. Mad V also gonna back away. Ascend, though, nice flood into B, putting pressure, forcing Falcons to play the links here as Capricious and the rest. Ascend, this is where they're strong at. We did Strifties. Classics good. They've gotten 3 already.
Yeah, the Classics are doing heavy work for them as Mary will flick the Outlaw in her hands, doing heavy work, and Enery as well. Oh, the Flea chimes in, but oh, she can't adjust her crosshair. So many swings coming right at her face. It's now just Mary on 2-3. The flash comes in, but this is so exposed. They have the post plan as well to boot with the gravity well. Will force Mary to tap it again, but they are not swinging it. They will! A triple swing. A well-orchestrated one at that. And Ascend, they claim the Thrifty on the back of 3 classic kills, and they're able to bring home 2 Outlaws and a Bulldog.
Look, realize the mat just doesn't check out, okay? You're playing an Outlaw. You only have 2 opponents in the clip. You have 3 targets in front of you. How does it make any sense? How do you make it happen? But truthfully, you're right. Ascend, not only do they play the pistols well with the Flood, but them realizing that once we have this backside control, we can push into another angle. They go for C-Link, they get the pinch with that garage control, and this is where Ascend has made wonders happen, turning rounds around despite the gun disparity, and it's Falcons now on the Nico instead.
Yeah, the disparity ain't stopping them anytime now, and Piety again just holding, anchoring to the side of Ascend as that backbone. And she will also try to save herself, but Rams gets the opening pick towards Enery. Piety gets one, but it's chaotic down in grass, as Con with the right click will do just that. It's a 3v1 situation now. Capricious low HP. Camille so far back. The spike though, it's stranded in no man's land, and Ascend are on a rescue mission to recover that spike.
Yeah, Con really with the last stand there, but at least Falcons making them work for it. Camille trying to line up the shot here with the Sheriff. Also has 1 gun on hand, but Camille, nice! Pick on the Grahams. It will be the spike though retrieved as a result, but Camille's other plans from the shadows now towards his B side, trying to get the middle of the map control to get those audio cues, and she knows these 2 players of Ascend are going to see.
This is still very much possible for Camille.
Low
As she
HP.
dances in the open, low HP for both Japips.
1 enemy
Heading
remaining.
on a thread. Oh my god, what a flick! The headshot is so good, Japips. Her dome cracked open. It's Capricious standing in the way of Camille, and she gets it done. Quad kill for her to close out the round, and the clutch is good. The Falcons spread their wings, and Camille is the one taking charge.
Yeah, you can't spell clutch without a K apparently. And Cam, you even look at the camera. That's a pose I remember from one of those daytime shows. But Falcons, I was saying it a while ago. Camu is a beast. Camu is one to watch out for. And coming into 2025, Camu really just adds so much more firepower to such a star-studded roster, and Team Falcons already. Ascend, they got the good take on the sea, but Falcons having that extra capability, right? Them being proactive, pushing towards the Ascend spawn, and catching that spike out in the open.
Yeah, Mary now with the operator, we know how much of a looming threat she can be. Wants to reposition, but it's not as good, and Mary, the flick is not! As Khan punishes her, sends her to the afterlife. The operator won't be efficient, and Japip chimes in for the second kill. Ascend again everywhere on the board. They're able to get these early picks, but how do they close it? How do they stabilize it when it comes to the late round as Enery is enticed to pick out towards Garage as Capricious is waiting in the wings? Enery is still shaky, trembling on the trigger as now Ascend will advance towards Seaside. It's Camille and Madvi having to again carry the weight of this round.
Yeah, Ascend very familiar with the Falcons playstyle. When you see the aggression from Falcons, Ascend have the firepower to bite back at them, and Piety perfectly positioned and a perfect shot onto Madvi to boot. It's 5v1 Camu. She already did it all in the last round. Are you gonna ask her to do it yet again? She gives the one, sure, but well, it will be 2-2 now, you realize.
You can see how jeopardizing she could be in those situations. Camille, 8 kills already to her board. And this is what we're talking about. I think it has been a recurring theme so far in Game Changer Southeast Asia, at least for the past, I think, 2 days. It has been the support taking control. I mean, just a few weeks back, a lot of duelists Bangkok, and now it feels like it's the salvaging of the supports. I don't know how to mention it, but the supports are doing so much work, and it's Camille no less for Falcons, as now they have to recycle again their guns back to the Sheriffs. Not much to work with.
I mean, we saw our head-to-head, right? It was about the Sentinels themselves, just what Piety can do, what Ineri can do on the other side. Ascend, though, it's been a good team effort, and the way that they're taking these sites, the executes have been strong to get that map space, to play off the site, to go for the push. Falcons, they've relied on the clutch for the 2 rounds that they've gotten here so far. And it seems like for Falcons, they're the ones who need to clean things up. But Ascend, they want to make the 5-man push towards A happen. Double stack here for Falcons. Alexi and Mary trying to be a bit cheeky towards short, but Ascend, they're going to give that angle. Watch out, though, for the flank from an area as Piety might not see this coming.
Yeah, the stun they're playing on the back of it. But Enery is coming, and there you go, tiptoeing from the back of Piety. Vandal, Salvage, and Camille again with the Sheriff doing light work. Khan gets a trade, but it's chaotic inside. Grip reveals positions, and the classic again, just rumbling inside.
One enemy remaining.
But the Pep's taken down, and now it's a Madvi and Mary, the double M's against Capricious. She has the superior weapon, but Mary is able to at least secure herself that long-barreled gun. The spike in her hands. It's a 1v2 situation. Can Capricious pull this? 13 seconds, Daks.
Taking that back. 10 seconds left.
Let's Star. Sun coming on up, and Mary in position. Thrifty response from Team Falcons. And this is the different dimension we see from Falcons coming into this tournament, right? Well, you usually expect that Siptokor go in, guns blazing, kill them all instantaneously. But there's that style of EMEA that you get from Mary and Madvi. An incredible trap play here. We saw the positioning from Madvi towards the Link angle, right? Towards A Link, and then the stun comes up, and Neri gets the catch. From that point on, Falcons have so many angles, and was utter chaos caused by Mary as well on the site. So many times, Ascend was backing away into the sightlines from heaven, and Team Falcons are turning it around again.
Yeah, it's a beautiful blend of you get the best of both worlds. The W gaming from the Pacific side, and then you get the very methodical approach from the EMEA side. But Graham, speaking about method, she's getting stuck. Oh, Enery gets 2 bites of the cherry, and now it's going to be compounding in. The recons are perfect, and Camille is there to supervise the site, and Mary
This was
gets the 2 kills as Falcons shut down the site, losing Enery in the process. But still, the contribution from the Cypher is no less of an importance. And look at the traps just pinging left and right, and then you get the recon flying in at the right time, at the right moment.
Yeah, this is how they stabilize. Utility supremacy from Team Falcons. Many say when you play that Yoru, effectively a pseudo-initiator as well. Then you have the tripwires that you mentioned. Alexi also finding value with the Dark from that point on. Once Ascend get funneled onto a site, Falcons are able to claim their domain. So this is where Ascend can be stronger. They're playing this classic comp. They have the Jet in the breach. If they can get a pick early, it might be good. But Mary still with control. Dark there too. And Falcons preventing Ascend from having the confidence to push into A long.
The spike still left unattended to. Back towards window. And just comes. Oh, Camille will rub her head, get the kill, and Alexia is running away with absolute fevery. Camille again, just serving left and right. Spike still again to be collected, but now it's just up to Japips and Grahams to close this one out. It looks nigh impossible for them. And Falcons again just flying high, soaring with almost a 3-round deficit coming up towards round 7.
Yeah, as soon as Falcons stall that A-long push, it's just the rest of the team keeping an eye out on any of the possible rotations. They saw how effective it was for Ascend in round number 1. And this time around, Cameo, as you said, just very much so stationed. Ambitious push. She gets Alexi, but into the look arms of Mary. Grahams with the second, but can she handle a third? Because this is Cameo. Nice kill by Grahams. She's a one-man army right now. Grahams almost getting the ace clutch there, but Inari will end it all. It got close, but Falcons will still get the round.
That is where you have to be wary of the potential and the capabilities of Grahams. This player has been insane yesterday, and now today still in the same performance, still in the same, I guess match fitness, you would say. It's just insane how she's able to land those shots. Take a look at the replay. Mary was able to get one. She was flashed, she was stunned. Everything, kitchen sink thrown at her. She's still able to stabilize and get a quad kill at least to just snatch a few kills, just maximize the orb and the economy as well. But for now, Ascend will call a timeout.
Yeah, put some respect in Graham's name, right? Because she is just so good on those 1v1s. Effectively, Falcons just going one at a time at her. Eventually, though, it was that 5th attempt that made wonders happen. So quick little timeout here from Ascend, Coach Venzi, looking to at least get the whole team back on the same page. And we've seen how strong Ascend looks once Grahams causes that chaos, right? Once she's able to play aggressive and get that space for the team. We have to remember that game you casted yesterday that realized that matchup on Fracture, her Neon finding so much space, catching players like Inari by the ropes, just getting that out rotation going versus Team Falcons. If Ascend can get more of that, they tried to do so in that last round by pushing into A-Link. But, well, with just those lesser numbers, Falcons still had the swarm and had the advantage.
That's very true. And now Ascend back to square one, ruffling a few feathers with minimum weapons. I mean, Graham's now with the Kanais, the Blade Storms. She was insane. But these knives, 5-pointed and edged knives. But the stun is there, and there you go. Mary gets the kill. The knives are blunt for now. And now Alexi pops the Hunter's Fury. They have the main player down, the tip of the spear gone, and Ascend only left with 4 as Falcons. They sit comfortably in their sight. Japips will re-aggress towards the garage area. The long tripwire awaits them, and Camille will have to anchor this site.
And usually those angles one and done's for Mary. It's one, then she's done. Repositions now to help out the C defense. Mary by the logs. Capricious, nice shot, sure, but Camille, on the other hand, has held things together here by the platform. So Falcons now, it's a 4v2 for them, and with the guns that they have here, Ascend will have to give up those angles and look to play into A.
30 seconds left.
6 HP for Khan. She has to stem the bleeding, dripping with blood as Piety will come towards A side looking for a plant, but Khan might just get executed here. No, she's still alive and breathing, but barely. Khan and Piety get cleaned up and flushed out of A side. Spike even
if you're not
able to be planted, and Falcons, they run away with 6. It's now a 4-round deficit, but Ascend again just falling into that limbo of what we call a Baiko cycle. They're buying and they're ecoing. Unstoppable disaster for them, and I do believe they have to stop it right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, the invention of the wheel was a very big part of history there, realize, and it's just going around and around for Ascend. They're gonna try and change things up with the operator, sure. But Falcons, they've learned their lessons in their matchup against Ascend and the upper finals. They're adjusting a lot quicker this time around. Their plays have been a bunch more crispier, more disciplined especially. And as I said a while ago, with this roster from Falcons right now, half of them from the old EMEA squad, half of them, that Sipto core here. You're getting the best of both worlds, and Falcon applying that international flavor that they have here. But look at this smoke push. Piety narrowly avoiding Cammy, who was thinking about going into that nebula. But in any case, Ascend now still putting the forces towards A, but Capricious found by the tree stack here from Falcons.
Yeah, Capricious gets taken down by Alexi, but again, to me, you can really see that this has a possibility of just getting mowed down by this player, again holding fast back at the site. And Japips, alongside Con, they re-push this. They want to challenge and tempt fate. But Neo is this scary little there, but Mary chimes in on the back of a beautiful flash coming in from Matt V. As they will just leave Graham
30 seconds left.
to be fed to the wolves, just ushering her back to get the spike. But this operator is way too scary to save, and she might just switch into a Vandal, it seems like. Wanting to go back towards A-Long. No chance whatsoever. The firing squad is here, Daks. What will she do?
Whoa! Oh, almost even a second kill there with a transfer. But Mad V shows her how it's done. Gotta say though, for Falcons, they're forcing Ascend into these very awkward scenarios. You just can't play into A if you lose your controller that early on. Capricious dying means no one's gonna smoke out Heaven. Falcons knows that. Mary knows that. She plays up top, and it's just a shooting gallery for her at that point. Falcons now 7 rounds here. The two Ascent have. Their defense has really become ironclad as soon as they set up that one trap play around to get another thrifty in this session. It's just been all Falcons, 5 in a row here.
Yeah, they have very good trap plays, and I do agree with your point. How they always want to control sewers, but for now they're gonna leave it vacant. As Ascend also declining to push that proximity, but Cameo is pouncing forward, just looking to maybe inquire a few informations, but no. Again, just showing the discipline that Cameo really has. But Rams might just walk into a bear trap. And behind this is Enery. A brick wall at the back of the site. Just left to get past, but no. They will try to pop the dimensional drift by Mary, looking for information. As in her hand, she has the clones, the fake out, to look again for potential mini plays. Oh, there goes the stun, and Mary will come swinging in. Only good for one, but Japips trades it back. 4v4, a very good pick-off. They lose Grahams, no explosive power.
Yeah, I mean, they felt something was amiss, right? Because Mary was sticking around for so long. Madvi sets it up, but Capricious now catching, and Mary and Ascend have an angled play at the C. They go also for the Cosmic Divide. They were just waiting for Neri to run out of those cyber cages to allow this push to happen.
Alarm bot out.
The alarm bot locked down as well to boot. He'll just expend this. Capricious with a huge flank play. Camille is down. The Cosmic Divide splits the side into 2. And Japips with the heavy lifting, doing a lot of work. But Alexi now down as the last player to stand. Yesterday, she was able to pull off an insane 1v5 clutch. But now it's a 1v2. No less similar to yesterday. But look at the positions. The Rolling Thunder as well. Just splurge into sight. 2 stars being aligned towards the spike. They want to pull this back. Alexi might just defuse this, but no. She's looking left and right. It's hard. Head on a swivel, and Capricious will take her down. The triple kill. As now they close finally, Daks, ending their long-awaited drought.
So much better there from Ascend. Capricious really reeling it back compared to that last round, allowing other players to try and get that initial contact, and you can see the big difference for it. They initially baited out and Neri to pop that cyber cage at the start of the round because she was thinking about it to transfer from platform towards backside. That's also why Mary went for the TP and then reinforced Garage. But then Ascend just played it a bit more passive. They got rid of the Mary situation. Capricious got that opening onto Ineri, who was lacking that cover that we were talking about. And from that point on, it's just Capricious Japips using that utility to a good degree. So Ascend can also play that utility game, but here they come on to C again, thinking about the push from the smoke.
Oh, Mary! Right on cue! Gets Grahams gone. But they might just re-push this side. But Alexi is close. Just by the neighborhood. As they have 3 players lined up. Close to Garage. Mary might peek this again! Behind the smoke! Executes Piety. Gone yet again. Mary picking up 2 quick kills with the operator. The sniper doing heavy work for Falcons. Ascend might just play in the back of Capricious, having to get a kill towards Alexi, but she fails to do just that. As Mary might want to push the smoke, but again, the discipline coming in from Team Falcons Vega. And now, Camille from the garage alongside Alexi. Might look for a crunch play towards C site, but the spike will be planted anytime now. Mary still very wary of a flank, but they will reposition. A plant towards the spike is of top priority.
Yep, 20 seconds. Capricious looking for the push. Alexi though with the one on the con. Capricious now peeking the garage. Mad V mows down the two that line up for her. Falcons, as soon as they see Ascend now try to play a bit more slow, a bit more utility focus, they bring out the op so quickly they realize. And Mary punishing those angles, finding 2 picks to just set the tempo of that round.
Yeah, it was everywhere for Ascend. A messy round as well because Mary was just spoiling and crashing their party. I mean, the operator's kills were on point for Mary to just shut down what could possibly be the 2 important pillars of Ascend. One for the flank and Graham's for the explosive power. The flick is not going to connect as the stun served back by Madvi. Not stunning anyone as well, and now Graham's already so deep. This is not her neck of the woods, but this is where she shines the most with the Sheriff in hand, and Madvi might just try to be alert off of this push towards the window. But look at Ascend, they're advancing towards A site. Is this all just a ruse, Daks?
I mean, they are trying to make that noise with Grahams to pull the attention away. Mary also playing a bit more careful, but she's the one first contact. And because of it, Graham still gets the clock onto Mary, so it's 1 for 1. But the Ruse now looking to lift towards A. Smoke used this time around, and Neri can't get the sightlines at all from heaven. But the Neri have the trip bars though. Worlds have also into play. Rolling Thunder too. Good push there from Madby. And Neri wants to end it all though, and here she comes. And Neri, the Eater of Worlds, the Destroyer truly. A triple there in the last round of the first half, and it's 9-3 in favor of Falcons.
Neri with an insane play. Coming in with that jump, a leap of faith, I'd say, from heaven, because of how insane it was set up for her as well. The Hunter's Fury was good, but this though, it wasn't supposed to be bad. Mary, excuse me, swinging first, I'd say, because she was low. She was forced to use the shorty as well, and Graham's able to pick up one, but they shrug it off, because still it is going to be a win for Falcons, 9-3. I'm not a believer of curses, Dax, but I've seen this a lot of the times happening either on a few previous casts before this where 9-3 curses can happen. And yesterday, by the way, Falcons were down 8 rounds. It was a 10-2 scoreline. Ascend were on 10, Falcons on 2. You would, if you close your eyes, and I told you that, you would expect Ascend to be the one to get 2, but no, it was Falcons on the back pedal. But they were still able to come back. I mean, 9-3 is not far off the 10-2 mark. But what do you think about Ascend coming into the defender side here?
No, I'm telling you right now. So the curse was 10-2 from yesterday. Maybe I'd believe in it. It was also 10-2, you know, if we would see the same kind of score. But truthfully, I guess really the struggle here for Ascend is that was them on the attacking side. You're playing Haven, you have 3 sides to hit, but Falcons is still able to outmaneuver you, especially given the range Madvi has with the stuns, the intel that Alexi provides, and of course Mary quickly rotating with those gate crashes. So that teleport advantage for Falcons, they use that to at least reinforce some of their weaker sides on that defense. How do they do the execute though? On the attack without that space maker. They don't have a jet, they don't have a neon. It's up to the Yoru to try and find the opening, and let's see if Ascend can take advantage of that fact.
Now Mary coming close with the frenzy, just rumbling into sight, strutting, but Enery, that was a good pick off towards Capricious in the back of the smoke, and Mary now so deep towards backside Camille as well, with a very much
Spike planted.
incredible position to just crunch the players. If Sandcon will come in, but Camille gets spotted out. Hide and seek. The hidden has been sought for, as Graham's next as well online to just chime in the bullets. but it's a 4v4 situation. Alexi playing close in garage. The shock dart to just be thrown at the players of Ascend. Alexi gets one traded back as well. A reply. 2 for 2. Grahams dancing in the open. Triple kill. The defuse still. Yes, Grahams just making Falcons crumble like crackers. As Khan gets to the fuse, it's a quad kill for Grahams.
Yeah, she's just that damn godly. Given the gun, given the angle, Grahams has just been so solid, hitting the shots here for Ascend. And here they have it, getting a pistol round, much needed, coming into the second half. We did see a lot of thrifties though. The start of the game, so Ascend need to be a bit more careful going into their anti-eco. Gotta say though, Grahams has really stepped up in this tournament. She's been a lot more consistent. I think one issue Sisu had last year in the run was there was a lot of role swaps because they were playing perhaps agents that they were just naturally comfy in. This time around as Ascend, roles are a lot more secure, but that shot secured by Mary, the head of Capricious, decapitated with the Marshall.
Yeah. And the decimation happening. Grahams just pushing up front. Getting close and personal. The jump peek from Miyu is good. The flash as well. To just give her time and space to peek out. Graham still superior and will just run away. Get out of jail card for free with the dash. Miyu deems it not worth of being taken, so they move back towards B. And an only alarm bot to stop this push, but they will still just come in, flooding into the site. Spike planted by Mad V. Sticking this one out. Falcons might make this a 10. Because now Ascend, they have to retake with 2 Stingers and an Outlaw, and they will play far back from Falcons.
Yeah, good post plant here for Falcons. Not only that, they're looking to go for the flood into garage. A flank onto Piety, who hears it coming. The Stinger should be good for the first target, but with only 2 bullets, how do you fight 2 targets? Cameo Alexi on the board, Gone with the response onto the Omen. Onto a 3v2, but still Mary in position by Window. The push out courtesy of Khan here after the open. Khan connects. The Marshall shot doesn't ring. Jafip's trying to find the angle for the defuse. Now she's gonna go for it. Alexi gone. Khan confirms a triple there and Ascend. They'll keep their run alive here in the second half. A second round with 2 Stingers on hand. Should pick up the Outlaw here coming into their bonus.
Dodging death ever so slightly by Ascend. They lost 1 and they basically lost control of 2 choke points. Number 1 was B main, number 2 was garage, but Piety spotted it out. And there was a second player in command as well. Japips getting the spray down, but it was Khan with 3 sheriff kills, important ones. And now Falcons, they're able to splurge their cash on Vandals. And this is the privilege that they have in this round, at least, round number 15. Meanwhile, Ascend, this time on the back foot with minimum weapons, and Mary wants to create noise, wants to disturb. Waiting, Capricious, the back of the site, the stun comes in, but Mary sprays down. It's good for her. Piety is down, but Capricious still shrouded in secrecy. Not yet spotted. The back of the smoke, but the flash blinds Mary and she gets taken down. Japips as well with Capricious. Sheriffs, the lore of Seaside. Matt V trades 2 and nails it out. As Emery comes from garage, he will try to plan out the trap. And this will invite Grahams into the site. The Sheriff in her hand. We know what she could do with this. Magic tricks left and right. But Grahams, this might just be too heavy for her to work against. Not even a kill. And Matthew with a triple. Falcons close the round. 10-5. Finally, their first round in second half.
Yeah, I respect the attempt there for Grahams, but against 3, Falcons so ready. They know the Jet's gonna dash into that smoke. And they all swing towards logs just to confirm it. But this was a good heads-up play from Falcons. They realize it's a bit cheeky from Capricious to play that smoke. An element of mystery if she's playing behind the platform, behind backside. And Mary says, screw it, I'm just gonna TP on the site that we have. This side of C that we can play the plant. As you said though, the flash came in. Ascend doing wonders with the double peek to at least make it contended. But Falcons overall, once they got that control towards C-Long, it was just the beginning of the end with the gun disparity. Guns still out here for Ascend. They did a bit of damage also in that last round, at least during the bonus. And I'm looking at the ultimates here, realize it's really Falcons the one to watch out for. That Rolling Thunder in the clutches of Mad V can make a decisive play here for the Falcons.
Mary now pops the dimensional drift. Soon, waiting for the setup. And there goes her in another dimension, looking for information. In her hands, the clone. Still again with the same method. Just push into the site. And this might be an aggressive play towards Japips. TP's out. It's all just a fake from Mary. The Hunter's Fury is out. Try to stop the push into the site, but it's all too little, all too late. Camille, very tough spot. Oh, what a flick from Graham. That tight angle catches enemy. Alexia only gets one. Capricious swings for the second. The dimension, or rather the Rolling Thunder comes in. Mary gets one. On is taken down. Graham straight back into 1v3. Matvey all to hold this alone. Matvey goes absolutely mad. The clutch is good and fucking safe once again by Matvey.
Yeah, honestly, she's one of the best players in her region for good reason. I think she's even awarded the best player in her region for her category. But man, just so nasty. Everything was looking so good for Ascend already. You said Graham, good job with the operator. Not only that, capricious, risky playstyle, but it pans out there to find two within the smoke. But when it came down to the clutch down in hell, Madvi not only gets the first target dropping from heaven, right, but she finds that small timing where Ascend rethink their swing, that small disconnect, just that little bit of time. That's all Madvi needs. Now Falcons at 11, but watch out, Cameo falls because Graham's brought the blades out.
Graham's brandishing the blades, gets one. And just decapitates Cameo, public execution, down with the guillotine, and Falcons. Their wings clipped because they lose Cameo in that process. A very important member as well, Daks, because now they don't have the smokes to play inside. So they have to push aggressively, and Henry catches Capricious lacking on C site. Very important kill, and Mary might just reverse, but Graham's again. The blades just striking the hearts of players of Falcons. Graham's might look for a second one, but Mary swings at the right time. Japips on the back of the site, nails one kill. It's reply after replies. The duress is growing stronger for Ascend. 3v2. But only Japips though with a rifle. So this might be tricky for them to work with. But look at Falcons. They're traversing and changing their trajectory towards A site.
Yeah.
30 seconds
This is
left.
a free plant for them, Dax.
Yeah, it's a good call here for Falcons. They realize Ascend have a big stack towards C Link. But they have to be wary because Khan is still around, unnoticed on the map. If Madvi decides to plant here out in the open, it will be decisive from A-Long. But smart here. Madvi planting towards the entrance to A-Link instead. Not short, but here comes Khan. Marshall, primed and ready. Surprise, surprise. Now they know where Alexi is. Here by Graffiti. Looking to line it all up. Japits with the mowdown instead. And Ascend will get a round back. 6-11. Maybe a rally here for Ascend to try and come back.
Thrifty.
That's actually a very, very I'd say a good reaction coming in from Ascend. They knew where Alexi was. Initially they were walking, right? And then Khan gets a single kill, and they were able to reveal where Alexi was. They just came rushing in after that information was relayed and conveyed towards the other members. But yeah, Falcons, this is a tough loss for them. But still, with 11 in their scoreboard, I don't think they will really be wary of this. But this timeout, I think it's supposed to be called by Falcons because they were able to lose that round, and they are now on a thrifty or on an eco with only 4 sheriffs. And yeah, so quite a few times now Ascend, they're able to just pull the trigger first. They're so active and looking for information, so proactive, just not waiting at the site, and it forces them to really, really win the first lane. And on the back of that, they can over-rotate to certain sites. But for the most part, Falcons, they're able to win out the fire, like the duels, I guess. The aim battles, and their firepower is also just chiming in on the right time. So Ascend, that is, I think, an area where they have to be very wary of.
I mean, it's nasty proactivity and aggression from Ascend. This was the biggest reason why we saw Ascend make the Falcons series competitive, right, from yesterday. And I think really for Falcons, calling these timeouts a lot earlier, preventing that bleeding from happening compared to what happened yesterday in Fracture, you gotta thank a big support structure for that. You got Coach Fools, you got Coach Beast, you have Marchie as your analyst. There's so much support for Falcons during these timeouts just to get everything back on the same page. But you said, though, eco round here for Falcons. Looking at their ultimates, they have the Hunter's Fury, they have that Neural Theft, and they can get close to the Dimensional Drift if Mary thinks there's a chance to make a play later on.
Yep. The Rams sticking out. And A long. Again, just being thrown down. Information revealed that she is there. Look at Falcons. They can't be so fast on the duels because of how much of a limited weapon that they have. The Rams might just reposition, relocate herself. Khan is close. Sewers, her domain. But can she get at least one? The drone, not yet to be flown forward. As Falcons, they pull back. They're just looking for information. They're just making sure of how many players are there in A side. And I think so far they're only able to spot one, but they hear the drone, means that they're able to count it to 2. And now they're rotating towards Garage. C side might be the avenue for them.
Yeah, but then again, look at the utility here for the likes of Ascent. Piety setup means that Falcons needs to bail out.
30 seconds
They can
left.
quickly do so thanks to Mary and the pivot again to try to go into B. So Falcons World Tour here realize, look
Yep.
for any kind of opening, and we are back to where it all started. A looking possible unless Khan can get the connection. She knows there's something amiss. A chance here to find the pick. Alexi heard as well coming to short. Khan finding Alexi, and there we go! Big opening, and Falcons have a chance here.
They have a huge chance, but the earthquake to cancel the plan!
Oh, it's
the
so close.
plan is off, and this is all over. I feel like not even planted it is, but no time. And time is of the essence, but for now, Falcons, they lost out to the clock.
Yeah.
And Ascend, good cancellation of the plan, good usage of the Rolling Thunder to foil the plans of Falcons.
Yo, it was microseconds there, realize.
Yep.
I can't believe how clutch that was from Japips. I think on the timer, there's around 3.7 something when they reprimed that spike to be planted. But Japips, she's an incredible addition to this old Sisu roster. Coming into Ascend, now they're a full 5 Pinay squad, probably coming in Filipino. And especially the fact that Japips had so much experience also in South Asia with Orangutan, or with their squad after Orangutan X there. But then again, Ascend, first blood drawn by Graham. She has been so consistent with these kind of kills here.
Very consistent. The opener, always for Ascend.
Fake teleport.
And for now, Falcons back to square one. This is where they start to come out in a slump. I feel like they're stopping. And their momentum just slowly but surely being flown on. Henry might just come up close. But for now, Ascend, they're looking to hold their positions. They're playing in a 1-2-2. It seems like the B side will only be occupied through Garage. Henry, and the right time, gets decapitated by Capricious. And now, the Falcons players, they have to run into sight. The stun on point, right on cue. Alexi still strafing left and right, jump peaks for information towards Piety. But the smoke is their safe haven. The flash is good, but the trade comes in. 1v2. Mad V.
seconds left.
The situation is much alike previously, but Khan with the superior weapon will get Mad V. And 11-8. Ascend, they're chasing. They're on the tails of Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Alexi raising eyebrows there's like, damn, that's nasty. A double and an anti-flash push, as you mentioned, to try and get more in the backside for the rest of Ascend. They came back from the spawn area. Enough people by the staircase, though by C-Link, allows them to at least cover that angle, and that push from Falcons stopped at the seam. So 8-11. Defense looking to be the strong suit for these two teams here, realize. And maybe, just maybe, I might start believing here if Ascend can get a few more rounds, because this is looking to be a strong rally from the defense.
Yeah. And here comes the ultimate again, just running around looking for information. Graham spotted, good recon, a rather human recon, as Mary functions as one with the information revealed through the minimap, and they're able to pop heads. But Khan is there. The beheading of Matt V happens, and where does Camille wants to run? Cannot run anywhere from that aftershock, and now it's just up to Henry. 1v4, a tricky situation, a sticky one as well. Henry, the girl theft, but we know what the queen can do. Ascend just squeezing out every bit of utility towards Falcons to stop Henry from a possible rampage. As the spike sticking towards C long, it's wide in the open, and yeah, it's done and dusted. Henry has to save this. The economy as well, just I'd say deflating for Falcons, as everything is just getting more and more expensive. Ascend, they're able to get 9.
30
Yeah,
seconds
I mean,
left.
Falcons, for once, not only funds here coming into this one. The thing is, Falcons, they will only have Inari with the firepower into the next round. Gotta talk about Ascent a lot more though, especially the fact that Con picks up the operator. I was saying from last year, Team Sisu, it was both a blessing and a curse that they were so flexible. Multiple
10
role
seconds
swaps,
left.
different agents having priority for different people. But now that they've really hammered in who's playing what here for Ascend, there's still that capability to pick up something like the operator for most of this roster. You expect Grahams to do it, you see Con doing so. I know Capricious in her history has been rocking that operator back in the day too. And it just goes to show why Ascend is here in the grand finals. They have been building up their own legacy within the region. They are trying to show that they are also potentially world class. They were a single map away, realize, last year from making it to the global championship. But then this is their time now. This is their chance to try and put the hurt onto Team Falcons. They were so close at taking a map away from them yesterday and breaking the streak the Falcons have. Will it be possible today? I think our panel, though, does believe in it a little bit. At least 3-1, our panel did say. Tayrawr herself believing in Team Ascent as we go into a tech pause.
Yeah, I mean, this is a David versus Goliath situation all over again. As Falcons, again, we talked about how colossal this team can be. They're basically the big giants of Southeast Asia, at least for VCT game changers. And they are indeed incredibly strong. Yesterday, or rather last year, with that Sipto core, that Sipto 5, they're able to just trample onto teams regionally as well as internationally. And back in the days as well as that SMG core, they're still able to just dominate. I remember them picking 4 duelists at Game Changers Elite. That was just insane. Rather, Game Changers Championship,
What do you mean picking? That was just a ping check. You know?
And a ping check against EG as well, right? They did not realize that was only a ping check, but they're still able to deliver without a single smoker as well. So that's just how insane they could be. And now as Falcons, they have more in the arsenal with Mary and Matt V joining the team as well, just adding that blend and spiciness of EMEA methodical approaches. So this team is just getting better by the minute, by the second. But it seems like Ascend just stands in their way, wanting to stop and just kill this big giant and be known as the people's champion. And that is a possibility with how well they're playing today. 9-11, the storyline still is brewing, but this could be a very, very beautiful Cinderella story if Ascend keeps on this pace.
Yeah, it truly is the home of the underdogs there for Ascend, right? They are the ones looking to take down Falcons here and now, because honestly, if you're just more of a casual viewer of Game Changers within Pacific, within SCA, you expect any roster with that Sipto core, SMG core, as you said, Falcons right now, 3-0s all the way, 2-0s all the way, and that's that. But then again, teams like Ascend have shown up. You also have a team like Mad Army, which is our third placing squad, legacy players in their own right, looking to run it back as well, coming into the next stage. So there's so much more deeper talent within SCA. I'm very excited that we're gonna have another year to see who can look to take down the Falcon squad. And I think, so since we have a bit of this time here, realize, I gotta say, I am a little sad we didn't see the Falcons matchup happen in the Game Chambers Championship. They were so close to matching against each other, right? Like, it could have been Mary and Mad V versus Capu, Alexi, and Neri. If you look at that bracket, it was so possible.
Yeah.
It is so unfortunate it didn't happen, but hey, this is the result when they do team up together. A perfect run so far between both the Swiss stage as well as the playoffs, and coming into this best of 5, right? They're the ones with the 2 map bans since they were the higher seeded team.
Yeah. And I feel like it's all vengeance, revenge, and all that. And all those caveats you could really bring. But as for now, Falcons, they're the ones deserving of a grand final spot. But at least for Ascent, even if in the worst case scenario they do lose in this altercation or in this clash, they're still able to at least play in Split 2, group stage, direct fight as well. Same goes for Mad Army, BPQ as well. For the top 4 teams, so you may speak. So I feel like still this roster, very, very huge room for improvement. A lot of untapped potential as well. I mean, for Ascent at least, they are settling down and finally in a proper organization. They have a coach, they have a team behind them. behind their backs at least. So it's insane to see their developments, right? Compared to maybe a few years ago with Sisu, and then Grams was playing for another team. I remember Capricious, if I'm not mistaken, she was playing for Zol and other teams in Game Changers. So they're, just switching around teams, and now this core five, it seems like it's just a perfect blend. You have an explosive player in Grahams, and then you have the X factor in Pyries, that flanker constantly on the prowl, and then you have Capricious, this smoker, but her soul is basically just screaming for a duelist role, right?
Yeah.
She's very good with the aim. And then you have Japips as the veteran to just again be the glue to just stick this team together.
Yeah, I mean, Japips is that new addition. Japips, there should be a lot of conversation with effectively a homecoming into PH squad. So if you guys are from the Philippines, just like I am, honestly, we kind of win today by default. There are 8 Filipino players in this lobby. No matter what, the Philippines will be the champion of GCC for this one. I'm still looking at Mad Army to potentially take that away coming into next split, or another squad from the Swiss stage. But yeah, back to Japips, right? I was saying a while ago, she is most notable for her incredible run with Orangutan X alongside the likes of Casper, right? Japips was one of the big stars in that roster. And then she continued a bit of a different journey, playing Vandals, playing for a team called Asmodeus Coliseum within South Asia.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, now she's back with a all-Filipino roster, probably a lot more comfortable in terms of the comms. Ascend, there sometimes is that issue of discipline that we're looking to clean up for the Ascend roster. Capricious herself, the IGL, sometimes falling a little too early in the rounds that we've gotten so far here on Haven. But when they get the execute going, once everything is really clicking here, realize things look so strong for Ascend. And players like Khan, players like Grahams, they've had the bracket here we've had all week to prove that. It's just been so stellar to see their improvement, and the fact that they didn't really just stop growing from 2024. Here in 2025, this Ascend roster right now, it's one to watch out for. And even the other players, we hear their interviews from the other teams, that Ascend is also always in the conversation alongside Falcons for good reason.
Yeah, and I feel like players like Grams and Capricious, they have so much ahead of them, and give them time, a year or two. They might be your next Eneries, your next Alexis, and as well as maybe other up-and-coming game changer players as well, right? And now Falcons, we've always seen them as the Titans, but it seems like there's always loopholes you can exploit to this team. Sure, they're not perfect, but at least they're near flawless. But again, Ascend seems like they always know how to play against Falcons. Maybe bar yesterday in Fracture, where they could have forced the map number 3, but the 10-2 comeback was just insane. That 10-2 scoreline becoming like a 12-12 and then overtime.
Yeah, you guys are freaking out.
Yeah, me and Koldan, we were out of words and just gasping for air. I was fasting. I couldn't really grab a drink, but hey, it's still fine. It's still a very, very perfect way to kick off the day. And now this map as well. 9-11. Seems like Falcons, they are still trying to scrap their playbook on what they can really put on, because it feels like Ascend, what I like about this team as well is the flexibility that they have. They can really play slow, they can take space, they can take control. At the same time, they can really just play with pace, with speed. And I like as well the fact they don't really follow the meta, Dax. I mean, for some instances, they do pick up the Tejos, for example. But for the majority of that, they pick agents based on their comfortability, based on which agents suit them the most. For example, they're the ones who run the Phoenix Jet in Pearl, and that's like a 2022 comp, right? It's very old school, but it works for them, and it works well. So at least comfortability and I'd say coziness would be the word, is their name of the game. As long as it doesn't really take so much headspace to execute, let's just run it. And they still run the classic composition. Same goes for Haven, maybe just replacing the Omen with the Astra.
You're making me think. You're making me think. It's like, oh yeah, I realize the only teams that are playing Phoenix right now are the two PH squads on Pearl, right? Lux JC as well. Interesting coincidence, but hey, guys, this tech pause is taking a little bit long. Hopefully, everything is gonna be fine and dandy. So we're back on screen. Score is close. Game is pretty tight, but hey, we want to make sure all our players are set and ready because only one can be crowned the champion, right? Realize, and this is the finals to prove it.
Yeah, the finals to prove everything because Ascend, a lot of people say they crack under pressure, that 10-2 scoreline that they weren't able to really maintain into a closure towards map 3. Now it's their time to prove it. Now they're on the back foot, not in front, just trying to maintain a lead. Sometimes people say it's easier to chase than defend. You know, like for example in championships and all that, it's hard to defend when you have like a very huge lead, and now it's Ascend on the chase. So it seems like they're very relentless of their pursuit. They're really, really fiery, and they're all firing in all cylinders. I mean, everyone is just providing beautiful shots. It's Graham's on the attack, and that's the edge of the spear, and then Japip's constantly just getting the kills as well. The clutches from Con with the Sheriff. So everyone is just online. Maybe Piety still is to warm up, but Haven is not really like that favorite map for Lurks, and if you give her the pearls, if you give her the fractures, that is where she will excel. And I guarantee you, Piety will just make everyone from Falcons Vega overthink because of the sheer presence that she has with the movements around the map.
Oh yeah, and I think that's why Falcons banned that Pearl map. You were noting in the cast yesterday where Piety would just get the angle going, come from spawn, and suddenly find these picks. But guys, we're taking a little bit long to try and fix everything up. So we're going to go on a break, and then when we return, it's at map number 1 continuing in your way.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada, as janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou, alvorada que ficou.
The world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जैसे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जैसे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than an average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. आज तो बुझाई मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, put your pistol in. Put your back down on your knees. I am the. Put your back down on your
And guys, we are back live here in Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. I'm Daks, joined here by Realize still, and we are just making sure everything is set and ready to continue our first map. If you are just tuning on in, we're still not done with Haven. It's 11-9 in favor of Team Falcons right here, Realize. We're making sure everything's ready for Ascend to play. I do believe Graham's is fixing everything up to change locales and change her setup just to make sure she can play into the grand finals. But what do you think of the match so far here, Realize? Because the first map, closer than we expected, given that it was 9-3 in favor of Team Falcons at the start of that second half.
I told you, I'm not a believer of curses. I am not a believer of curses, but what Sen is able to show is basically them trying to curse down Falcons. I mean, Falcons with a 9-3 lead. And Sen, it's insane how they're able to keep things competitive with the cards they dealt with, because in the first half, it was basically hard for them to really make a statement in the game, and then they were just ran down by Falcons. But I don't know, a few rounds back and retrospectively, you could see that Ascend are still in the game. They're able to land the shots, they're able to close and stop Falcons right in their tracks. So I do really like this approach from Ascend in the second half. The fact that they're so proactive, looking for information, and just not not like sitting ducks waiting inside. They're literally just so curious and so thirsty of information, and I do like that, against a team like Falcons, you don't want to give them the time and space to really operate in the maps. They're back retaliating from the oppressiveness that Falcons are able to bring with that composition as well. A meta composition, but for Ascend, it's much more of the comfortability. Old school, but hey, they're making it work, so why not?
I mean, they're running the Jet right with the Breach, the Astra, the interesting one here for the likes of Ascend. And guys, we are just moments away from starting, so just be a little bit more patient. We'll be back in action. Don't worry, the grand finals is gonna happen for sure today. But since we have that time, a little bit of chronology from our first map here, Realize. I looked to the first, 3-4 rounds, and we have to remember how this match started with Thrifty upon Thrifty, and effectively 2 cameo clutches to keep Falcons in the running at the start of the map.
The clutch was insane. I mean, it was Camille initially, and then Matt V under heaven, right? Or rather in hell, if you want to say that. These clutches are basically the things that are keeping Falcons in the game. It's just insane how they're able to pull these things off mechanically. As well as Ascend, I think, in the first half as well. Graham's, when she was just stunned up and flashed out in that A-Link area, she was still able to pick up 4 kills. So
yeah,
everyone is actually on point today in terms of their firepower. They're firing on all cylinders, and I do believe for Ascend as well, playing in the back of Graham's and Capricious, who are as much explosive compared to like Mad V and Mary as well from Falcons. It's still a very it's a treat for our eyes. But of course, the game is ready, Dax, it seems like, and we are going to jump right in towards Haven. And thank you for waiting, and thank you for your patience, because now the game is starting right back up.
Yeah, we don't want any treats here, man. We want a succulent meal. We want to see the whole best of 5 happen in front of our eyes. And we are back in business. As Realize said, thank you for waiting on, guys. This is Game Changer C Split 1. We're crowning our first C champion of the year right here, right now, for today. And speaking of Falcons, the ones in control, they're pushing towards C here with a lesser buy.
Yeah, a tap from Mad V towards Capricious, and they suddenly have control of sight. They have to hold this though. With a minute of weapons, and Mary just waiting under the wings. The spray is good. Switches to the classic. I don't know what happened there, but Mad V at least is there to back up her sister in arms. You know, it's a 2v4 situation. Graham will dash into the site. The Vandal is good. Looking for the kills is still Mad V. Quad kill again. Falcons with Mad V in the wings.
Match point.
Finally, after that long break, Falcons are able to punch match points first.
Yeah, we were just talking about the clutch a while ago, and Mad V delivers yet again. Your IGL, your gunner, and as we've seen so far, Mad V means Thrifty. It's crazy what Falcons can do. All of that long pause, but they were raring to go immediately. So I think another tech pause from the likes of Ascend wouldn't be too surprised, as a few issues still getting ironed out, but we're back. The timer's moving yet again. Falcons, though, as you've said, 1 round away from taking the first map. And not only that, let's not forget, it's Ascend picking map A here. They're the ones who picked up Haven, and Falcons can steal this one away.
Yeah. Always eyes on the timers when it's the tech pauses rolling in, right?
It stopped moving!
It's moving! Is it moving? Is it
Yeah.
freezing in time? It's moving right now, and so are Falcons moving towards D. The operator again vanished by Mary. It's just going to be smoked off by Capricious, blocking her vision entirely. And that actually gives her enough time to get the orb. That rendezvous together, grouping, and possibly just relocating their time towards a better place. Maybe B site, or rather A. Two options on the table, but Mary will push towards that zone, or rather, Lone being sent turret as well, broken down to two. Honor's Fury expended quite early. Players, but G-tags too. That is going to be an early advantage for Team Ascend.
Yeah, good notice there from Con, not seeing anything at all. Now she sees the forces here of Falcons, but the re-peaks punished by Mary accordingly. Falcons now heading towards A, and Grahams and Japips need to answer back.
Grahams again, just blanketing herself inside the smoke. She has to go huge or go home because Falcons are one away from winning map number 1.
30
and
seconds
Mandy,
left.
Rolling Thunder in her hand.
Spike
The
planted.
lockdown is there. Graham sneaking from behind. Still yet to be exterminated. And Mary holds her mask, the blue mask, but it's Graham. Still just dancing around to the death. Despite the users there.
One
Graham
enemy
will
remaining.
back her players and her friends. It's just up to Henry to cut this one out. And again, Graham dragging Ascend to the finish line, at least closer than ever, as Falcons, their party and their celebrations put on hold.
Yeah, into the smoke and striking like a viper, a poison pill position there for Grahams.
seconds
And
left.
something Falcons fail to realize in that situation that Ascend gets to navigate through anyway. They find the bush, and from that
One
point on,
enemy remaining.
one Cossack Divide to protect the diffuser. Even with Neri getting a double in the end, you've said it already, Grahams is just godly right now. Grahams is getting value, and with 22 kills, she's the one on top of the scoreboard, but still Ascend need 2 more rounds.
Godly Grahams might be her new nickname, but for now, Ascend, they cannot be so satisfied just yet because Falcons want quickly. Close and personal is Alexi with the Hunter's Fury. It connects towards Shapips and Enery as well. 2 kills apiece for Falcons, and Con will swing at not the right moment. Mary repositions, but Grahams comes swinging in
enemy
again.
remaining.
Grahams Airlines, but Enery is there. It's a 1v4 situation. What can the god do in this situation, or rather the goddess of Ascend? Grahams will try to reposition, but this is so hard. She's looking left, right, and center, head on a swivel, not certain of the players of Falcons, and she is all done and dusted.
Attackers
Falcons,
win.
after a long pause, they're able to get map number 1.
I mean, fast picks into a fast round. It felt inevitable there in the end, and the Falcons continue where they left off from their previous series. Another map win to their belts. Another one, another notch right now you can see on their tally. How many map wins has it been for the Falcons just in this split alone? Well, the answer really has just been perfect so far. And an incredible win. Big efforts, though, from Ascend, right? We saw what Grahams could do. We've seen Con really step up. Capricious having those moments as well. But then again, it was still Team Falcons who would find the adjustment a lot quicker than the likes of Ascend, and they took that map win.
Yeah, they're invincible as for now because they are yet to drop a map. But of course, we will drop it back to our panelists for their breakdown of that map number 1. Take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was kind of a crazy first map. And you guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Chat, can you hear me? Awesome. Okay. Thought I did the same thing before. I got too excited about it. Had to self-mute. Okay. Ali, Tayrawr, it's been a while since we saw the very beginning of this map on Haven. But I do want to recap. I'm pretty sure you remember this moment too. Of course, Falcons Vega won the pistol. They lost the eco, the anti-eco, but then Camille, we gotta talk about Camille because she's on fire.
Yeah, she just brought back the game towards the Falcons side here, Vic. And at the same time, we all know Camille already, right? We all already have that superstar players like Alexi and Neri from the old SMG squad, Sipto squad. But Camille has always been underrated. I don't think she is
She's so
nowadays.
underrated.
Yeah, I don't think she
She's
is
like the
nowadays.
Divide.
Yeah, exactly.
The bio game changer is so underrated.
Exactly. And when she has that sheriff and you leave a controller agent as well to clutch it out, Camille is that one person, one player who consistently does so.
Yeah, she's absolutely fantastic. We saw it. This has been consistent since last year in how she performs. She's so sharp and she's so unassuming. You see in her interviews, you know, the roles that she plays. You know, you don't. It's usually not the star. We're talking about a Neri or Alexi even. But Camille really helps secure some of that early first half momentum. Now, Ascend had a little bit of a rough first half, right? But that second half, we started seeing a bit of a climb back. But what was going on in that first half?
That first half, though, it was for
so long ago.
The side of Ascend there. Really, that overextension does takes a toll on this team, and you could see like Falcon adjusting towards it as well. They like playing around the angles. Ascend has been pretty much an aggressive team when it comes to aim duels, especially when you have that confidence that you could actually win the aim duels, and we see that time and time again. It just so happens for the side here of Ascend, for example, there are multiple times where there are rounds it's Capricious taking in the first shots, it's Capricious taking in the first contact, and when you lose that controller agent, they're not just able to set it up towards the side. And I think it's one of the reasons as well that they were able to adjust to that and make sure that at least some of the other players takes on the first contact. But once you have the operator, Vic, on the defense, it just starts to crumble. The momentum just completely shifts at that point.
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, I think one interesting agent in this that may have changed up the pacing a little bit too. We were eyeing Mary on Yoru. And that was an interesting pick, especially because that was their only solo duelist with the Yoru. But you noticed some really interesting ways that Mary was trying to control space using Yoru to get information.
Yeah, that's definitely true. On the defense, you see her more on that operator that we were talking about. I mean, it allows you to take a pick, that first early pick, and just move away without giving any idea at all for the side of Ascend where she might be. You might see a Jet holding an operator, for example, perhaps, and she dashes away. You still would know that she's in B, right? Something like that. But you wouldn't know once you have that Yoru and she's online for the day as well. So really capitalizing on them allowing to rotate, and we see this on the attacking side as well. They move a little bit slower, yeah, because you don't have that dash capabilities that Grahams can offer for the team. But for the side of Falcon, that slower pace kind of movement makes Ascend think a lot and really have that over rotation and what do you call this? Overcompensation towards it.
Yeah, it ended up working out. It did get a little close. I dare say the tech pause, who really knows if that tech pause didn't exist, like what the outcome of this map may have been. But either way, it was clear that it was still quite close in the end, even though I would say Falcons Vega was mostly in control of this map. And Camille, definitely, like we said, the star of this map, a hugely underrated player, not just this year, but in the past as well. So I think, and on top of that, I think a lot of these players on FLC have really big personalities, but she's definitely a Vise, she's definitely one of the Vise virgins, guaranteed. She's just full of laughter and joy, and it's like a good support player and a good support teammate there. So I'm really glad to see her there. This is not the first time she's been the MVP of at least the ex-Zipto squad. But I'm really curious now. I believe map 2 is split, if I'm recalling from memory. God, everything feels so long ago. But I'm really curious how we will see how map 2 will be playing out. Again, this is just the first map of this best of 5 in the grand finals of Game Changers Split 1. We're going to go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we're going to dive into map 2. So guys, don't go too far away.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, 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 look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers SEA Split 1 2025. I'm Victoria, joined by Tayrawr, my analyst for today, and we've just been breaking down all the crazy action that happened on map 1 of Haven, ended up being a 10-13 score. Pretty close there, but Split is going to be the second map, and this is a Sen's pick. Oh, sorry, this is it is a Sen's pick, right?
I think so.
Right.
VLR says so as well. So
Okay.
I think that this is a sense pick since it's FLC also picking the side here. So
Yes.
when it comes to Split though, this is a map for the side of Ascent that they haven't really played much. During the Swiss stage, they actually did play that against Rima GC. And it was a 13-9 and they were using a double duelist setup in this map.
Yes, and I'm personally gravitate towards the double duelist. I'm kind of all for that sort of energy on this. So how are you feeling now? We were talking a bit about the best of fives and how different it is actually from a best of three, and the mentality, like the fortitude you need to carry on, the kind of stamina you need to go on through this. Map 1 was already really, really long. So already I can imagine this stamina is being tested.
Definitely, especially after that long tech pause as well, knowing as well that some of the players had issues. Now, hopefully, it's resolved. Same scenario like what happened to Ginny, right? And we heard her. It's tiring. And for the players that we have, especially, it's a best of 5 series, you're expecting that long games already, a long day already, and then add that into the mix as well. But when it comes to that first map that we just saw, Victoria, I have to say it was a 13-10 considering the tech pauses, considering the anti-eco that Camille clutched out. Imagine what could have been the story if that didn't happen. That wasn't the case, right?
Absolutely. It'd be an incredible story. First and foremost, of course, Ascend will be a little bit more comfortable in this, coming into this match as, yes, the underdogs. But 2, if they had done it and if they still have the chance to do this, they would be the very first team to take a map off the core of this Falcons Vega team, the ex-Zipto, ex-SMG girls who have gone through game changers without dropping a single map before throughout Southeast Asia. So if it does happen today, this will be a huge record broken, and it's entirely possible based on some of the performance we've been seeing, not just today, but just the other day as well, when these two were facing off. This is also not the first time these two teams have faced off against each other in a grand finals, right? In a best of 5. In stage 2, end of last year in Southeast Asia, the core of both of these squads were also facing each other. So there is experience coming into a grand finals, but also experience playing against each other. So now that they have a good idea of how they're planning to play, I'm really curious with the Asian select. You were talking about they had played double duelists on this map before. How are they going to approach it now? So this is going to be really interesting as the draft comes through.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
Ooh. Not that double duelist this time
No.
for the side of Ascend, I guess. We're relying on Grahams to really make that opening and that double initiator that we are looking at as well to set it up for and clear out some of the angles, I suppose. And I guess for the side of FLC here, same goes towards them as well, Vic. They wanted to go for that double initiator setup, and the only difference that we could really see is that Sentinel as well, which Vice is also pretty particular with Ineri. She's been using it multiple times already, so not surprised with the pickings and the Asian compositions here.
Yeah, not entirely surprising. It will be interesting, seeing these two. It's basically a mirror matchup, like you said, except for the Sentinels. But these two were our head-to-heads that we were talking about at the start of the show today. And Neri on the Vice and Piety mostly on the Cypher. And do you think these are the main characters we should be looking at this particular map?
Yeah, I really think so, because when it comes to split, especially in those post-plant scenarios, you always see that it's the Sentinels that has the upper hand when you have that lurk potential, right? When you have that control when it comes to mid and you have that little of a time to try and defuse and your Sentinel just comes in from wherever you didn't expect to. So I think it really relies heavily on that, and I do like the Cypher pick. It's pretty particular on this map.
It is. There's a lot of information that you could be using with this Cypher compared to the Vice, but it lends into a slightly different playstyle. So I think this is going to be, again, a banger of a map too, and we've already started off with a really good map. So we're going to send this back to our casters to take this away.
Thank you, Vic and Eliza. And of course, we are going to enter map number 2, Split. Will this be the map to split these both teams to make a share scoreline of 1-1, or will Ascend fall into a 2-0 back foot and give Falcons possibly the series point?
I mean, it's always possible here, realize. But we're back, guys. Game number 2 coming our way, and I'm so excited for this one for a number of reasons. First things first, though, I look at this map draft, right? Team Falcons going for Split. And you gotta wonder, why are they picking this map? Why is it finally time to bring out Split into the Grand Finals? It's something the Falcons has been keeping in store for their whole run. So they haven't played it as of yet as we're getting into the game. On the other hand, I love the adjustments here from Ascend, changing their composition, going for the Teja as well. And I think that's one matchup to really look at here, realize. Mad V versus Con on the Teja, who's gonna find more value with the newest initiator on the block.
This Tejo pick has been very staple for most teams. Usually you want to combo with the Vice, with the Breach, or even with the Yoru because of the space-taking possibilities. But look at this composition from Falcons. On attack, it can be very scary. But on defense, my goodness me, the number of delays that they have, Daks, and that will be such a huge problem for Ascend to deal with. But for now, Ascend will be the ones to defend their fortress as Falcons might just advance and be main. They hold, waiting and anticipating potential push from Ascend because they know the nature of Capricious and Graham being too scared. Out. Oh no! There. Very close. Still has to Falcons, they fight. Backhander, he rattles right through, gets 2. But Con is quick on the reply. 2 kills apiece for both teams.
Yeah, eager there from Cameo, and because of the stun that came on out, couldn't sync up with her teammate. That 1v1 going in favor of Ascend's way, but back in mid and back to what our panel was talking about. Tayrawr mentioned how potent Inari has been with that Vice during their run, gets 2, and now they go towards that A side.
Grahams is here. She has the pain shell though. She doesn't need it because she's all taken down by Mary. Alexi is swinging at the right time at the right moment. Capricious has to clutch this. A 1v2 situation for the Astra. Still
Spike planted.
just shifting left and right. The moment is not perfect for her. It is perfect for Mary though. Falcons, Vega, they punch their tickets on that pistol round, getting their first round on the board for Split.
Yeah, solid rotation there from Team Falcons, as we were saying, and Neri enabling all of that to happen just by calling attention to mid, winning an elongated firefight, finding those 2 picks, and just because of the space she's making, it gives Falcons a veil of mystery to work with. They rotate towards A, they clear out the defenders, and this is something that I was touting at the start of this map, right? Falcons picking this map. Haven't seen this yet, haven't seen this configuration. Going back to the history for Falcons as well as Sipto, this is a new comp for them coming into this map as well. No more Deadlock Yoru for Mad V and Mary. No more double duelists for Neri and Alexi. It's a whole new look, and it's a pistol round 1 anti-ego for them this time.
Graham's holding the Sheriff in her hand. Again, Mary aggressing with only the Ghost in hand. Still has 2 satchels though. Not the best weapon you might want to use when the satchels are available, but Camille stop Grams right on the tracks. And B side is completely vacant. This is all for the taking for Team Falcons Vega. As the smokes are blooming in one. Slowly though, Japips from the back. Bonks Alexi and her plays, but Mad V is able to trade one back. Mary still just dabbling around sewers. Just trying to bait out the sound cues. This is so far back from Falcons Vega, but they have control of B side. And Mary will be just sticking out like a sore thumb as Henry might look for the peak towards Garage. Is playing with the Bulldog. 2 quick kills from Ascend. Mary has to back up Camille. Where is Mary? Camille cannot die, and she cannot fall down. The missiles fly in. 1v2 for Con.
Yeah, Con stuck in the middle though, and eventually Mary has come to play over at Heaven looking for a pick. It's Cameo with a 4K though, and Falcons able to still hold 2 guns coming into the next round. A great call though for Ascend. They know Mary's behind them. Effectively a 3v3 on the retake to go for the push, find a few kills with a gun scrounge, and made it relatively close there, realize.
Yeah, it was almost as if it could have been an Ascend win in that regard because Bulldog from Capricious stole in the hand of Mad V after Con was able to get to the tap. And Mary was so far back, thankfully enough, she was able to arrive just in time to bait out the last player. And now, Send. They will again push forward. This is what Grahams love. is pushing forth with the stun, with the Vandal in her hand as well. Drone to confirm information. But for now, Falcons, they are not going to take that bait. They're playing so far back, at least now, controlling mid.
Yeah, and you go back to perhaps the last map. The last time Ascend played this map was double duelist with double Ini. Always trying to support those duelist players. Greyhounds, of course, getting that utility behind her. But we move back to the action, and Falcons on their bonus. It truly is gonna be a tough one for them. A Marshall in hand, an Outlaw rather. You got, what, 2 ghosts, 2 sheriffs, a ghost. There's just 3 pistols in the clutches of the attackers, and Con patiently waiting here by Ram. Spotted by Cameo, though. And Ascend need to be careful. The Flood from Falcons coming in this way. Madvi falls down. Con able to get in cover in time.
It's a very good stun as well towards Mary! And she's just protected behind that box. Con might want to repick the stun there. Grabs falls from the heavens, but Falcons able to get through. Up C, stay lined up for Japip. Triple kill for the captain. Send escaping from what would be a 3-0. Falcons now back on the drawing board. We take a look at the credits though. They will reset and this will be their gun round.
Yeah, strong hold here from Ascend. You look at the comp coming into the defense. They have so much utility to stall Falcons from all across the map. You're still gonna find these good angles from the Breach and Astra. For Capricious, right, she can just manipulate those stars from anywhere on the map itself. And there's so much helping here for Ascend. There's so much ways to assist one another that can give Ascend the advantage in the fight.
Yeah. Advantages all over the whole board for Ascend. Pips readying up her stun towards mid. Stun is not yet to be found. And Grams, look at how mobile she is. She's moving left and right. It was A previously, now B, or rather previously B as well. And now she's playing on mailroom close towards mid. Together with Piety, they're trying to make a 3-pronged attack. Up in the mid, but Capricious now under pressure. The Cosmic Divide committed by the players of Falcons. Vega, Mary's in the nick of time, but Grahams looks for the trade. Not enough to just take down Enery. Enery as well applies 4v3. A bit of a scary game that Alexi is playing. Behind the wall though is Piety. This plant has to go down. Falcons, they're taking too much time. Mad V still yet to plant the spike. Piety readies up her crosshair. They line up for them. It's a 1v2 for Japips. We know the possibilities of a clutch that can happen. But Matt V denies it. Falcons 3-1 scoreline.
Yeah, Falcons great trades there by B. I think for Ascend, one small issue coming into that round was that hesitation there from Grahams. We know that how she was flying through the wall, but then Capricious stayed on that side, went for the contest. She also peeked out. Look at her moving towards default when we did see Grahams go in and out of that wall. So maybe that moment, just a miscom for Ascend. Falcons finding the fix bit by bit, and they were 1-up at the end of all of that.
Yeah. And now Ascend have to frugally play with those sheriffs in hand. But look at how brave, how courageous they are playing. They're so valiant in their approaches and attempts to stack the site. 4 players, and even 5 players as now Piety joins in. And Falcons, they're taking time to realize this. Coming up to an epiphany that maybe they are indeed stacking 5 players in a site. So now they take the long way out through sewers towards mid.
Yeah, Ascend stopping Falcons at the very start. And not only that, they just Falcons is respecting Ascend at this point. They know Ascend has been great with the sheriffs. It's been the gun of the tournament, really. We've seen how many thrifties over the past week realize it's just been crazy moment after crazy moment. But in this case, they tried to fake the push into B. They send Mary in as well. They look to make that noise, but Ascend, they're no fools. They're gonna hold steady with Capricious.
Now Capricious, the opening pick is there. Mary trips back though. Cross-map play from the duelist. But Falcons, they're running back. They're scampering away from A side. Capricious knows this. Japips might be looking for yet another kill. But the headshot is good! And Ascend, they have the player advantage. But does Japips know about Mary? Your Mugget and Pop, the showstopper in the hands of Mary, yet to shoot anyone in place. 3v3, still doable. But the
seconds
site
left.
dismantled. Mary with the bazooka, triple kill. Might look for the ace.
Spike planted.
Aggresses back towards Ali.
One enemy
Mary
remaining.
standing in front of them, really just rattling in, and Mary will
If you
close
can't do
out the
something
round.
right,
Falcons
don't do it at all.
4. And Ascend
Flashing.
almost making great use of that sheriff. And you talked about it, how the sheriffs can be very, very devastating.
Yeah, I mean, and Mary, did you need to get that kill from Mary? She was in position. I believe, but that's a world champion for you. That's what Mary can do. And there are two ways about it. Mary not only causing chaos there by Heaven, but she also realized the Ascend was swarming her way. Backs away, goes to cover towards Raptors, keeping the gun in her hands and not allowing Ascend to do what they almost did a few rounds prior. When they Ascend scrounges these guns right, it gets dangerous for Falcons, but they played it so safe with the Armageddon to keep everyone contained in Heaven, plus Mary pushing into the alleyway. So many good decisions there for Falcons throughout that round, really showing that they respect Ascend and their sheriff prowess, but it's more so their smarts against the anti-eco.
Yeah,
Or rather,
flipping a
with the
coin.
anti-eco.
That's true. They were flipping a coin to, I'd say commit, but not commit. It was like a poke type of game for Falcons. They were trying to bait out the players in A, and then Mary was running into B. We've seen this multiple times, Dax, in which Mary will be the sole player to just play across the map, the lone wolf, to get 1 or 2 flank kills, and then just wrap up the round. When she's able to open up the site, it's either her backing her teammates up, coming from the flank, or her opening up the map and getting the site in which Falcons will rotate in constant. So this is how they were able to do it. And now Mary will charge forth, satchels in hand. Oh, Capricious the swing! Very scary smoke criminal. Now Camille puts her down. Late to rest. 4v4 situation depends. Available off the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, suddenly Capricious appeared. A bit awkward, and Neri was setting up the sheer wall there just to avoid what Capricious did. But in any case, Falcons now, the rotation towards A look likely. You got Con trying to play by screens, Camu and the rest though. They're thinking about the drop, and Neri, the one to fall first. Madvi alongside her. It's a Veil. They're trying to put at least a chance for the likes of Camu to get the flank going.
Camille. Huge responsibilities. My dear friend, Camille gets jump him, but Graham 3 peeks with the showstopper right in her face. The operator, though, she's dripping with blood, and Alexi will put her to one ray. Henry holds her ground, only good for 1 to 1v2. Piety, Cage trigger. Stage is yours to dance around. It takes 2 to tango, and Piety shows them that she might be a threat. Crossfire is perfect, and Piety, no chance. No chance to win that round.
Yeah, the Falcons mid-rounding is looking so oppressive. We noted there, Camu staying by Heaven, being very pesky in the round, and at the very end, right, Falcons setting up towards the site, going for these crossfires, doubling up. And Area was scanned out, and sure, Capricious, always cheeky with these kind of picks, these kind of pokes against the likes of Falcons. But it's the same case that our panel also noted a while ago on Haven, right? Losing Capricious means you don't have the smokes anymore coming into the retake. You can rely perhaps on Piety if she has some cyber cages, sure, but beyond that, it's Falcons with the better angles overall.
Yeah, it's pseudo smokes, right? It's not. It's much more of a defensive smoke compared to space-taking smoke. I'd argue it's like the jet cloud bursts and maybe the cyber cage from the Cypher, but not enough. And a Graham's again, the confidence, the sheer confidence from Graham's to take this peak, knowing full well that the stun can smack her in the face. The missiles as well flying in, homing towards her, but she is able to get out of harm's way. Onto a better position, but Mary again just playing all alone with an outlaw. Where would you see Dax? A Raze playing alone, flanking with an outlaw, and now they will enter B side with that Rolling Thunder.
I mean, she's confident, and especially that since she wants to play up front, already with the push. Not only that, Eneri still lurking around mid. Ascend trying to catch that Vice in the app. Watch Heaven too, but here comes a 1v1 between Eneri and Capricious.
Spike
And
planted.
Eneri takes her head. Spike planted, Falcons with control.
So much control. Alexi going so deep. It's not a her neck of the woods, but oh, Mary with the no-scope Japips gets through. Alexi able to reply, but Con is screaming for the kills. A shot away from her demise is Grahams, and the headshot is good. Ascend again. Narrowly escaped death. Grahams this time is the Grim Reaper.
Thrifty.
What did I tell you, man? What did I tell you? Sheriffs are the star of this week. And Graham's even with the flex at the end. Double kill upon double kill with those pistols. And the Send, they just made that jump jet call. They couldn't get the kill onto Neri. Hondo, especially getting in there, finding those two, allowing Graham's that kind of space. And Falcons thought that was a safe plan for them, that they had a good handle on the site. Proven wrong by Ascend there.
Yeah, with that flex at the end by Grahams looking like a cell phone, it feels like she's calling the ambulance, but not for her. It's for Falcons. That stage, and now quick paint shells just to deny off the trap wires. But so far back though is Pyre, so no traps will be broken. She was able to retrieve it just in time, and now B side again under jeopardy. Susceptible from the approaches of Falcons is going to be Capricious. Salvo's prepared, not yet shot though. And Capricious, you know how scary she can be anchoring sites, playing behind her smokes. Again, just playing with the flank is Mary. Playing so far back with the race, and Falcons, they're so subtle with their approach, not just going straight directly, but just playing to their strengths and getting for the pickoffs is the name of the game for them.
Yeah. I mean, Ascend here. They're all stable here by mid. All that Piety sticking around by screens, especially Falcons. So now grouping up with Mary. Tripwire gets the intel immediately. Ascend will try to go for the catch, and Piety finding Mary along the way. So that's a pick here for the likes of Ascend. They're gonna get this Heaven Control 2 to work with.
To smoke though. Again, just clouded and convert this is Piety! Gets the headshot! The Rolling Thunder is good. Grahams as well swings on the fray. Alexi able to get one. The neural theft, the white hat is thrown away. Formation revealed. Enemy exposed in heaven, still standing. Alone is Enemy! 2 kills! And the spike to boot as well. She has to run to the hill, but Enemy cannot go anywhere. Capricious gets the last laugh. And that shot confirms Ascend able to get number 3.
Yeah, it's always the team with 5 versus the 4 left behind, right? Trade for trade, and Neri especially making Ascend sweat a bit at the end. Capricious showing up from heaven. It's been something we looked at in that round, and it's something that Ascend was able to keep throughout it in the first place. They played heavy into mid, they rotated quickly after that initial tripwire. The rest of Falcons seeding ramps, playing onto the site itself, and given that fact, right, it's Ascend who's the one with the advantage. So 1 more round for Ascend, 2 more, and they tie it all up. Self-drone into play, Mary falls again, and it's Con this time with the collection, but Neri answers back.
Back here goes the Steel Garden. Primaries must be jammed, but thankfully Ascend, lucky for them, they're playing outside of the site, and Con with the drone as Camille comes close. And Falcons, their switch up in the pattern seems to be working because they're able to enter the site, but they lose Mary. They lose the Vandal in her hands as well. So this retake might seem easy because Grahams just needs to bonk them with the judge. Japips gets to. Alexi gets the trade, but Camille is still online. The headshot is good. Camille again.
People, come on now. I'm anticipating
making light work of Ascend. They dismantle in the hands of Camille again and again.
Another clutch with the K moments. Another instance where Camille is truly one to watch out for, and the Falcons are thrifty again. Coming into a round like this where you lose Mary, where it's the same setup for Ascend, holding steady on heaven. Stuck them in their way. Not only that, the play across provides so well, but then Camille just sees them lined up on the side. The pressure Falcons still put on that side to hastily make their way into it. The angle there for Camille towards A main. Masterclass really from our Astra.
She puts the word Kami in Camille. Kami in Japanese stands for divine, God.
Ooh.
And she was able to pull off those plays. Godly plays from Camille. They want to contest mid yet again. Mad Vito, still uncertain of the possibilities of that. So Japips will just be the one in line to back her teammates up.
Yeah, Falcons also rotating toward A. It's a bit similar to what we saw from Ascend a while ago, but then again, lesser guns, lesser utility. No trippers even, it's just that star in the way towards A main. Con
You are
looking to find the
divided.
contact point from it. The Cosmic Vital from Falcons allows him to push, and Ascend, do they brave by peeking on out? Well, the anchor says already yes, Piety with the first.
Oh, the second one as well from Khan. Might look for the third, but Camille is there to get the kill. Just trying to shut them down. The Armageddon. Special delivery, not so special, but Graham from the classic. Chime in, make some noise for Japip as well. Alexi is just the center of the world, and the world is crumbling. Even reeled back in Ascend. They fight back after what was a clutch from Camille, 6-4. And this is how they trade blows, they trade punches, and they trade thrifties.
Is this how the series is gonna go? Will we get a minimum of 2 thrifties per map? Well, the Falcons, they're thinking so right now. They're gonna go for the timeout. And it's just Ascend doing it all over again. With these sheriffs, they're so sure of their shots. There is no hesitation when Ascend feels like that they have nothing to lose. And they've been lining up these single shot taps so well. We noted how Rams was still controlled there by Ascend. Sure, it was just the star, but as soon as the Cosmic Divide was set up, it was Ascend finding that confidence after that pick from the site. Piety, well, our panel did mention, sibling of NDG, formerly of Team Secret, right? She's just so stable on these sides. She's very confident that she can get one at least. And as soon as that pick happens, the rest of Ascend will look to feast on whatever is left for Falcons.
Yeah, it's so far. Falcons, they're shoved back by Ascend's aggression. Just unwavering attempts to retake sites when it's not possible with minimum weapons. But when you're at that moment, when you're in those type of situations, you got nothing to lose, so why not try it? And try they did. Ascend given the chance to win that round, and now they are on the gas, stepping foot so far away. As again, control towards mid. Alexi holding ground. The stun is perfect. No follow-up whatsoever. Again, just contesting control over mid, because this is the most important choke point in split, I'd reckon to be, because it just allows you for a lot of rotations either towards heaven or towards vents, and they deem this worthy of just trading utilities up in mid.
Yeah, you lose mid and your eye will always be if someone's playing into either heaven for the site you're defending. But then again, it's that drone here from Madvi, looking to clear out as much of the front line as she can. You also notice the Falcons. It's the 1-2-1 setup. Sheriff's on hand. The only gun in the hands of Falcons gone now to the ground as Grahams gets that pick. And as soon as the smoke drops, keep an eye out for the pips as well. The push though from Falcons into mid, and they want to pinch into B side here.
Punch play, showstopper in desperation. The bazooka misses, but Grahams does not. The bullets just shooting left and right. Con call to arms. Triple kill for Grahams. Precious as well follows suit.
Last round before the switch.
Is close to equalizing this first half scoreline. As we take a look at Falcons, thereby not the best.
Places rifles to work with, right? But then again, you think that this was just a deterrent from Grahams. It's more of that safety. Ascend investing bit by bit now to just claw their way back into the game. And honestly, a good recovery here from Ascend so far. You want a few more rounds, sure, on the defense. But we've seen here in the second half of their defense has just been them stopping Falcons in their tracks, getting the catches, especially towards the main angles, allowing Falcons to take the site and use the high ground to their advantage. Whether A or B, it's Ascend looking to play from up top.
Precious under so much peril, but he's able to put down Mary. Henry though gets the trade. Here comes the Armageddon, but Graham's in the back as the real doom for Falcons. Still dancing around, reloading. Death taken down by Henry. Alexi now in a 1v2 situation. Yesterday was 1v5. The situation is akin of that. At least the spike available for her. Has to reload in the open. Switches for the Vandal. Quickly. Quick feet. And there goes the kill down towards Con. 1v1, Alexi again, the queen. Long live the queen. Falcons
Switching
7-5,
sides.
courtesy of that clutch from Alexi.
Hey, Princess Alexi is always pristine, always precise. And when it comes down to the clutch, she can just make wonders happen. We saw it yesterday on Fracture, that one box to rule them all and get them all. This time around, able to shut down the rampage of Grahams and the rest. And you gotta give it to Grahams. She does it again. She plays the front so well. The flicks have been unreal. The speed of these kills have been so good.
Enemy remaining.
And looking back at that first map, she had 5 first kills there. But then again, Alexi ends it on a high note and response in kind. Never count out Falcons when Alexi is still alive. And you got your Sipto trio here at the top of the Falcons scoreboard right now, coming into their defense.
Yeah, they're on fire today. And Ascend, at least, they're able to show teeth. They're able to show their claws. They're able to show their fight in this game. But for Falcons, it seems like they're pushed back with the attempts of Ascend to just play aggressively. And you talked about how we cannot count Alexi out. We cannot count Falcons out. It's Camille with the clutch, Alexi as well with the 1v1 or 1v2 to be precise. But Ascend as well. They themselves are as scary as Falcons because Ascend with Grahams, with Con at the helm, they're able to take these small risks, I'd say, Daks, and convert them into huge wins. And these risks are risks that sounds ridiculous, like for example just bursting through the smoke or just holding site when there's literally quadrillions of utilities thrown at you with only a sheriff in hand, but they're able to get 1, get 2. It's basically daylight robbery that they're demonstrating here, but still they make huge work of it.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be scared, right? Because Alexi's around on the breach, Camu with the Astra, and especially Eneri on the Vice. There's so many ways to punish that, but the Ascent squad, they find the openings anyway. Into the pistol round we go, though. It's 1-for-1 as Mary lobs a good paint shells to stop Ascend in their tracks. Grahams has to respect it, and the rest of Ascend backing away from heaven as a result.
Still, 4 players intact. Meanwhile, for Falcons, they are going to spread out in the map. Even Mad V still yet to decide, yet to determine where she wants to play. But this might be a good read because the players of Ascend, they're roping down towards vents. This is getting a little bit squeaky for both players. Mad V, looking at the right side. Meanwhile, Ascend, they're tiptoeing their way into the site. Mad V spots a sliver, a glimpse of the players of Ascend, and Eneri in the back of the site has to hold this still. An iron wall to hold is Eneri. Mad V as well chimes in at the perfect time. A 2v4, Capricious and Piety. What can they do, Dax?
Yeah, well, here for the likes of Ascend, right? It's just so tough. Spike barely out of reach. Mary even with the find on Capricious. And the Falcons overall, this is the strength of having a Vice in your roster. Just hold steady. You know Eneri is good for it. Flashes will come in multiple directions. And as of now, the Falcons stabilizing by playing a bit slower. Perhaps in the last half, concerns for Mary being too aggressive, being too eager. This time, she's the one who sets the tempo right. Those paint shells at the very start of the round, not only getting a pick, but stopping Ascend from having the confidence to play into B Heaven and flooding into that B side really changed their fate because it funneled the rest of Ascend into Eneri's arms in there.
Yeah, it feels like a domino effect taking place, right?
Thorns activated.
Thorns
activated.
Eneri with the ever so trusty Outlaw. Will play this time in A. Mad V prepares the missiles. Grahams comes flying in with a classic in hand. No much of an issue for Mad V. Even Eneri playing with the ghost, switching left and right. Mad V gets taken down and a triple kill. But Alexi is there to back. Her sister is up. And the swing from heaven is good. Alexi gets 2.
They're all dead.
Falcons, they run with 9.
Yeah, solid anti-eco. Falcons there. The 2 most reliable anchors in the team, given what Mad V and Eneri have played in their careers so far. But Eneri struggling with the outlaw shot. Doesn't matter because Mad V, as you said, gets the 3. And we see here Falcons, as soon as they see the execute from the likes of Ascend, very quick under rotation. Mary as well as Alexi using Heaven to their advantage. But this is where I want to look at what Ascend have in store for the attacking side. They've played double duelists before on this map, relying on the likes of Grahams and Con to make that space. Only with Grahams on the raise, they try to get that ramps control, but Mary pushing into garage. Seems like Falcons, they want to be the one getting the jump on Ascend there.
Yeah, Capricious still conspicuous in B main. Unspotted, and this gives her the time to push. There are no traps whatsoever. Piety in the nick of time gets Camille. Enery trades back with the Outlaw. But take a look at the spike. They're running back to B. Daks, this is scary as Mary and Matt V, the double M's, will try to hold the site together. Mary standing tall behind the pillar. Matt V exposed in the dissipation of the smoke. Box flying in. Mary with the shots connecting. Triple kill for Mary. She's holding this alone as Khan might put her down, but the damage has been done. Add insult to injury. It's just Piety, or rather Khan.
All missiles away.
1v2.
Yeah, Khan will come out. And Alexi and Neri looking to just work with one another. Aftershock also into play. Here comes another flash, courtesy of Alexi this time. And Neri looking to creep.
30 seconds
But Falcons disciplined, holding steady, letting the timer run down. Flash comes in from Alexi again. Falcons now looking for the double peek here. And Alexi's the one who hits the shot from up top. Double digits for Falcons, yes. But you gotta give big props to Mary. She held there by the default, said the prayer, and a miracle was made there. Realize now then with the 3K, it's also a third round in a row. Bonus taken by the Falcons.
Piecing together the bigger picture. They're getting their pixel round, they're getting their bonus, and now it comes down to even Mary unloading the operator to her hands. Ascend. This is just disaster for them. Struck by lightning now. Having to face the wrath of Mary. Nannery. Smoke is scary. They're challenging it, but they're smoking it. Right on cue. Grahams jumps into heaven, and Matt V is relaying this information to her teammates. But Alexi, is she wary of this? It seems like she's not, but yes, there goes the drone. And Alexi might leave this spot. There goes the pain shells, and Matt V able to take down Grahams. 4v5. 5 players of Falcons full. Good weapons.
Alexi even finding the mid lurk there. Got way too close for comfort for Falcons. Job's not done, but the advantage is secured. Ascend, they waited out the Razor Vines. Falcons, given the time, try and make a pinch possible. Nice pick though by Khan. Opens up screens. Piety still waiting, and oh no, Alexi not looking the right way.
Spike
Still
planted.
Falcons with the man advantage, but it's just 3v2 here.
Yeah. Coming in, Piety. This is quick information coming in from Piety. But your pips, again, 1v2. This time it's hard. The captain letting go of the steering wheel. Will she claim it back? Scored, but this is hard for Japips. And Mary just takes her down in the nick of time. Falcons get the defuse. Falcons going towards 11. Ascend, not as,
We defend this reality.
I'd say, valiant compared to map number 1. Not as explosive as you would think compared to map number 1. But they are still in the game.
I mean, it's a tough ask for Japips, right? It's 1v2, Sheriff, an angle pretty long. You might not even get the one taps anyway. But this was a decisive kill by Alexi. Removing the mid lurk, sure she dies to Piety, and Ascend make them work for it. It's usually the situations where you don't want to give Ascend those guns. More often than not, when Ascend picks something up, they get value. Case in point, Piety there. Rifle suddenly gets the shots going. Falcons playing a lot more reserve coming into this map. And that's the beauty of them picking split, right? It's something you mentioned a little bit a while ago. It's something I was talking about coming into the game. Here for Falcons, they haven't played this at all. They saved it for the finals for good reason. And what we're seeing is, here for the Falcons, the way that they're playing these retakes, keep things stable, stall for time, allow their rotations to be a lot more sure and secure, given the space that they get with utility. It's not just Alexi making that space. We saw Neri do so with the Razor Vines a while ago. Mary as well, when she needs to. The paint shells, Mad V with the salvo. Just ways to put a red light in front of Ascend, and that's really the struggles of the offense right now. They just can't get the space at the right time here, realize. They do get the space. They get into these post plants, but the Falcons are more often than not ready and in position to retake it anyway.
And you said it. There's a reason why Falcons are putting this on hold, this map.
Locating targets.
It seems like this is their trump card, right? This is where they wanna really just
Go get him.
surprised. For now, Graham's with the boombot. Information revealed. Con has the Armageddon to use. But Piety crossing her way into Rams. The smoke might just alert the players of Falcons, especially Alexi, but there's a shear in front of Ramp that Piety has to work against. The jump peek is there, oh Piety! Moving like a ninja! Fleet footwork from her. And Alexi unable to punish Piety.
She got saved by the shear. She got saved. They're so close. And Alexi was ready for it. As he said, just didn't hit the shot thanks to the movements there of the Cypher. But then again, Capricious now with the opening onto Mary, and it's an angle to play into B. The 1-3-1 from Ascend. Them getting mid-control allows them to pivot at any given point. But Falcons, they don't give up these spots. They know they're one player down. Still, you have Inari nearby. Alexi playing at the screens to try and
30
assist.
seconds left.
Piety still waiting at A main. If they do want to go for that A main split, or A split rather, but it's B that they set their sights upon. Graham's might a little bit wobbly in terms of these satchels, but they have to pounce into the side. Mad B again! And then movable object back to the side. Camille follows up. Mad B triple, even the quad! This player is an absolute maniac. And now Mad B with the quad kill to save the day, and Falcons match point in their sights.
I mean, she just cuts the cross with the Armageddon and she slices and dices them bit by bit. Mad V, utter madness again. That's your IGL, that's the captain, and that's what Mad V can do given this Tayrawr. She's had the highest KD in the playoffs. She's played Tayrawr in almost every single map, barring the last one there on Haven. And she has had a mastery with the agent that is second to none to anyone here in the region. Quickly here for Falcons, they want to finish it off already. Mary the push onto Capricious. Also Alexi and Neri considering the hold onto Heaven here.
Oh, they're going for the jugular. They're going for the coup de grace. Just finish it off. Right here, right now, the finishing blow in the hands of Falcons. They get their initial kill towards Capricious. This is just rubbing salt to the wound. No smokers to work with. And Graham's has nothing to do but to re-push. And she's running back, throwing in the towel to then regroup towards her teammate. The smoke covers the tracks of Falcons, but Alexi holding Heavens. Still Japips to the plant.
Spike
Ascend,
planted.
can they hold this? This is going to be very important. Graham's good start. 4v4, still doable for Ascend.
Yeah, she's low though here for the likes of Ascend. And Ascend, a last stand perhaps on a Armageddon to make that space into the loving arms of Khan, and Khan, even from the grave. The airstrike gives us a loot. A second for the Tayrawr before she falls. 3v2 though, showstopper into play. Alexi still playing from the top spot. That's Pip showing her spot, and Alexi aims good. Party from down under though. It's 2v1. Mary all alone, struggling with health here. She might find the angle versus Graham's. Phantom in hand. Graham's now looking, has the backstab going, and Piety now trying to cross towards spawn. Seems like though Falcons, they called that there's no time, and Ascend by a lifeline here. Realize, and not only that, it's their first round of the second half.
My goodness. What a way to get your first round. And at good measure as well. But Graham's bought so much time, and I want to really highlight I want to highlight the movement that Graham's had and did in that rope that she was playing around with. She was trying to dodge the shots from Alexi, just buying so much time to Piety.
Bomb buddy out.
Lifeline in the table, breathing, gasping for air. Sight still.
Off your feet!
My support team will Thunder into play. Graham's though up in front, and Camu standing tall to find one more. Seems like Mary gets the memo. They try to cover the cross. Madvi also in position, and the Falcons still with control of the backside. Enough is enough though. Capricious answering back. It's 3v2. Capricious peeking for more, and she'll get more. A second for Capricious. Capricious with 3, and everyone's eyes are on Endari now. Oh, from up top from Heaven. She gets one of her own, but it's 1v1, and the spike so far away. Capricious hunting for the kill here.
This is a cat and mouse game. They're playing hide and seek. Enery repositions towards B main. This is looking scary and tricky. Capricious just trying to guess where Enery might be. Still alive to tell the tale, but Enery stands in her way. The queen, another queen,
30
this time
seconds
has dibs on the spike. Capricious is taking way too many steps and it's taking too much time. And Enery, this is not going to be expected. Capricious, would she expect Enery to be posted up in backside? 1v1. It's all down to the aim duels. Capricious, oblivious of Enery, but she wins it anyway! Capricious with the quad kill! And Enery,
That moment is gone.
puzzled
It'll be cool,
by
oh.
that
Now
clutch
yes.
given by Capricious. My goodness.
She played for the kill there and she got punished accordingly. And Neri was looking to cover the push from Garage. Not only that though, playing that angle, perhaps she was expecting the likes of Capricious to come from the backside instead. To come from heaven, didn't want to play behind the shed there. But in any case, 3 kills from Capricious. They just
One enemy.
rotated against one another there. And Neri also, she was looking for the step. She was the one with a bit of height to work with, but Capricious, when she wants to will it, she will get it. And Ascend again, closest of margins, but still alive in the round.
That's just insane, and I do like the big brain play coming in from Enery.
Somebody out.
Just taking the duel towards B main because he knows, or rather she knows well, that Camille, or rather Capricious, won't expect that to happen. But it happened anyways, and Capricious, like I said, had to go for the fight. And go for the fight she did. She won it anyways. If you can do it the hard way, why do it the easy way? Enery, the Sheriff in hand, Piety knows well that this sheer standing here has to be destroyed. Hey, that trap gets eaten by the wall.
Yeah, that's unlucky. Weird interaction, but in any case, Ascend now go to A anyway. Mid advantage clear, and Neri crossing to try and find a pick towards ramps here. But Ascend got
Spike
the execute
planted.
anyway. Spike's planted. Arthur's still nearby, and Neri can use that if she stays alive long enough. The rest of Falcons now right behind her, and also a flank coming in from Capricious.
Yep, Piety have to move behind that aftershock, but she's exposed to the firing squad of Falcons. Now, the Armageddon with the Rolling Thunder as well. This is disastrous for Team Ascend, but a sea of explosions inside. Jump Pips with 2, and Grahams follows suit. The classic will close out the round for Ascend. They're still breathing, roaring back to life. Falcons yet to fly high.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, they tried to end it here. They used their ultimates to look and turn things to their advantage. But the gun disparity is still pretty clear. Ascend also staying away from it. It's nice to look at. There's so many things going on at the A side, but there's no one really there for the likes of Ascend. The Armageddon pops. Japips here in position by the planter. Crosspick divide as well, giving some cover here to Ascend. And they are rallying here. 3 rounds in the row. Falcon still 4 rounds the advantage. 1 mistake from Ascend, and we are gonna go into bind, but they are making Falcon sweat a bit.
All missiles away.
Falcons, they need to close it right here, right now, because they don't want to let it snowball in the hands of Ascend. As Mary again posted up mid. Piety expects this peek.
Air.
Sees Mary and a bit of her shoulder. The smoke bloomed up. Meanwhile, Camille playing in a B site. The smoke is opened up. The satchel in. Grahams knows well that Camille is behind her, but still Graham shielding her way inside. It's taken down. Lamb to the slaughter as Grahams is gone. Fast tense, but Mary
down,
comes
B.
chiming in. The
Last
spike is
player
down. This
standing.
might be the finishing blow for Ascend, and it is.
Defenders win.
Falcons. They wrap up map number 2, 1 away from winning. Game changer, Southeast Asia split 1.
Yeah, another round where we see the Falcons cause a bit of hesitation towards Ascend and punish accordingly. Cameo, good spot by the shed. And as you said, Grahams might have seen that coming. There was that little bit of talks immediately for Ascend if they were going to push it or not. But Cameo took it a step ahead. They went for the aggression instead. They had all the angles to punish the reactions there from the Ascend side. And it's that proactivity again for Team Falcons to take it. So another strong win for Falcons. A big streak, especially at the end or at the start of that second half to get a big advantage. Guys, that's it for Split. We'll go to the panel to break down what just happened there.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, we've just wrapped up Split a lot faster than Haven, but at the same time, the scoreline was still quite close. You could see Ascent figuring things out again on that second half, but it just wasn't enough. And I have to say, tell me if you agree with me, Tayrawr, the Falcons looked very prepared for this, very comfortable on this. A lot of map control, a lot of really good reads coming from the sides of Falcon.
Oh, that's definitely true. Good reads on both sides actually here. But that second half did everything and locked in the side of Falcon already. We see that first half going on a 7-5, making sure that at least Alexi or some of this hero clutch play moments made sure that at least for the side of Falcon, they have that advantageous side. It seemed like that first half, Mary just couldn't create the space because every time she tries to satchel in towards the side, she immediately gets shut down by the players here of Ascend. They're just willing to fight it out, but that also has a cons, right? If you don't win the aim duels, you have the man disadvantage already. And here on the second half, not winning the pistol just really stamped in for the side of Falcon that security, that safety cushion, as we call it.
Yeah, definitely. And you could see a lot of these situations where there would be, like you said, there would be a man advantage, a gun advantage, and things just end up turning around. Ascend as well, there were these beautiful moments coming from Mary that were stopped in their tracks. Notably, one of the big showstopper moments coming from her.
Yeah, unfortunate, right, for Mary, especially on this attacking. But honestly, Victoria wants that side really swapped out, and once the setups coming in from Alexi, the Tejo of Mad V, for example, was able to create and help out Mary hold positions, she could just frag out multi-kills like this exact moments.
Yeah, exactly. I think we saw this coming from the same team last year with Alexi and Inari being that duelist initiator sort of setup, and we see that same pairing happening again between Mad V and Mary. And it's just so important, of course, to have that right setup from your Tejo, especially to create that space, or your breach. So this is just really well put together by Falcons Vega here, and they strung together a lot of really important consecutive rounds there, and it just was too much, I think, for Ascent to try to overcome that and take it back in that second half.
But look at this first kills that Ascend has, though. 12 total first kills on their end. It just goes to show how really they're willing to fight it out and really try to find that first pick off or make that first pick off happen, because you have a single duelist, and at that point, once you shut that down, at least you have that turnaround of events where you're expecting them to maybe pace themselves a lot more slower. But on the attacking side of Falcons here, despite all the disadvantages, despite them wanting to move slower, I think those trade-offs, those trade frags really brought them back into the action again.
Yes, absolutely. I think, to your point, a lot of really solid trades, a lot of just good fundamental Valorant happening here from Falcons, and a bit from Ascend too, and you can really see that come through, especially through Capricious's calling, because you were saying as well, while of course Falcons has won, and I think they did have Split very much in control, Capricious's reads and calls, I think there were some really good moments coming from their side there.
Yeah, before we started, we mentioned and talked about how we're expecting a lot of the Sentinel players, like Inari, for example, doing late lurks around the map, right? And we've seen Inari do that exact thing, actually. And for the side here of Capricious and the rest of the team, having that good of a read, waiting patiently as well, and really reacting the way that they did, they still managed to pull up and rack up some points. But again, FLC, this is their map pick.
Yeah, this is their map pick. And interestingly, you were noting how They are better on. They were stronger on their defensive side. Maybe a bit surprising on a map like Split, but they just decided to play it a little bit more. I don't want to say safe. Safe's not the right word, but making sure things were a little bit more secure. But you know what? Both of these teams are in to win it. And we are going to be going into a map 3 after this. This is going to be Bind. This is going to be Falcons. This is going to be Ascend's pick. Is this it? Is this the end of the road for Ascend? And where FLC continues to be completely on their win streak here? We'll have to wait and see. So you guys, we're going to go on a very quick break. And when we come back, we're going to find out.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back to Valorant Game Changers SEA 2025. This is Split 1. This is the grand finals, and this is the moment where we're about to find out if Falcons Vega continues on to be completely undefeated throughout this entire Split 1 and win the very first grand finals of this year. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Tayrawr, my analyst, and we just saw some crazy games happen on the very first 2 maps. But Tayrawr, we are going to be going on to Bind. You predicted Ascend at the start of this show. Let's just bring that up.
Vic.
It was a hot take.
Believe.
Okay, you still believe. I like that.
I still believe. To be fair though, your map 1 looks like 13-10, 13-8. I've seen like the teams or the players like Alexi go on with a 13-1, 13-2, right? We're getting there at least. So I'm still a believer, I would have to say. I wouldn't change my prediction, Victoria, even if you force me to.
I like it. You know what? Like, stick to your guns and believe in Ascend. And you know what? It is the hotter take amongst the two predicting here, but I don't think it's unrealistic at all. Ascend has been showing some really good signs of strength, really good ideas, really good reads, and these two teams are really familiar with each other as well. They played each other recently in this split, and they played last year, the very last Game Changers SEA last year. Split 2 was the last time the core members of each of these squads faced off against each other. So there's a lot of familiarity and a lot of experience on both sides. Now, with Bind, this is going to be a little bit interesting. So Ascend picked this map. They won comfortably the one time they played it during the Swiss stages against We Love Cats, now known as Full Sense Cats. And they won. It was like a very solid win. But Falcons also played Bind 3 times, and all their opponents only got single-digit round wins. So this is gonna be a tall order for Ascend, but you know what? They picked it for a reason, right?
If I were to mention those matches that you just said, it's 13-1. 13-6 and 13-3 as a scoreline, right? That's pretty tough to look at. But it's also against like teams as well that aren't in the top 4, right? So at the end of the day, these are teams or, for example, matches that you can try to play around and really mix up the agent selection composition that you want to play. But we are looking at Falcons Vega trying out combinations like Teho Gecko, or for example like a Breach combination with a Sky. So I'm very excited to see actually what their agent select is gonna be. But for the side of Ascend, I think right now, since it could be either the last map or we're going for another, that aim duel potential that they have can really shine when it comes to Bind and maps like this.
Yes, Bind is always... I like that we started with these 3 maps. These 3 maps, especially Split and Bind, there's a lot of really fun aim duel moments that happen here, especially, you know what, it's just the Raze maps. They're always like a little bit crazy, a little bit wild, and I agree. I think there's a lot of that will be happening. We can see both of these teams like playing the Raze. It continues to be the meta, mostly I think across VCT, but yeah, Teho still remains like the guy, the Joe, the Teho. They really, all the teams like using him here, and I guess I can see why. But to your point about it, will be interesting to see how they, especially Falcons Vega, which formula they end up going with, because they have mixed it up quite a bit. Are they going to go with the Sky? Are they going to go with the Gecko? Are they stick with an Astra for their smokes instead of Brimmy and his Stimmy? That is definitely the question, and I'm sure they've worked something out here. And the other question, of course, is going to be, how is Ascend going to respond to that? And also, where's their mental at right now?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
when your backs are against the wall.
Yeah, exactly, right? You're 2-0 down, basically, and you still have to make sure you try to at least get this first half in and really put everything out. I think it's basically a do or die kind of match right now already. It's their last chance, or it's done and over with. And for Ascend, like you mentioned, it's gonna be more on the mentality of the players right now and how they want to take this on. But when it comes to the aim duel already, we've seen that from the first 2 maps that they're capable on really winning on aim duel alone. But then you add Bind into the mix, and then the post plants happen. You mentioned it already, the Stevie of Brimmy, and then all the smokes, the longest smoke in the game, the longest molly of the game, for example. You have teams that wants to put Viper on the lineup as well, that you have another molly for. So I really think it's just not about the aim duel, but also that post plant scenario will do a lot. Even if you don't win the aim duel or don't fight with anyone, but if you have all the lineups in the world, how are you gonna win?
It's true. Just you gotta hunt down that Brim. You gotta take him out like immediately. Him or Viper. There's like just hunt for them. We've seen too many Vine moments, especially where the Brim ends up being really clutch. Whether it's his Molly, and it's been kind of traumatic watching it. These really like nail biting moments. So I am almost certain that this is going to be happening at some point, especially when it comes to these two teams where, we are at like down to the wire and something insane absolutely happens. So for sure, eyes are on the Asian Select. And to your point also about the mental is so important here because they practice everything that they could until this point, like they know what the playbooks is. They know what strategies they want to use. They know what agent comp they want to use. They know what, who's going to be on what role and what's going to be happening. But what do you do from here? It's all about just making sure that you're comfortable, that you're calm, and that you can actually execute all the things that you've been practicing. And that's honestly, it doesn't matter what level of Valorant you're playing, whether you're playing in a bronze lobby ranked or the highest tiers in VCT champions. It all comes down to mental.
Yeah, mental and also good communication, right? When mental is down, obviously communication also goes down. So it's just really linking each other at this point. Again, it's a do or die matchup.
It is a do or die matchup. Ooh, they changed it. Okay, it's a send. Okay. Both sides have switched it up. All right, what do you want to tackle first? Because there's a lot of things that have been changing here.
Well,
there's
first
so
of all,
purple.
you have a Clove. You had that second opportunity to bring out a smoke still, even for that post-plant scenario. And you do have a Deadlock as well. The walls are annoying. The traps for Deadlock as well. You don't really notice much, especially when you're using a raise and you have to jump in.
Oh yeah, I really like this combination. It's also a gamble with this. I feel like we've seen this kind of combination happen before, especially in Southeast Asia, with this Clove Deadlock sort of combi. There's a lot you can do with the mesh barrier, and
I think they really want to win the defense, Vic. You have that double sentinel already.
Yeah, 100%. On the other side, Vice is in action actually. So this is the first time they'll be pulling out Vice on the bind. All right, are you still feeling confident about your Ascend pick?
Yeah.
What was that? You gotta be confident.
Yeah, I'm confident, Vic.
All right, well, we're gonna send it over to our casters for our map 3. This is a best of 5, and casters, how confident are you feeling?
A lot more confident than Tayrawr, that's for sure. Her eyes twitching, realize she's like, it's gonna happen. We're gonna go all 5 maps, but honestly, this series has been Team Falcons in control, and they are up by 2 and are on series point coming into this band. Welcome back, ladies and gents. This is the finals for VCT Game Changers Southeast Asia, split 1 between Team Falcons and Ascend. I'm Daks here, joined by Realize, and coming into this one, man, any expectations? Because we saw a big change up for Ascend, right? Cloves in, double sentinel with the Deadlock, and especially the patches we're playing on right now, some massive changes for both Deadlock as well as Clove to really mix things up here for the likes of Ascend.
Yeah, it shows that they are comfortable and they are looking for comfortability. But for Eliza, inhale more of this. Who knows? The copium might just save you. Because Ascend, the fight is not over. They might force a map number 4 that is still on the card because they have proven to us that they can make the Falcons bleed. But so far for Ascend, rather, this pick, it is so unique because the Clove really curtails you to just fight up front compared to picks like Brimstone, for example, or like the Viper, where you can play a much more methodical approach in terms of the approaches. You can play it slow, and then you have the Brimstone with the Brim ult as well to clear out the U-Haul, right?
Yeah, you can feel that this is a pocket pick here for Capricious especially. She's been itching to fight throughout the game. She was on the Astra for most of the series, and now she can play the front. A map like Bind as well, you can still set up those ruses, and I'm expecting a few medal lineups given how it has been changed. We'll keep an eye out too for grab nets from Con. Now a signature ability. The flash comes on out. Grahams looking to put the pressure towards Belong. Pageshell's gonna get lobbed. Falcons on the other hand, picking around by Hookah. Ineri still on Vice duty. Double peek comes. Mary with the kill on the Piety already. It's Falcons with the first pick along the way. Ascend on the other hand tries to find his elbow control, but Alexi immediately spiting Grahams, who's out in the open. This is good for Falcons with that Hookah control. Sure gets the flank going, but Falcons now still with the height, and it forces a spike to TP away as Capricious falls.
Oh my god, Capricious gets the stab from the back. Con and Japips again
Right here.
with planting duties with the spike and Con. A Hail Mary play might just happen right here, right now. Henry though holding that angle, and this kill is going to be important. 2v3 now, Dax. This is doable for Ascend.
Nasty fade away there from Con, giving a chance here for the likes of Ascend. Salva does fly, trying to clear out the corner, but Con again with a connection. Now then, grabbed it into play. Mary though with the find on the Con. It's Japips with the response. It's 1v1 between Japips as well as Mary. Their forays into SCA have been interesting, but it's now Mary who is magnanimous. The triple for Mary. A set of kills here for Falcons and another pistol win. I believe that's 4 in the series for them already.
Oh no. Japips looks at the wrong way, and Mary comes creeping in from the back. Again, Ascend almost able to save what looks like unsalvageable rounds. And Falcons, again, it seems like Ascend, the basis of their playstyle sometimes lies on taking huge risks like this one, right?
Yeah.
Con is going for the swing and then re-peeking towards heaven. Camille gets taken down, and then Mary, though, thankfully cleans up house for Team Ascend, or rather for Team Falcons Vega, excuse me. And now again with the trusty Outlaws, they're able to at least hold their ground and something to peek towards Song. It seems like Enery have been octagon. The flash comes in and disturbs them. Alexi exposed, gets 1 kill.
Fine for now, but she needs a TP away to safety. You said it, Falcons throughout their anti-ecos in the series rely on that Outlaw, but Ascend have something different this time. Sky heal is gonna be massive. Try to keep them top up. Still, the Outlaw should get the 1-shot 1 kill anyway as Ascend pivot to A.
Yeah, Mary again standing very, very tall up in tank with the Outlaw, full kitted with the paint shells as well, but they are not interested in coming into Mary's house. This is their turf. Hookah seems like Ascend. They would make a lot of noise here, but the Sheer will stand in their way, and this might disturb them as Mad V play at the back of the site. Angle.
Oh, 3 only. 1 separated, and Ineri still in position now with the Razor Vines. Stalling for time. This time compared to the last round, they give up Hookah, but Ascend, they're effectively trapped there and might be forced to commit. 32 seconds left. The rest of Ascend dropping now and looking to cross into elbow. And then again, beyond the rules is Ineri gets the first. Madvi still in position. Able to pick up the Outlaw as well. Firepower in her hands, doesn't need it. The sidearm putting the pressure on. A single bullet left in the chamber. Now the Tejo of Alexi pushing low HP here for the likes of Falcon Sure. And Ascend decide to evacuate again. The spike going A, but 4 players of Falcon still standing.
There's still time for Con, but is there enough weaponry? Is there enough firepower? No bodies left to bury. It's just her alone in this world of hurt, and it's going to hurt even more as Mary gets the execution towards Con with the Outlaw. Not having to scratch their bags. Falcons only losing Enery in that process, but still they're able to salvage back the Outlaw, which means it's ready for the next round. 2-0. And Ascend, this is where the real round starts. This is where the big guns are coming. This is where their aggressiveness will be able to be facilitated.
Yeah, I agree with you. They realize they have so much firepower now coming into the bonus fight. And Alexi, good spray there along the way. Gotta say though, Falcons, they're just building on what Ineri was doing in that last map was split, right? Using this Razor Vides and Sheer to stop Ascend in their tracks. Cause that hesitation, force Ascend to be stuck in a spot for a lot longer than they would like.
Yeah. And now Falcons back to square one, playing with the same weapons all over again, but Ascend, this is a new breakthrough for them. This is where they might flip the script of this series, because it has been going south for them. It hasn't really been in their favor. Lady Luck just giving them a thumbs down for the past 2 maps. For now, this is where they might start the rumbling. Grahams, again, just baiting out the shear. Gonna open up this wall, and it erects just in front of Venery. Peeking out with the Outlaw. So they're holding, but the push towards short might look very scary, but Falcons, they have a counter push of their own.
No, so the Showers now, they meet up here with Piety. Guns out. Cammy, though, too late to the party. It's a 1-for-1 instead. And the Falcons, for now, get the gun going. They put the pressure on. Ascend might have to hustle onto the site itself. Japips watching the rear still. You also have Grahams trying to play into cave. Speaking of Grahams now, beautiful angle onto Mary there. 3 on the site though, and beyond the smoke, it's Alexi. Alexi annihilates! 2 more to her name. Capricious with the answer back. The pick-me-up's ready. Capricious going for more.
30 seconds left.
One now, and Neri all alone, but that spike needs to be retrieved here by the likes of Ascent. Also, both players alive for the attackers, having full armor, so it's a tough ask for Neri, and a short shot from Grahams will deliver around to Ascent's hands.
A single tap of the Guardian sends Neri back to her maker. Ascend finally punch their first round onto the board. Falcons on the back of Alexi, almost able to close out that round. That was a heroic play coming in. Crevice in the smoke opens up, and Piety, that single kill actually was so good and so crucial as well, because they were basically quadra pushing that Showers area. And for now though, Falcons, with this lead that they have, they will recycle back to the Vandals. They have the Armageddon ready for Alexi. As Ascend, they might look for an angle towards Octagon. This is gonna be spicy.
Oh, here we go. Airstrikes flying. Armageddon into play. And Ascend narrowly avoiding their own demise. Falcons, another round where they post up towards the Octagon. As you keep saying, the B-long angle, it's been something that the Falcons have used throughout the game. It's been effective so far. The push up from Grahams now stuck in the corner. Mary able to isolate the angle and wins out the first fight. Cameo as well with a spray down now. Smoke in the way. The beauty of the Brimstone, the length of the smoke, as our panel did mention. The Falcons able to hold short steady, and now they stop Ascend again.
Yeah, the spike still with Con has the annihilation, but it's just hard to pop when you don't have any ideas, any information of where your enemies are in Falcons. 4 players, they hold steadfast on towards A, stacking it 3 on A. B side, only enemies to work with. So now, Mary, again with the showstopper, this is going to be hard for a set to go to impervious. There goes the annihilation.
Forces him out of the corner. Also, Capricious trying to enable the push here. Showstopper into play. Grab that gets the catch on the Mary. But Ascend is so awkward. They're separated after the TP. A little panic there for the likes of Piety. She's gonna have to give up the round. And she gives up her life. Right now, the Falcons find the fumble of Ascend and take advantage of it and win it the 3rd round.
Oh, she surrenders. And she was bumping to the wall as well. Under her were sharp vines, the razor vines from Enery. So Falcons, they breeze past Ascend in that round. Let's take a look at the replay here, where Mary just popped her showstopper out of a defensive need as well, and Piety had no other option but to just take the teleporter, take the long way out, and leave her teammate alone at short. So it was so hard for her.
Yeah, it's just so oppressive, right? The Falcons leave it back on. Quick shot again, taking down Mary, who had multiple first deaths in that last map. Those struggles to be cleared here. But speaking of the clear now, Capricious catching a Neri. And yet again, Ascend looking to prove themselves in a half eco round. Capricious, another one. Who needs a gun when you have a gunner this good? The Sheriff on point yet again. The Clove with confidence. Set up the metal 2, tries to find the decay angle. Boom, but also into play as the spikes planted here. Ascend, another peek, another kill perhaps for Capricious. No, not this time. Here comes Falcons now with the answer, but then again it's silenced here quickly by Piety. Many targets for Mad V, but she can't handle all those players. And with it, the numbers into a 2nd round. Ascend effective in that one.
What is happening with the Sheriffs and this game today? It's just so insane how the Sheriffs are basically mini operators, mini vandals. The hand cannons going to work. Look at that tap though from Con. Quick trade from Camille, but Capricious playing in the back of Graham's as the decoy, just jumping around, and she gets a tap. 2 taps rather towards Enery and 1 more into the site. Falcons lose grip of their momentum. And now they want a stronghold and fortify that hookah spot because they like to play here first. And at least, they lined up for Enery, my goodness!
They were gonna line up for them. And Neri with the collapse. The connection's good. Here we go with the Steel Garden as well. We're back to basics. We're back to sidearms. And the Sheriff here for Capricious, still scared to watch out for. And Neri, decisive pick, giving Falcons a heartbeat into the round. But then again, the Seekers now from Ascend will beat Falcons back, forcing Hookah to be seated to Ascend. The attackers, though, also gonna retreat for now. Capricious has the not dead yet, eager to find a pick and try to equalize these numbers.
Again, like you said, whoever has the Sheriff means that they're gonna have the advantage. And by this point, just throw away your Vandals, play with the Sheriffs, because of how insane the impact it has. Rather, the impact it has in this game. Pop flash and Matthew looking for angles. 1 tap again. The Sheriffs doing insane work in the hands of Matthew this time. And Falcons just having to hold this push from Capricious. They just need to not beat this. But Capricious given time and space. Look at that. The Sheriffs, Daks. A mystical weapon.
The best weapon in the tournament right now. Another Sheriff round and another Thrifty into play. Falcons doing it by example. A Neri collateral, sure, that's one to watch out for. But coming into the site itself, the sheer wall triggers. Falcons get the jump on Ascend. Capricious popping the not dead yet. And honestly, I thought maybe Capricious would be one to save the day here for Ascend. But no, players like Mad V so potent at just keeping everything steady and finding these picks. Camu, too, throughout the series has been a menace to Ascend. But Ascend, at the start of the round, they didn't even see it. Grahams gets a double. Now the showstopper for additional momentum. They know Mad V's here by lap. Capricious will fall short, and Piety's the one to get the trade going.
Grahams with the boom bot out. Spike plant for Japips. And again, this time it's all even. At least in terms of the round, in terms of the player advantage, it's not even at all. Graham's run and guns down Alexi. Nowhere to go. The flash as well blinds her fully, and Ascend get round number 3.
We know what we're
so
doing.
fast there for Ascend. They get the 2-man advantage. It's enough for them to push into Shower and keep Falcons effectively contained. It's the strength of what Grahams can do. When she gets these rounds where she finds these first kills, it's such a big difference to the other rounds we've seen throughout the series. Grahams instills confidence for the likes of Ascend, and that brings her close to evening out her KD here. She's gotten 2 more in that round. She popped the showstopper. So much momentum here in favor of Ascend. Swings back in their favor as Falcons back on a few Sheriffs in hand.
Look at Con with the operator though. Deadlock with an operator. On attack as well, Daks. This is insane. Just solely holding the Showers push. And it seems like they expect this. A quad push coming in as well from Falcons. This is going to brew to a storm, Daks.
Again, Alexi, no! Not the same as an Airy, but Cameo and Mad V are the ones to find the kills anyway. Japips, 2 of her own. Mad V! Mad V! Absolute insanity! But then Con finds at least one way to keep things calm. It's 1v1 after everything is said and done, but the Falcons, they cause so much carnage. And the Airy's creeping closer and closer now. Spike though, planted for confirmation here for Con. Sets up Sonic Sensor. And Neri keeping quiet, looking to crawl her way towards the spike. It's still Con playing into Showers though, and Neri up close and personal. She did it before, and she can't do it this time. The clutch instead for Con as Ascend equalize.
Oh, that trip! Well placed from Con. And Neri, unlucky for her, she missed her first bullet. If she had hit that, I don't think the sensor would have popped in. It wouldn't have stunned her. Look at the replay here again. The stuns all over, but Mad V doing insane things with the Sheriff. And there you go, the Sonic Sensor right on cue to stun up Enery. Just messing with her crosshair and movement in general. Japips, of course, trailblazing that towards A. Rams forced back by the pressure, sheer amount of force given by the missiles. And Mary on the back of the site, holding the paint shells. Another execute towards A, it seems like.
And look, it's a word now. And the word of the day is Graham's getting it done. Into laps we go. Madby now with a trade of her own. And Madby has been stellar for the Milticals throughout this game. She's good for 2 only though. As now Ascend get the site effectively.
Spike
3v2.
planted.
No way to rest Madby at that distance unless Inari can pull off a stealth mission to remember. The cross comes, Inari creeping closer now, but Madby eventually timing out. And Ascend using the laps to their advantage. They have to gun
Last
with the
enemy
south to push
remaining.
them out. Inari though spotted here by Japips. Good kill by the Sky. Everything left to Alexi here. 1v3 ahead. Capricious in position. And Ascend take the lead away.
Wow. Nowhere to go. I mean, the salvo was pretty much very effective as well into forcing the players of Ascent to come out of that lamps or that U-Haul spot. But Japips, the swing was perfect. She got a kill, an instant headshot as well, instantaneous. But take a look again at Graham's and how rampant she could be in the takes, in the offensive takes, in the executes. And I would argue that that was a much more direct approach given by Ascend compared to how it was panning out in the first in the last few rounds. And Falcons now, they have to call the timeout because it seems like they can't contain the pressure coming in from Ascend. They tried to win in front of every fight possible, be it the Shower's Peak, be it the 4-player push coming in towards short. Nothing really comes to avail for them. So Ascend, it seems like now they have Falcons number.
Yeah, I mean, Ascend has been putting the pressure on, as you mentioned, and I think it's exactly what they're doing right now against the Falcons. They're putting the pressure onto these angles that they commit on. The executes, especially courtesy of Graham's, have been so bolsterous to Ascend, has just been really the things that tip things in their favor. And from what we notice here for Falcons, they're the ones getting overrun. Sure, they have good backside control. They have players like Mad V to look to equalize, get these trades going, but still not enough. Ascend get the space, Ascend get the plant, and from that point on, Ascend get the rounds.
Yeah. And now, Falcons, let's see what magic tricks they can pull out of their sleeve. This time with the Sheriffs in hand again. Because as we all know, the Sheriffs, these are insane weapons. It's basically an urban legend at this point, a myth that shall not be wielded by any player. If not, it's going to give them a thrifty. And for Falcons, it seems like again they want to stack 4 players at A. Let's see what we call the Sheriff Showdown.
Again, the legend of the Sheriff perhaps with Graham's there with the judge in hand. Mary though showing up. Heidi now is finding her in response. And Ascend overall with an advantage here. Alex even caught in the cocoon. Well done by Ascend. Another quick execute and another quick round by them.
Yeah. And that was very quick as well. Considering the fact that Falcons are on an eco, I think it's pretty worth it to say because Con had to exert her annihilation, had to spend it, but Graham's though 1 away from that showstopper. Japips with the Seekers, so at least they have number 1 oppressiveness, number 2. They have information play in terms of where they want to do their reconnaissance, in terms of how they want to dictate how many players are in one site. And Falcons under pressure, being left behind. And I believe this is the first time where Ascent is really able to dictate the flow of the game.
Yeah.
And bind so far. And this is looking very beautiful for them. It's coming up roses.
No, yeah, I agree with you. This is the first time in the series where really we see Team Falcons on the back foot coming into a first half. And 6-4 in favor of Ascend. Putting pressure onto B yet again. We get a good stall though, courtesy of Inari. Falcon still stacked up heavily towards A. Guns in hand, Inari again. Everything to watch out for. Sheer triggered. Another moment where Ascend need to pause the action. Falcons, they brought Mary now to reinforce B. This is the big matchup. Piety on the lurk. Spotted by Alexi. And that's a big pick for the Falcons now. Seekers 2 into play. Ascend looking to find the execute. Showstopper though. Launched towards Inari. Elbows cleared. It's Ascend on site. But then again, time for Armageddon. Forces the fight. Barrier mesh in the way. Stalls for time, but Ascend should get the plant down now.
Ooh, look at that trap though. It's very good. And Mary might come chiming in. The swing is good. Con is there. Mary gets one. Can't look for the second. Japips is there. Call for arms. And look at this. Another clutch in front of her face. And the table handed to her. But it's palpable. The tension is cut short by Graham's. Triple kill for her. And Capricious expires behind
Last round
that
in the
ultimate.
half.
It doesn't matter though. Ascend have everything they would want and more coming into the last round of the first half. 5 rounds in the row. All the economy that they have here, so they're fully kitted. And the only saving grace really for the Falcons, a showstopper in the hands of Mary. You'd think that this was a round for Falcons. Stop the alert. Force Ascend to commit. With that showstopper, they get that space. Falcons, they buy time with the Tayrawr ult in response. But it just doesn't matter. Ascend have the angles and Ascend have the sight anyway to win it.
It was all just in place for Ascend. And one thing that we haven't pointed out is the fact that the holding nature of this composition. When you get into a post-plant position, this composition just wreaks havoc. Insane delay, insane hold. But look at that scan and the showstopper is out.
Yeah, what a suppress there from Mad V. Now they know all 5 alive on the other side. Mary looking to launch the showstopper onto Capricious. No way to get out of that corner. And Neri too with the Bucky Falcons all across. They got the intel, now they get the kills. It's the Falcons running rampant. The last round of their defense. Piety ahead could have been a clutch, but it's flawless instead. Courtesy of the Falcons. 5 isn't shabby after the run Ascend had there, but this is the first time in the series we see Ascend in the lead coming into the second half.
And finally, Falcons, they end that, what, like 5 lose streak that they had?
Yeah.
And in approximately, 12 rounds, obviously, in the first half. But the way they won it, the way they ended it, was with a flawless, a very, very dominating one at that. And I do believe that was attributed fully to Mad V. The way she scanned and she was able to suppress at least 5 players from Ascend means that Ascend couldn't really traverse around the site with those utilities that they had. And now Falcons on attack. This composition, again, same thing, has the post-plant possibilities. But now you want to talk about the bigger picture. Now you want to talk about the mentality of both teams. It seems like Ascend, after losing 2 maps, they are not in a slump. They're not tilting at all. They're still able to fight back. And the fact that they're able to dictate the first half and now possibly going to the second, it just shows their mental fortitude and just insanely holding on a thin thread. And now giving the fight towards Falcons. 7 rounds though in the board. They still need to multiply that. They still need to run really far. And they could start it off with winning the pistol round. This is going to be a very important pistol round.
Yeah, they have the heart of the underdog. You can see it for Ascend. When the going gets tough, they get tougher. And Capricious especially. It's been a battle of the IGLs at the top of the scoreboard. I think Capricious looking so much more comfy on the Clove, given a chance to play the front, be that fragger for the likes of Ascend. And Mad V, on the other hand, honestly, whatever agent she plays, she's just been so good at it. Consistent with the utility, consistent with the kills. Now then, Falcons on the attacking side. And they look the pressure towards A. The ruse, though, from Ascend. Only concern on the defense. These smokes are going to be shorter. That's why the double sentinel's there in the first place. Mary quickly, though, finding a pick. Capricious in response. Pick me up to get out of the salvo's range. And even more so, grab it now to stop Falcons in their tracks. Barrier mesh on the side of Showers. But the flood comes in from Falcons towards Lamps. Con catching an Airy, though, in response. 3v3. Camu already in backside, but Mad V tapping that spike. But Falcons trying to fake it. To TP. Watch out for this one though. Camu spotted out by Con and Ascend now with the advantage.
Important kill towards Con, or rather by Con towards that smoker convenient. Now then they'll have little to no vision blocks. Alexi wants to swing behind this, but it seems like she gets decapitated. And Alexi with the triple kill again, clutching that one out. And Falcons, they have 6.
Alexi does it again on her own. 3 ahead, 3 fall, and Falcons, even with the numbers disparity, even with things collapsing at the seams, Alexi is there to just bring her A game and bring the round to Falcons. Check this replay. This was well crafted by the likes of Ascend. Con's pick onto Neri, massive. Them getting the catch on Camu, even bigger. But then Alexi just does it all. And as I said a while ago, for the Falcons, they've only lost a single pistol round in this series here. That's another one to the books for them.
Yeah, and look at the cheer being popped. There's no way to destroy it. The only way you want to bait it out is just to walk in front of it or jump peek it. And that's a very good holding power as well for the Vice, at least in the side of Falcons. And now, Capricious with the Sheriffs. 2 Sheriffs at least now for Ascent to work with. Grahams will play close with the Shorty. But will it do enough damage towards Falcons, who has those guns, mighty ones at that? The Bulldogs, the Guardians, and one outlaw in the hands of Henry as Alexi scans towards the site. Revealing no one, because Japips and one more player who is Piety is up on Hookah. Another attack towards B site.
Oh, she picks away, but then Neri finds the pick anyway. Onto one, lock the boats. Falcons, different anti-eco look here. Everyone investing guns this time around. Don't want the second guess against Ascend. First one's in. Mary is there. Mary with a second. Clear out the elbow. No one gonna come from spawn anymore. It's Hookah, the danger zone here that Ascend are trying to play from. Khan now peeking. Tips right behind there. Khan, effective again. Stellar shot onto Alexi to throw the grab net. Just assuming a swing will come from Falcons. But the Falcons playing a bit more disciplined here. Holding steady by the octagon. To suppress as well. But Khan lines it up. Another pick for Khan here. Mappy now with the answer. And into the smoke we go. Japips gets a Coliseum to work with. Japips! No! It's the melee on hand. And Camu. Classic's good enough to find it anyway. Falcons get the round, but they lose all their guns in the process though.
Unlucky for Japips. She brings a sword to a gunfight, and of course, you can't really dodge the bullets with that sword. And Ascend, they lose that round, but still, damage inflicted. Take a look at Falcons. 1 stinger and 4 pistols in the next round at least. Graham's looking for a play. But look at the Sheriff though. Again, like Khan, so crispy on the shots. And this unlucky ordeal coming in from Japips. Just a nicer of 1 round win. The barrier mesh to stop the push coming in from Falcons. Gonna break it down though, and it seems like A is the destination of choice for Falcons.
Well, look, Ascend, they lost the battle. They lost that round, but they're winning on Eco now, given the damage that they did against Falcons. I was saying a while ago, Falcons, they're playing this anti-Eco with more guns than usual, investing heavily, and this is what happens when you get picked apart by your opponent. 4 Sheriffs and the Stinger. We are Sheriff believers here on the broadcast, sure. But Ascend have the advantage, and Khan does it again. Another kill here for Khan. Cammy though with the threat. Capricious stable on the backside, shutting down Mary while she tries to fly. Capricious now answered by Aneri. It's straight for threat. It's been the tale of this series, but then Piety comes up to catch Camu in the act again. Cams up, Japips there. Japips with the hold, and Japips with the pick. It's up to Aneri now in a 1v3.
Healing over here.
The heal coming in towards Graham's. Henry, not much to work with. Hold her ground. This is looking very shaky for her. Half HP only with a Guardian. Has to look for a tap. Not going to find any. Piety does get the kill at the last bit of that round. And Graham's on the defuse. Ascend back on the driver's seat. They're able to fight back Falcons after what was actually a very, very interesting round, because Falcons were able to get 2 pickoffs, and Ascend, they still are able to maintain that 8th round in their score.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, the scoreline here in the second half isn't the best indicator of the Ascend defense. It's been so strong. Ascend, it took a clutch to beat them in the pistol. They killed everyone on the eco there in the second round, and coming into that defense right, they just held steady again. Quick trades from the likes of Capricious and the rest. I think it's been struggles for Falcons playing that TP, because Ascend always has a player looking to find the last player there, and Camu was case in point that example. So Falcons still on the back foot. Ascend guns at the ready, but this is where Falcons can strike back with the rifles of their own.
The rifles might just rumble for Falcons. Ascend, their weaponry, no less of an importance for this round. And Mary will just satchel into the site. This is looking very, very scary. Ascend holding their ground. Annihilation reels in Mary. They have to shoot her down, and she does go down. 4v5 without their main duelist. What will they do, Daks? Under pressure is Khan. Still scary.
second. Swings to that grab that Graham's precious, given the space to work with. And Ascend using the utility for better angles. Arcros being prime. Flash comes on out. Capricious though still in the front line. Mad V! Mad V! It's 2 for Mad V! It's 1 for Ineri. 1v1 now, but here we go. Advantage perhaps, but Grahams doesn't even need a gun. Classic for the 3k at the end, and Ascend now up by 2.
What? Henry did not even wait for the Steel Garden to completely finish. And by that time, Graham's, her primary wasn't gemmed just yet, but with the full confidence she has, she pulled out her classic, and she popped Henry down, hit the floor, she says, and she gets that clutch. It was Mad V, the saving grace for Falcons for a few seconds of that round, but Ascend, 9 rounds. This is looking closer than ever for them to at least get 1 map to their pockets. But as for now, Falcons are not stopping on their pursuit.
Showstopper here, Mary, looking to lead the charge. No command as well, trying to clear corners, but right behind you, Mary, it's Capricious! Capricious now brought back to life by herself. Jip here, also finding more. Ascend, annihilating all opposition! And Ascend are up to 10. You were saying, realize, a chance here to get a map. Remember which team took maps away from the old Sipta last year. It was the core of this Ascend roster now in that Sisu squad. And a timeout called by Falcons as Ascend have just been impressive on this defense.
Oh, this is so uncanny. This is not a sight to behold for Falcons. This is so weird of them to take 2 timeouts. Usually you would expect them to take only 1, and they're able to stabilize again, reset the round, reset the course of the game. But for now, it seems like they're shoved back. Their backs against the wall. And for this round, they have to really win it because, Daks, if they do lose it, look at their credits, 0 to like 600 max. And if they lose, Ascend has the chance to punch match point first.
Yeah.
And Falcons, they have to get that 8th round, because if not, it's looking bleak for them. And still, they are already on series point, so no need of a panic still just yet. But Ascend, this opens up insane possibilities to happen.
Yeah, great point there, realize. Truthfully, it is a must-win by this point for Falcons, given that the economy has just been out of their hands ever since they lost round 14. It has just been Ascend all day, building a bank, winning this game of inches effectively. Quick little tech pause here, and I just want to freak out a little bit more about how Ascend has been playing this defense. So with the time right now, look at how these angles are played so well by Ascend. They're so quick at peeking for the trades. And I think the most impressive round we've seen from Falcons was that round where Mad V gets to suppress, because it's the only time we saw Ascend really struggle to find the firefights. Compare it to the second half right here, realize that these grab nets are giving that space. You have these ruses that they're playing with. They have the flashes from Japips, and all in all, they're using this utility to give them the confidence to play the aim duels instead.
I like that point as well, where Ascend, they are just growing more confident by the second. It seems like that confidence is not stopping anytime soon, because look at the multiple amount of pressure that they're able to exert towards Falcons. I mean, they're winning the gunfights, and Graham's in that last round just swinging out with the classic Henry. Yeah, again, quite questionable decision for not waiting for the Steel Garden to complete fully. But then again, if you want to give the benefit of the doubt to her, Graham still won with the classic, so I don't think it'll make much of a difference compared to if she waited for the Steel Garden to complete. Yeah, Falcons, again, just stumbling slowly. But if you talk about the bigger picture, again, it's still a 2-0 scoreline in terms of the whole series. And if they do lose this one out, we are still going to go to Fracture, which is going to be Falcons Vega's pick. So, their Fracture, you know what happened yesterday in Fracture, right? 10-2.
Yeah.
And it became 14 scoreline. That overtime is still up in the cards. That comeback is still alive as well. So 10-2. It's still possible for a comeback to happen.
Yeah, it's still possible for the Falcons to come back, but what a conversation we're having here. that they're the ones on the back foot after the story of not just the series, but the whole tournament so far. Ascend looking to make God's bleed at this point. And they are effectively finding ways to play these sites to fruition. Onto the site we go again. He's the target. It's time now for the Armageddon to be unleashed. And speaking of Ascent, they bring Con poster up to play into showers. The rest of the team go for backside. Lamps controlled here. Right like the Falcons though. Camu the first to peek on out. Capricious still in position. Press comes. Capricious doesn't need utility. She just needs a gun in hand. 2 for Falcons in response, but Ascent have the numbers advantage. Mary now effectively equalizing. 2v2. Mary's hurting. Piety wants to push the issue as we see the Falcons TP away again. But the chase is on! And Mad V caught napping. Spike out in the open. Ascend now with a double up, and there's no chance for Mary at all. Ascend have made it 2-11.
It's getting real! It's getting real, Dax. I mean, 11 for Ascend, and now Falcons has to eco. Or rather, if they want to buy out here, and they lose, they have to eco in the last round, and that's not what you want to do. So, 2 things that they can bank on. Number 1, they can play for overtime and eco here. Number 2, they can make it happen with the Sheriffs, and that is something that is still in the cards. Possibilities left and right, and only Mary with the Guardian. We know what the Sheriffs can do, and Ascend, they themselves are scared of that possibility, so they will play far back. But for Falcons, they will advance towards long and Octagon. It seems like it is going to be the focal point of attack, but look at the number of utilities, the magnets and the traps all set up, laid down by Piety. A feast towards B might happen just soon.
It took a clutch for the Falcons to come back on Fracture yesterday. It's gonna take a clutch right now, a thrifty, especially if the Falcons want to stand a chance against Ascend at this rate on Bind. And Ascend posted up well again. Drone sent here by Alexi after Tripwar's broken. Alexi now with the intel. Salvo sent to force the tin can hold of Japips out. But the Cyber changes. They're good cover here for Piety. Capricious though found the Camu. Here comes Falcons now to put the pressure on. Mad V even through the wall. Sheriffs again making Falcons have a possibility here. It's
Spike
singing
planted.
well realized. Spikes planted. Graham's on the other hand. Playing up close. The Rays are fine.
One enemy was standing.
Double up now. Alexi in position. Graham's with the answer. 3v1. Falcons managing this round well, though.
She has to clutch this. But again, we talked about the possibility, Dax, and it's happening again. As you wish, the Sheriffs does create havoc. Disaster again for Ascend. Losing out on the hand cannons. This time they have Vandals in their hand. Looking left and right as Grahams and Mary will close the round. And you will be rewarded with the Sheriffs. And Ascend, take my advice, play with the Sheriff now.
Yeah.
Why not?
The Church of the Sheriff gets another devout believer after that one. And the Falcons just putting the pressure on Ascend this time. It was a big play to get rid of Japips in the container, forcing the Cyber Cage to be popped. Capricious also getting caught through the wall bang there. Falcons finding the space to work with that utility, and gotta give it to Mad V as well. Some big flashes throughout that round, especially that last one. Cleanly pick off the last player of Ascent there. Boombot though sent now as we go into another. Guns out ready for the Falcons. A better arsenal this time around.
Yeah, there's a saying in Indonesia that goes, you say what you wish for, and they wished for the Sheriffs to work. We wished for the Sheriffs to work, and it worked pretty well. B-side full of smokes. Orbital strike really prematurely. They will come in, Dax.
One less.
Right down comes Mary with the pick. Japips responds in kind. It's 2 for 2 though.
Spike down B.
Falcons here want more. They get more. Alexi, another clean pick for her. And while we stand down, I do want to try and stick around on the backside. They struggle with the salvo. Razor Vine 2. No escape at all for Graham. Spike now being planted here by Falcons. And with it, another 1v3 head. But Con, she's done incredible moments like this before. Can she do so again? Finds the pick onto one already. Alexi isolate away from Mary, but Alexi takes matters in her own hands. Con will fall before the ult can pop, and Falcons now find the Knights.
Oh no. Is this it? Is this it for Ascend? 11-9. Falcons inching closer getting their fingertips on Ascend. They grasp this chance.
Spike down B.
10 fingers, both hands.
One enemy remaining.
And the Sheriff's now turning the tides around for them. This is starting to feel like it is going to happen again. Another episode of the comeback and fracture. But this time it's closer. This time it's not as far. 11-9, a timeout for Ascend. Now, the question is, how do they want to approach this? They have been very passive the past 2 rounds, the past 3 rounds even, waiting inside. The orbital strike didn't even hit anyone, and they were still able to barge in. They were still able to push on through. And the question is for Ascend, do they go for the offense here? But again, if they do just that, it feels like flipping a coin. It feels like they're going to gamble again. And if they lose that, they are possibly going to give Falcons Vega the 11th round for them. And then that is where it starts to get real. So Ascend, again, the question is passive or aggressive?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying here. I think for Ascend, right, if they decide to play aggressive the way that they've been wanting to play throughout the series, it can just blow up in their face given the potential punish plays from the likes of Mad V, the likes of Aneri on the Falcons side. But Falcons have been getting so much space to play these executes that Ascend need to throw at least a wrench into their plans to try and disrupt the setup from the Falcons. Again though, Falcons getting that B long control with utility. Mary has the showstopper. They're breaking a single segment of the barrier mesh here to give her a flight path in the future. So still an angle for Falcons to play into B. Ascendo on the other hand, double posted up towards A short to try and catch Aneri. It's Falcons in position now, sending a bit of a drone here to get that utility, to get that intel. And Falcons now will back away from it.
Yeah, they will pull back. Retreat. And A site will be their new point of attack. Sheer from Aneri to hold any flankers in position. But look at that Ascend. They're playing this so far back. Full discipline in their very minds. Scan. Doesn't press anyone. Showstopper. The party is stopped. Daks.
Mary can't even blow a single cannon. Graham's piety. Both in position now. And Ascend here. They stop Falcons in their tracks. They just reel it back.
30 seconds left.
Use the barrier mesh early towards B. Force Falcons away. And in a 5v2, what can the Falcons really do here? And Neri, Alexi, they made moments happen in the clutch throughout their careers. Time running out. They don't really stand a chance. Ascend, masterful in that round. A flawless put them on map points.
12-9. Is this real, chat? Is Ascend going to get a map off of Team Falcons Vega? Because so far, Falcons are yet to drop a single map. And you said it, the only team, or rather the core players, who were able to drop a map off of that Sipto core was Team Sisu, with most of the players here now in Ascend. And this might be another replication of what happened a year ago. And Falcons Vega, they are going to tremble in fear of the possibilities. But again, like we said, map 4 on the cards, Fracture, the choice of Falcons. And Con, suppressed by that one knife from the KO. The scan is good, but Con looks at the right way. 3 players from Falcons are there, and they might look for a rampage in towards B site.
Yeah, they throw the smoke as well to look to stop. Falcons in their tracks. With the barrier mesh being primed like that, it's easy to break here for the attackers.
Drone going out.
Mary only has a Guardian in hand. Stealth drone now. Looking to clear out Hookah, but the rest of Ascend, they're stacking well onto B, especially Capricious now with the backside control. Beautiful grab net for Con. You know, Mary's around there. Mary still steady and strong. A kill now onto Capricious, giving Falcons a chance to make the push happen. Spike being planted as well. After the null command buys that space. The rest of Ascend now holding onto elbow. Burst from the doorway too. Could be huge. Camu still sticking around though. In the corner here, in the pocket. And here comes the fire squad. Courtesy of the Falcons. Con comes in though. Con's connection only leads to a single pick. It's 3v1. And up to Japips now. The newest face on the Ascend roster. Holding the pocket. A place to play for. Mary falls 2v1 now. Mad V here trying to get the suppressed to Pips, narrowly dodging it, but the salvo will force her off that spike. Now against Alexi. Alexi will win it. And double digits made by Falcons. They're not done yet.
They are not done just yet. yet to throw in the towel. Falcons, Vega, still by the skin of their teeth, able to win another round. Good opening pick from Mary. A wall bang at that as well. And Camille chimes in together. The last kill, I mean, it was done. It was set in stone, to be honest. Like, they had the salve already, and Alexi was playing in a very, very advantageous position that forces Japips to come up to peek into her. And that was so unfavorable, at least for Japips. And now Alexi has still the Armageddon, and Camille orbital strike on the ready. One away at least. The orbs needed. A trailblazer quick information replied with this drone towards Hookah. Still looking for Con, and Con gets spotted out. At least they know that the deadlock is in B side, but still they want to come in. Still they want to barge in towards B side. Rotations called upon, and the cavalry will arrive soon.
Well, this is the round where Capricious can play a bit more aggressive. Has the not dead yet available. A ruse on the site. Looking to draw the action into the clutches of Con. But Falcons, they don't flinch at that. They move away instead and put the pressure towards A. Suppress should get 2 targets there. Both the Cypher as well as the Sky of Japips. Suppressed by the knife, sure. Then again, Armageddon into play on the side. Gustavo with the catch. He's only good for the one. No support from the rest of the Ascent. 4v4 as Falcons now go towards the B site.
30 seconds
Capricious, is she gonna dare? Is she gonna peek? That's the big question. Madby now with the plant. Capricious, here's a bit of a sprint there. And Capricious spotted by a Neri instead. So now Falcons force out the not dead yet. Flash comes up close and personal. Japips with the catch onto Alexi and Neri, shutting down Capricious yet again. 2 lives are all for naught. It's 2v1. Make that 2v none. Falcons, they refuse to lose, and here they are 1 away from forcing overtime.
Overtime again in our very eyes. I would imagine that. Imagine pain. And would lose out yet again in another overtime bout together against Falcons, Vega. And they are trying to put that at the top. This was a very good pick by Con, but she couldn't really pull off the second kill. And Capricious out in the open, being picked up by Enery. And everything just follows suit, and Ascent call the timeout. They really, really need this because they want to stop Falcons' momentum. Because a possible overtime might happen, and so far they're just sitting ducks inside, waiting for Falcons to barge in. And once they do, it's always going to be a 50-50 situation. It's always going to be a coin flip of who lands the shots. And so far, Ascend, they do land the shots, but the layering from Falcons is way too thick. The way that they play the body system so far, the trades coming in quite right on time, so quick as well. So Ascend, they need a way to deal with those scenarios that Falcons are able to pose.
Yeah, if you turn back the page, right, Ascend, it's about closing out these games. Yesterday, against the Falcons, couldn't get it done. The overtime was won by Falcons instead. But then on the other hand, we look back at the lower bracket finals against Mad Army. Mad Army closing in, 13-11, won by Ascend after an incredible Con clutch. So if anyone can do it, Ascend can. They're the ones in position right now. But unfortunately for them, the guns just aren't gonna cooperate here, realize. A Judge, a Guardian for FLC, for the Falcons. They just need to play it careful. Not allow Ascend to find these picks across the map and give them guns to use in the round.
Here we go again. Falcons. And Enery is inclined to play a little bit more defensive because of the Outlaw, the nature of it having to peek. But look at Ascend. They're deteriorating in terms of the weaponry. They don't have much powerhouse, or rather firepower, in terms of what they can use. Camille readies up the orbital strike, and another hit towards A. It seems like this will be the finishing blow to confirm us towards overtime.
Oh, but Mary, she's hurting after the decay. At middle, putting a stop. The Falcons from getting more outside. Tripwire though. Pesky Mary's gone! And Con collects one to start off the action. Spike isn't even planted yet here for the Falcons. The pressure's on. We hear the showstopper. Let loose. Grahams. She has just been a star throughout this series. She needs one here and now, and she will deliver. Answerable from Alexi. It's 2v2 as time's running out. Cocoon for Kamiyu. It's up to Alexi to find these picks. Can she even rescue her teammate though? Khan's crossing into shower, and time is running out. Watch for Khan, and she will try to get the connection, but Alexi will not alive, and Alexi will fall at the very last hurdle. Ascend have done it. They've taken a map away from the Falcons. This finals is not done yet.
Ascend refused to descend. They're still up there fighting with the Falcons. My goodness, what a game, what a map. And we have a series in our hands. It is not over just yet because Falcons, their celebrations put on hold. Ascend still retaliate. And Khan had a very huge task of winning that round, of clutching it out because 12-12 was imminent. The nature of the weapons that Ascend had was not compatible to fight against Falcons with the full-out weapons, with the Vandals and all the big guns. But hey, Khan made it work. Mary picked off early. But of course, this is going to be a spectacle. Of course, Aliza, how are you feeling with your predictions now? Ascend got a map. Take it away.
Yeah. You know, you look so confident going into this map. We all saw how confident you were, and you know what? You ate. Like, tell us how wrong we all were.
I never doubted Ascend, guys. I never doubted Ascend. I still stick through, Victoria. You asked me if I would want to change my predictions. I didn't.
Yeah. You know what? Absolutely, actually. You did. You committed to it, and you were right. And I'm happy for that. Actually, going through that match, I was starting to feel a bit of that, like, oh my god, this is so exciting for Ascend, and how well they've put together this comp, and to see how Falcons was trying to come up against it. They were struggling a lot. I really like this composition. We were talking about the Clove Deadlock combi. Having the Sky there was also a really good addition. Instead of like a different initiator they could have gone with instead. I mean, what were some of your standout moments?
Stand-up moments are the sheriff shots from both teams here, Vic. It brought so much rounds to the table for both sides of the teams, and it felt like at some point it doesn't matter when you have that full buy. The economy collapses, players just play it out in a 1v1 scenario and still win those sheriff rounds. But I do feel like for the first half, before the game started, I was a little bit worried, especially having that double sentinel, right? How are you gonna try to go in and attack the site? You have to move a little bit slower, but you see Khan always being alive in these post-plant scenarios. It catches the side of Falcons so much off guard because you have those traps that just basically stuns you, and you just want to entry towards the side, but you just can't do it.
Yeah, they really struggled to... I agree. The whole starting on the attacker side, I didn't think that was going to be the side they would be so good on. And they just had a lot of good protocols to get into that site, and to once they're inside, that site is secured. And we just saw so many rounds where it didn't matter if they were on an eco or a half buy, they just had it nailed down. They used their utility so well to make sure things evened out, or they just kept the advantage in their hands. And man, look at... This is crazy. Like, I'm looking at these stats right now. It's just
so
like
close.
an incredible match.
What a close match that we have right here. Also, like 7 out of 9 post plants for the side of Ascend. And honestly, this is one of the few games that we've seen from them, especially against Falcons, that you could really say, like, this team could actually win. This team could actually come back from a 2-1 in a series point or something.
Yes. Of course. I mean, that's what you were saying all along, right?
Exactly. Never doubted. Not a single time.
No, not at all. You never wavered at all. They are giving us the reverse sweep storyline here. And this is record-breaking. This moment is record-breaking here in Game Changers history, at least over the last year and a half, that the core of this FLC roster, especially with Kamiyu, Alexi, and Ineri, they've never dropped a single map before in their regional tournament. So this is huge. Grams, of course, our MVP, our duelist. She doesn't use a mouse pad. I know she's been having PC PC problems. It's like it doesn't. Can you imagine if she had all of these things actually? Like how like unstoppable she would be. She's already pretty damn unstoppable.
Look at the brighter side, Vic. If you have to move around and set up your PC again, you don't need to set up your mouse pad, right? Saves you time. That's why we went back immediately.
I'm wondering like what her sense is and if she changes it depending on the surface or she keeps it the same every single time. Like this is like I genuinely want to interview her to ask her this question.
Right?
Like I'm dying to know the answer to this. But she's just so good. But definitely this was a teamwork effort here. Really love how they put this composition together. Again, we've seen like little plays with this coming from China, coming from our own like Pacific region with the Clove, Deadlock, and like sometimes the Cypher, but the way they ended up, you know, using the best of all of it and using that to their advantage. I'm very excited, and you're right. This could be a reverse sweep situation. We don't really know. We're gonna go on a quick break, and when we come back, we are gonna dive into map 4 of Fracture.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back. You're watching Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia 2025. It's split one. It's the grand finals. We just finished map 3, and no, it's not over. I am your host, Victoria, joined by Tayrawr. And Tayrawr, we just witnessed history being made. For the very first time, the core of the Falcons Vega team have dropped a map. Okay, I know it's just a map, but it's kind of a big deal in the history of things. Like, this just does not happen with Alexi and Anari and a Camille.
Especially when you're this close also to making that comeback score as well against them, right? And it's gonna be a Fracture as their next map as well. You mentioned it yourself. This team really never lost a map yet since their basically conception, right? So would it be a factor? I wonder if it would be a factor for the rest of the team here to have that mentality as well after losing a map, since you know, it's something you don't feel every day for the sides of Falcon Vega.
That's actually a fantastic point. Losing is a thing that you need to experience as well.
Yeah.
On the stage is really the only time this team has, well, not this team, but at least these players have encountered resistance, encountered losses, but otherwise within the regions, they're usually the queens. This is a superstar team. Mad V and Mary as well, excellent players over in we saw during Game Changers Championships. But Ascend, again, we have seen them on this core on Sisu last year, who also played really, really well, and it looks like they figured a lot of things out, came up with some really good ideas for Bind, really impressed us on Bind. But you're right, it was really close for Falcons on Bind, and Fracture, which we saw these two teams play just the other day, it was also in overtime, and it was also really, really close.
It was really close
Revenge
on the
map?
second half. That's the thing. Yeah. But that first half I think, the moment also that it was just a dominating first half for the side of Ascend, right? And I think they went even 6-0, 7-1 against the Falcons squad here. So it really shows that they have the upper hand when it comes to this map during that first half, but at the same time, it comes to a point where they overextended in this map. They went and really pushed out because they're a super hyper aggressive team. Yeah, they keep getting the kills, but again, for Falcons, they adapt so well in this kind of dominance, this kind of aggression. They're also a pretty aggressive team, and once you have that kind of adjustment and pull back, you have just a bigger picture of how you can control the map.
Yes, that's right. Basically, if you give Falcons a little bit too much time, they're going to figure you out. I wonder if these comps are going to be staying the same. We saw a comp change from Bind just now. That said, that was, the last time we saw both of those teams play Bind, that was in the Swiss stages. We have seen both of these teams play Fracture, obviously, here just the other day, but I wonder if they're going to be switching things up. Now, with Grams on the Neon, if she plays the Neon, I think she'll have covered the range of duelists, like a good range of duelists today, and facing off against Mary's Raze. So this is also, Taeho is just like a given at this point. But
Yeah.
But how teams want to use that Raze and her utility versus Neon and the amount of speed and space that she can get as well, it's really interesting to see how these two teams decide to use it. And Neri as well, something a little bit different there on the Vice instead. That's not usually the meta for Fracture. So do you believe in the power of the revenge game or the revenge map winning the second time around when you've lost the first time?
After winning against Falcons Vega and knowing that you gave them your first map lost, I feel like for the side of Ascend, the confidence just boosted up through and through completely. If Graham's is already cracked on the Neon during the time that we've seen her, what more after winning a map against Falcons Vega?
Yeah, that's gonna be huge, and they should be rightfully happy and hopefully use that momentum to their advantage there, especially on a map that is so momentum driven like Fracture. That's why I love it. It's so dynamic, it's so crazy. It doesn't matter who's on defense, you can just be on the offense.
Imagine they pull up the Deadlock and then the Cypher again, and then like a Clove, and then
I don't know if I want that.
because I really think that Falcons was caught surprised by the agent composition. They were expecting something
Yeah.
much more like, oh, we're probably gonna have the lineup from the Brimstone, we're probably gonna have just a Cypher to think about, but then you have a Deadlock throwing in some random utilities and you're done, right?
Yeah.
Surprise.
Exactly. I wonder, maybe this, you know, we're talking about like 4 duelists on Lotus, we're talking about another map. Maybe.
On a very
the map.
important series point too.
Yeah, you know, at this point, you go all out, 100%. You just play Fracture like a death match, and go all out, like all the fastest duelists you can possibly play. So you could just dodge all the utility and like nothing Tayrawr can do about it. Like, what are you gonna do? Just like run
Maybe
past
we
it.
should play Spike Rush for Grand Finals just for a change, you know?
Yeah,
Best of 5
yeah.
Spike Rush.
That was our suggestion FSL. So we could look into
Yeah, if
that.
you're.
Okay, we're not getting 5 duelists. Boo.
Aw.
We're getting very responsible comps. These are reasonable. These are the right comps that
It's
we
the
should
right
be working
ones.
with.
Yeah. We're looking at pretty much the same composition with what we've seen the last time, that double initiator again, Dance of Capricious, which also, by the way, has been performing so well with the shots, with the utility play. I have to commend that with her.
Definitely. Breach, I think, is so important for this map. Him and this agent in particular for a map like Fracture, getting those stuns in place. And so I wonder how they're going to be facing off in this. Now we're starting off similarly to last time as well. Ascend is starting on defense once more, and I'm pretty sure, you know, they're on a high right now, but Falcons, have you seen Alexi, like, you know, angry and fired up? That's also really scary and something to consider as well. And I'm pretty sure they don't want it to be as close this time. So we're gonna have to see. How you feeling, Tayrawr? Like,
I'm
going
still
to
an
this-
Ascend believer. After that match, I'm confident now without any eye twitches.
Okay, this is pure confidence as we go into map 4 Fracture. Let's send it over to our casters, Realize and Daks.
You can see it. Pure belief, pure hype. Here we go, guys. We are into map number 4. And if you are just tuning on in, the map streak has been broken. Team Falcons have finally dropped the map, and it was because of the incredible efforts of Ascend there to win on Bind. It got very close to Realize, right? 13-11 in favor of Ascend. But now we move to a historical map for both of these teams. We moved to Fracture, and this was the map that brought these two teams into the finals in the first place.
It's giving me, I've played these games before energy, because I've seen this pan out. What happened yesterday, you know, Fracture, in which Falcons was able to come back. That comeback was ridiculous, by the way. And I'm scared for Ascend. If they don't really have their hands on the steering wheel, that Falcons might just take over. But let's see. Who knows, Ascend might be able to replicate their dominance in Bind. And with some heroic plays here and there, they might even just bring us to a map number 5. That is something that we all want to see, of course. But for Falcons now, all they need to do is refocus their things and everything, just all into Fracture, because this map is going to be the decider if they will make it or break it.
I mean, we've seen this map before, right? And truthfully, Fracture, such a popular map throughout the playoffs. How many times did we see this map? I do believe it's the most picked map of the playoffs, around 9 times prior to this one. Everyone has been enjoying its return to the map pool, but the Falcons and Ascend, one thing to look at for the agent selection is Ascend do go back to that Brimstone. When they faced off against Mad V in the lower finals, it was the Astra instead. So perhaps they've really cleaned up how they played that second half. The strength, though, did come from the Neon of Braham's, though. Slide in, Capricious. It's Christine from Ascend. They get 2 for the price of 1, while Alexi trades back.
Yeah, just falling off like flies. Mary and Camille gone. Notably, 1 or 2 of the most important members as well. You don't have the explosive power now to enter the site. You don't have the smoke to cover up everything you need to cover. But look at Henry. She's going for a huge play towards Fawn. Spots out Con, but Con wins the duel. Con gets 2 headshots lining up for her. It's just Alexi having to collect the spike.
I mean, Con brought that final kill in the last game. Made sure that the Ascend still had a life to work with in this series. And it's up to Alexi, who had an ace game of her own, actually, on Bind a while ago. Moving over to the breach now. No longer Tejo. Stun comes out, though. And Ascend, well coordinated to win out the pistol. Their second one of the series, and most notably realized this was the side they were super strong on in the upper finals. The defense is where Ascend really put the world of hurt towards Falcons.
Yeah.
Now we're
Take a
cooking.
look at the satellite push. I mean, it was actually going pretty well, but Ascend again with Grahams at the helm. And this Neon, by the way, it was so elusive yesterday. Just unstoppable. The movement is just out of this world. It feels like she's mastered this agent mechanically. Feels like she has like 5,000 hours on this Neon. And now with an Outlaw, will she be able to peek out?
I mean, Falcon's been out for a bunch of years already. Probably can get to 5,000 hours eventually. But that's her third duelist of the series here. Grahams. The panel's mentioned right, a few issues with the setup. She has no issues with the series at all. Ascendo on the anti-eco, looking clean so far. Mary though with mode on the Piety, and Con collecting again and again. 3 already here for Con. Close to the orbital strike. Mary will take her down, sure, but Ascend up by 2 here.
Yep. There you go, Ascend 2-0 to the board. And I've just, I did a few mental maths. 5,000 hours is 208 days. So it is possible. It is possible for Grahams to actually exert that much hours to this agent, because this agent is one of the agents where if you're very good at it, you're unstoppable. Almost the same as the Yoru. It feels like if you're the master at it, it's just so annoying for the enemy to play against. And for now, Graham showing her power with this Neon, but Falcons now with the weapon advantage. Again, he's playing passively towards A side, only leaving Enery because they know what Ascend like to do in this map is to take control of A main. And take a look at Falcons, they will take control of Arcade.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons playing into Arcade is a play that Ascend do expect too. Usually, it's them looking to make Tower as claustrophobic as can be. But Mary now onto the sites, and Ascend are willing to give it up.
Spike
Still
planted
be
here.
Graham, so reinforcing the rear from spawn. A burst from 2 sides, from Canteen, from the screen. Here for the likes of Ascend and Neri alongside Camu. Maybe they play the postman instead. Beautiful stun though. We're to see if Graham's the fast lane forward to cover. Mary in the corner now. It's Neri with the spot, and Falcons have the firing squad set and ready. Only losing Mary along the way. Falcons on the board here.
This is very, very nice for Falcons. This is how you want to kick off your gun round. At least for Ascend, their bonus round. Yeah, not too shabby. I mean, only losing Mary in that process, or rather taking Mary in that round, means that they now are able to upgrade their weapons. I mean, Con has the orbital strike. The Rolling Thunder is still a long way to go. Very good entry coming in from Enery. The stun does catch them lacking. Graham's able to assassinate Mary. For now, Falcons 1-2. And this time shifting around, they know it's a death sentence to play towards A main, so they don't want to do just that. They will let Grahams have this as her playground with the swings and the monkey bars. But for now, Falcons, they will traverse around drop. And Ascend, they know too well that A main will never be a point of contestation anymore.
I mean, that's why they post up the Neri towards A main. As soon as she hears the audio cue of the sprint, it's Falcons who can safely play into Dish. A far cry from what we got during the pistol round. Neri though, and Camu, and Neri finding first blood into the round. And truthfully, the series hasn't been the best showing from Neri. Might be a way to turn it around here on Fracture. Camu, Alexi on the board. It's all Falcons across the map here. And a better push from Falcons now. Gets a pinch onto A. They clean up Piety too. And a flawless here for Falcons. They've learned their lessons perhaps from the upper bracket finals, and that's why they picked this map here.
Finally, they're able to show their claws, the Falcons. That was a very, very good round. Losing almost nothing in that process. Maybe only... As well as baiting out Con's ultimate, right? The Brimstone ult. The orbital strike just panned out right there. And now Falcons, look at their economy. It's building into a prosperous one at that. And now they want to fight A main. Now they know. This is a good read because look at Graham just playing at B main.
Yeah, you say that though, but then we've seen the story. We've seen the script. We know the best gun in the game is the Sheriff.
Sheriff!
Based on Game Changers SCA. But truthfully, Falcons, they're playing slow and steady again. And Neri also left their own devices towards the north, sets up the shear. He's got the 2 first kills. The past 2 rounds been helpful for Falcons to keep the momentum going. And into Sands they go as well. Mary now clearing out the rope. They know Piety's on the opposite. Showstopper sent. It's a tough shot onto the Pips. And the Pips survives long enough to get the kill. Center stage, she is shining. Spotlight on the Tayrawr. Gets a double. The Sheriff's again doing some damage. And not only that, salvo for the stall. Watch out. There's a flank here coming in from Capricious too.
Buying time.
Grenade is
As long
live.
as she could. Pips, 5 HP. Needs a bandage, needs an aid kit, but no. The aid is behind her. Alexi dispensing behind the fast lane. Matt V to the rescue as well. As the missiles fly in, homing into
Last
duo
player standing.
Grahams. Look at that. 2
Those were
kills
your
out of
last
nowhere.
words.
Pull a rabbit out of the hat, but it's Enery that steals her wand. And Falcons, 3 on the board.
Damn, that slide was nasty. Graham's getting into the thick of things there, and Pips as well. It's just tough. That angle with the showstopper, not gonna be able to rely on splash damage as much, but this is where Falcons coming into the close span staple. Another round where Inari finds value. She is really stepping up here after that close loss on by 5 kills on the board, 1 away from the Steel Garden. Alexi as well, ready with the Rolling Thunder. But Ascend showing the fight back in them, and not only that, here we go again. Grahams might get first contact. The flash comes in, the stun is there too. Grahams watching a relay bolt, not the best one there. Allows Capricious to get the box for space, but Ascend, fast lane committed. A lot of utility. Used to realize Capricious with the swing, but Falcons, they were ready for that one, and she goes down.
Oh no! You can take a look at how Graham only has W on her keyboard. Con able to decapitate Alexi, but Mary so far deep into heaven. The Armageddon pop, and now they're flooding into sight. This is looking very scary.
Oh, Ascend finds 2 Falcons for 2 of them. Oh, but he is still at the heart of everything, and Mary! That is just mighty with the 3K there. Good judgment call here for Falcons with that Armageddon from Mad V. And truthfully, it's how she's been playing the Tayrawr ultimate throughout the series, right? The Joe gets the job done. The airstrike cutting up a part of the tower for Falcons to take. And it gave them space to work with and allow the pinch to happen courtesy of Camu.
Yeah. And it's just insane, Dax, to be honest. Looking at Graham's, I'm almost speechless. She was flashed. She was stunned. She was like everything thrown at her, but she still had the audacity to turn on her running shoes and had the intention to push on. It shows the, I guess, the fearlessness in her eyes when playing Neon, because she knows when she's playing Neon, she's going to be the tip of the spear that will slowly break down and be killed and be taken off out of the map. But she knows that it is what is necessary to give her teammates the information, the decoy, the human recon in her body as well. So at least with the Neon moving ever so elusive, it seems like Falcons, they have another task that they need to do, which is just try to neutralize the Neon. But for Graham's, it doesn't seem like she has an S keyboard, or rather an S key on her keyboard.
I mean, she doesn't even have a mouse pad ready, right? Our panel has mentioned that she just uses a table. Tough setup also for Greyhounds. But then again, in that last round, when Greyhounds doesn't get the disruption, players like Capricious are left hung to dry, and Falcons starting off with that punish in that round, giving them the chance. Now they push into Sands. Confident A take as Ascend only have Sheriffs yet again. Goes the defense. Camu now pick on Piety. Rolling Thunder response is the Armageddon, but Falcons all around. This is their claim. This is their sights. And now A ripe for the taking in a 4v2 here.
Spike planted.
Graham's coming close again. She was able to pull a few tricks with the Sheriff, but this time it's only the classics. She has dropped down to double boxes. Oh, she's able to retrieve a Vandal. So this is looking like something might happen. Here comes Graham's. The first shot is good. Enery. She is trembling. Graham's is coming for her. And she might get her head popped. Yes, she does. And now Graham's pouncing left and right. She's spray in the eyes of the Predator. And Falcons pop the orbital strike. That is courtesy of Kamiyu, and they will run down the clock. Peek on this tap. Done.
What a swing from Mary, and Falcons now keeping everything calm and steady on the attack. A better attack already compared to their last outing against Ascend. You can really see that they did their homework after that comeback win. With incredible support structure we know that the Falcons have there. But in that round, Graham still causing chaos. Alexi thinking the stun was enough. A swing there. Grahams gets her head. Retrieve the rifle as you said. But overall, Falcons, they're not losing players early on in the transition to the site. They're not going to get thrifty. They have big numbers once they get that spike down.
Now again, shifting to yet B site again. But look at Graham so deep into arcade. Mary will take the underpass route. Graham's the crosshair misses. And now might be the time where Falcons reapproach again, because look at them, they're relocating back to arcade. Will they go for yet another heaven take? It's still possible in the cards as the smokes do roll in, and this is Falcons. They're given the green light to go in.
They have the intel though, that's an op, and that's why they go for the cross onto the site itself. Mary now in position to spray the usual initial angles on the potential retake. Raiders are fine, preventing any hope from the smoke at all too. And Falcons getting the jump on Ascend there. Before the salvo came, they got the spike down already, so relatively safe
Right there.
on the post plant. Watch out too. Camu plan down bleed in the tunnel. Steel Garden buying space courtesy of Neri. Also pistols out for Jump Hips and the rest. Paidito finding Camu. Stun comes up and Neri stables to her to get one more. But Madby and Alexi, they're the ones who find the mode down. It's 1v1 though, and Khan connects with the Arbol strike, buying time and space towards tower. But Madby has another plan. What? Salvo solid, and Madby just tactical. The IGL gets it done again, and Falcons here with 6.
The missiles lock in and Ascend. Khan rather gets taken down in that barrage of missiles. Falcons able to scrap yet another round, and that approach was so direct that they did not even spend a single utility, bar the smoke and the satchels, for Mary to chime into the side, jump in. And Madvi again clutching this one out. Thankfully though, the bazookas are greater than what Mary might have in the showstoppers, but look at that, Graham's running in deeply. Only with the Bucky, but this is not just only because the Bucky is some heavy weapons for players of Falcons, but the aggression coming in, Kamiyu gets one.
Yeah, and Camu getting one is huge. Opens up now the flank from Falcons, but Madby goes down after Khan's incredible connection. Still though, not enough as the spike is still delivered towards B. Not only that, and Neri buying so much time by A main. Grahams can't cross the vines at all. Run through it. She dares you. Spike planted now. 4v3, but in the smoke, Capricious is the nasty surprise awaiting Camu. Equal numbers. A gun to be scrounged too. On the site though, watch out for Inari. Looking to stabilize. Line comes out. Inari flashing. Here comes Inari now with the pick on the Grahams. Good work with the Arcrows. Now it's broken. The aftershock to force her out with the stuns there to keep her in position. Inari, and then of course it's Alexi too. Falcons now find their 7th round.
Oh, Falcons again, just getting another round. I mean, the only way you can counter this Neon is to just neglect it, to fully be negligent of what the Neon really wants to bring towards you. I mean, the Neon is running around. Okay, let's not come and visit her. Let's just go towards another choke point. And they did just that. Take a look at how deep Rams was controlling A main. But Falcons did not give a single care towards that take. And the rest is just easier done than said, to be honest, by Falcons. It's now Ascend so far back, 5 rounds of a margin. And this time A main is under their siege. Look at the read towards Graham. She's getting frustrated because she's just not under attack. And Falcons, they might just breeze past the players of Ascend to enter A side.
I mean, it's the biggest change here for the Falcons. They really are careful of where Grahams is stationed, that's for sure. Then on the other hand, they're gonna have to just watch the execute in front of them. Rolling Thunder into play. Mary now, since she has the showstopper, She has to be respected by the defense. The stunts for there for stall, but not too long. Madvi now gonna go for the plants. Mary also repositioning because of the aftershock. So Send at least trying to use the utility to prevent that spike from being planted. No avail. Slide in though. Graham's good for it. RT2 incredible with the operator. And the Send have found 3 out of nowhere. The tide shifts in favor of the defense. Here by the smoke, there's the tap and Neri able to get one. Madvi the double again. Capricious comes in though, and here we go with the airstrike. Armageddon forcing Ascent to push. They're hunting for Madvi here. Now they see her, but what can she do against Capricious there? Did she buy enough time though? Might be a little close, but Ascend should have this one in the bag. A 3rd round here for the defense.
Just in time to defuse the spike. Madvi though bought so much attention towards herself, all pulled into this enigma. That is Madvi. Grams again just showing the potential of this Neon, sliding in left and right. And Henry able to get one. Madvi with the triple kill. So close to getting the quad, but yet not enough for her. And now Falcons still able to repurchase their guns, rebuy it again. Still have enough credits for at least one more round, because if they lose here, it's going to be hard. But now Ascend, operator in hand for this time Piety. So this is another point we have to point out, is that Piety likes the operator in the Cypher, and she's gonna go for a peek.
She did it in the last round, and they just run straight into Graham's there. Set up into the knockdown. A perfect sandwich made by Ascend. And the pinch has been a capability by the defense throughout this game. I wanted to say a consolation here for Ascend is the fact they have so much orb control, given the active movement by Grahams around the map. Prevents Falcons from farming multiple orbs in the round. They have to rely on the execute. And speaking of now, 3v5. The drone sent into B long, but this is just an easy shot for Piety. Straight at the crosshair, and Neri goes down. Ascent 2 also on site, but Khan spotted inside the smoke. Camu trying to make it possible, but not with the molly, and not like that. Piety able to get the classic going. It's Madvi versus the world, and now that pressure's too much for her. Ascend with the 4th. They're rallying here, realize.
Yeah, they're getting behind Falcons back. Hitchhiking a possible ride in the skies, as now with the overdrive and the neural theft ready, Grahams can wreak even greater havoc and just create destructions left and right. I mean, now timeout called by Falcons, they know they have to tone down their pressure that Ascend is posing towards them. I mean, Grahams with the crunch play getting 2, that was insane. But Piety delivering with the operator yet again towards A main. And with the classic, she catches Camille with her weapons down and just gets that kill. A very important one as well, because Camille was making waves with the smoke. She was just creeping inside, just slithering around, getting 1 kill, and that was possibly what clogged Falcons into getting even more rounds. Even she had Madvi, who possibly is the the multi-kill queen so far in this series, with her. So there was a possibility, there was a world where Falcons was able to win that round, but Ascend just put it to a stop, and Piety with the operator. It's just uncanny for a Cypher to carry the operator everywhere, because you are going to expose yourself into peaks here and there, and if you die, the traps will be gone. But Piety, she has enough confidence to just that.
I mean, it's twofold, right? We've said for that Sisu core, they were so flexible to the point that they didn't have the most stable roles as players with the agents that they had. And not only that, it's just the firepower that they have in the first place. I also want to point out that now they use the pressure that Grahams puts around the map to good use. It's either you run in the off or you run into the neon, right? You pick your poison and you just gotta deal with it in the first place. A bit different though this time. But Graham's sticking beside Piety in this position. The operator looking to find anyone pushing into aim. Now gone, and Piety gets another one. This is the problem. Cypher, as you said, Piety will fall. 5 HP left for Madvi. She felt the fury of that bullet. Overdrive though into play. Lightning looking to strike twice. And sure, the suppress comes to play, but it doesn't matter when the gun's on hand. Madvi's gone. Graham gets 3, and now Ascend will find 5 to end the half win.
You called it. Pick your poison, and Falcons failed to find the antidote. What was that? Who would expect a Cypher to push up A main with an operator? No one! And Piety is able to decapitate one player. That was Mary. their explosive power, and Graham just comes buzzing in. Lightning striking the players of Team Falcons Vega, and Ascend at least are able to squeeze out as much rounds in what is a deficit for them. 7-3 it was previously, now it's 7-5. So at least they're able to get 3 rounds straight, or 7-2, excuse me. Now 7-5. So 3 rounds in constantly being able to gotten by Team Ascend. Now though, Falcons, they will be the ones to defend the site. And the question is, can they withstand the pressure given by Ascend now that they're on attack? Grahams can just run around the way she likes. She can do whatever she wants.
I mean, you say that, but then that was a struggle also for Ascend, right? That's why they couldn't close out the map yesterday against Falcons on the offense. Grahams and the rest were shut down. They would get the catch onto Piety as well, preventing the Cypher from getting too much value on the lurk. And given that fact, it's Falcons who should still be smiling with the lead that they've had. That 7-round streak really was decisive from the Falcons. And not only that, we talked about pistol being so important here. The Falcons with a big advantage in that fact. Ascend are looking for a 3rd pistol in the series, but players like Piety stepping up here. Grahams consistently a threat. Ascend now looking to barrel down into A main. Look at that. He has to be careful. Stan comes up. And Grahams gets a small clear of this area around the map.
Yeah, so deep already towards sand. Grahams is just not scared of the threats coming into her. Just lingering around the sand area. And Mary, this is her favorite spot, by the way, since yesterday she was playing here in this double box beat with the Operator, the Vandal, and now even with the Ghost. Might argue that it's not the best weapon you can have in this scenario, but at least backup is there with her. Alexia and Madvi, hand in hand, of course, holding A site. And here comes the drone. They might execute towards A site now or never.
Now, aftershocks there, and Madvi actually catching out Grahams. Falcons buying space with the utility. More so now with the salvo and capricious. The floor is lava, a small corner to work with. But with the stun connecting, Alexi's the one to topple her there. It's 4v3 here. Madvi still around the side. A special delivery looking for the stun. Madvi taking down with her. And here comes Camu ready for the trade. 2v1 though. After everything's done. Piety low HP. Catches the crouch of Camu though. 10 HP, Aneri, a single bullet should be enough. Looking to line up the headshot, but Aneri is a little too quick there. Falcons, another pistol to their name, and an 8th round 2.
Control their choices.
Oh my god. That was actually too close for comfort because the crosshair, it seemed like for Piety, lining up towards Aneri, and Aneri, again with the classic, you would argue that the Ghost is much more superior, but what can you do when you're dripping with blood, hemorrhaging, 10 HP for Piety, so not much of a protection you can really find. Mayu, a good kill as well to follow suit, and yeah, Aneri closes out the round. Falcons, they get the pistol round. This is the question now. How does Ascend recover from this now that they don't have enough leeway? And Grahams again running, but just put down in an instance by Aneri.
Yeah, I was watching the cam. Doesn't even flinch. Just expects the Neon to be suddenly there, and a quick reaction from Aneri will stop Ascend in their tracks. You gotta say, even from yesterday, Falcons oppressive with the utility. Saw it in the last round there with Madvi alongside Alexi. Madvi getting so much value with the Tahoe utility there. And this time around, with the sheer pops, Ascend moving to the other side of the B side. Doesn't matter though. Lexi's trained for it. Feels the flash as well, thanks to Aneri. Camu gets a double of her own. And the Falcons really choking the life of Ascend right now. It is an eco anyway. Mary gets a spot, but Piety put some respect in her name. She was using the up a while ago, and she made that Sheriff look like an up in that instance.
Yeah, able to save the Bulldog and maybe scavenge one
30 seconds left.
Spike is so far away from her reach. So now the question is,
Orbs?
what does she wants to do? Yeah, just orb farming,
yeah!
harvesting the fruits of her labor. And now in the neural theft, only 2-1. Arcade is going to be her next destination.
3 orbs? 3 orbs?
Aneri's waiting though.
Oh, and either way, she's gonna get ult.
That's true. If she
If she dies.
That's true. That is going to be a win-win solution. Ah, they don't want to give her the orb.
No.
Falcon is very, very smart. That was a smart decision.
Yeah, they give up the Bulldog, but then again, I mean, if Piety does need a kill anyway, they use that Neural Theft for the next round. So close to the intel, coming into their full buy. They also have that one Bullock Scrounge alongside some rifles in the first round. But this was just Falcons steady with their hold. This is what happens when Grahams can get the space. Falcons in position. The Arcrows is set up. Alexi's posted up. You're either gonna get stunned or flashed. Just you gotta deal with the utility Falcons have there.
Right there. Blinding.
Right, the laser vine stops her. Almost. Just trying to limp her into the site. Enery knows too well what Grahams really wants to do. This time with an outlaw, Enery will still anchor the B site, but only different though. Only difference it's not in the arcade, rather towards B main.
Yeah, but then again, Ascend have caught up with the Falcons style of running outlaws even in the bonus, and they really invest their money on getting full armor just to not get insta-gib by their opponent. And Neri, she needs a headshot if she wants to find the first pick into the round. She's been getting sucked out this game. Now comes and Graham shrugs it off to find the pick on her spot. Now up close, HP doesn't matter. No fear here as Grahams gets in there to get a second. But Madv now on the push. The flanks looking strong here from the likes of Falcons. A 4v3 coming her way. No spike plant as of yet. And Mary even picking up a Vandal along the way.
What was that?
30
Graham's relentless on her pursuit, but Madv will put her down. Dreams crushed, mirror shattered, but Piety comes from the back. Alexi is down. Neural Theft activated. If she really wants to use it, but for now she will put it on hold. And there you go, the white hat thrown, and the information revealing Mary and Madv have to go for the clutch, but it looks like it's impossible. Piety exposed, but the Heaven player already down, and Madv with the triple kill. Mary has to step up. Huge Mary 1v1. Piety bleeding, or rather still full health, and it's Mary with 85 HP. She will try to tap the spike, invite Piety to come in. 8 bullets for Mary! And Mary gets the clutch! And Ascend are just Mary's little lambs! The defuse will come in and Falcons get number 10.
Mary and Madv at the end show SCA what they can do. And wonders do happen.
Wow.
Songs do get sung, they realize. But all in all, it was Madv making it possible. Mary finishing it off. Great for Madv, especially the fact that they're able to get that B main control. You got Mary there winning these isolated fights, and just the read was unreal from Mary at the end of that one. 13 kills for the duo that have come to see and are looking to collect a crown. 2 more rounds. Falcons will be on series point here. Set to stop that, but there's no stopping Camus inside the smoke. Who cares about the fast lane? This is her land to work with. Molly also prevent the push from happening. But then again, the flank from Piety is well crafted. Just standing on the edge of that utility there, of that shear. But Alexi looking to pick up where Camus left off. It's only good for one. Into a 3v2 we go.
Spike being planted, Madv swings. Right on cue. The Armageddon does come in. The airstrike, like you said, explosive power. Japips wants to peek out. She evacuates from the blast zone, and Madv able to isolate Khan. 1v2. Japips has to clutch this, Daks.
Japips look to sell the salvo, but she is struggling to find the push thanks to Madv's efforts. Now the salvo for the stall. You got Mary also nearby. The duo did it before in the last round. Can they do it again? Mary! It's a bit of deja vu in a different angle here on B, but then again, it's all Falcons here as they have made it to 11.
Oh, crispy shot, and Mary is firing up. Compared to yesterday, Mary was not as explosive this series, but in Fracture, this is her domain. This is where she excels the most with the race as well. And this dynamic duo, the double M's, the M&M's, of course, doing insane things for Falcons, clutching it out, getting the kills, and the power is just there. Ascend, gasping for air. behind desperation, they call this timeout. Will they once again be clawed by the Falcons? Or will they force a map 5 and finally ascend towards becoming the champions and maybe, just maybe, topple down the Giants? Still, those words are far-fetched because they still need to win at least 2 more maps. And now, in map number 4, they are down 6 rounds. So the question is, do they have the mental fortitude to come back from this adversity?
Yeah, I mean, it's the last timeout Ascend have here in regulation. But the stark difference is absolutely showing in between these days. Falcons, they had struggles on the attack yesterday. They cleaned it up to at least have the advantage after the first half. Ascend, though, still cannot find any of the answers at all versus the Falcons. The 4 rounds in a row just proved that by this point. And you gotta give it to Ascend. They're putting in the effort. They're finding these incredible picks of small microplays, giving them these kills. Especially, I saw Piety a while ago, just at the edge of the shear, right? Those are some of the good calls that the Ascend have on the individual basis. But Falcons, they're retaking with duos. Madby, Mary, 2 rounds in a row. Mary getting that final kill. Just Falcons still confident in how they play this defense, and Grahams, even after investing the fast lane, can't make any headway of it.
Piety must be spotted by Henry here. Jumps to her demise! Wanting to trigger that cheer, but it triggers the trigger of Henry. And now Ascend, how do they work without Piety? They will reaggress towards Arcade and potentially look for a B side push. Oh no, exposed is Camille, and she goes down. 4v4.
Yeah, Camille staying on that angle for so long. Ascend get the read on it, and Neri sure finds Grahams along the way. Still 3v3 and Ascend get that spike planted. Best chance here, never mind. Chips out in the open, caught by Alexi. That could be the go signal for Falcons here. Mary has been on a rampage, and with it, she's rewarded with a showstopper. Looking to set it loose towards the tower. Khan on the other side. Khan connects.
Winnable.
And collects her there. And 2v2 here. Capricious still
One enemy
around the site. Madby gets in. Alexi annihilates Khan as soon as she peeks. And these retakes on B have been magnificent for Falcons. Here they are, 1 away from a championship. It's series point for Falcons.
1 away from again.
Match point.
Just shimmering with the crown. Falcons, this time under a different organization, might just repeat the same success previously they had. Either in, like, for example, for Mary and the MEA, and for Enery and the other cores of Sipto in Southeast Asia. For Mad V was in Saudi Arabia, for example. So it seems like this is just a star-studded roster who domestically does have that regional success. And now together they are banding as superstars who once again will repeat the same success. But it all starts with Grahams wanting to foil the party. Might look for Enery, but no. Sand are occupied. A site is in their eyes.
A sites here. Possible with the pinch they have here. Piety crawling her way through Dish, but Mad V is watching.
Good hit.
Up to Aneri though.
Blind is dead.
To look for the hold after the Arcros. Gets the blind.
Wall
Arcros
tripped.
broken, but they now know. Ascend have
Ultimate's
stepped
ready.
up onto the side. Aneri gets the trade going. Steel Garden now into play, but Khan over onto the corner. Still cast at the end of her life. Falcons now trying to answer back, but Grahams is just so damn good. Here in Sands, she gets more. Up to Mary. Do it all over again. The Neon just slides in. The utter disrespect. Grahams means business. And she gives Ascend a round to work with.
Look at that rush, that slide and glide. Grahams seems like she's just ice skating in what is a sand-dominated map. So, Sand, at least, they still have that light at the end of the tunnel on Grahams, but it's not enough. Still 6 rounds to play. They want to force the overtime, but that Steel Garden was still in place. And look at that stun connecting, triple kill to boot as well. And now Falcons, they are on an eco, so it's possible for a 12-7 to happen. But we know, Dax, I don't want to say it. You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
We've heard Thrifty throughout the week too many times. And then it should be. But hey, Falcons, a chance to finish it off. Always in the cards. Ascend can no longer make any mistakes there. And with Graham stepping up in the last round, you'd love to see more of that from really a star that's shown here for the Ascend roster. But Falcons, it's a big convoy. Mary the first to fall. Piety now caught by Mad V. Here comes Con, who collects a few more. And Con continuing on the rampage she's done on this map. And Larry all alone now looking to line up a shot to no avail. Ascend here, get a 7th round.
Okay, we did not say the word, so the devil did not show up. Thankfully, though, I stopped saying sheriff a few rounds back, so at least Falcons only gonna get that single kill. But look at Con, the gunfight hygiene to get that kill. So good on just strafing left and right. So clean for Con. The stun even misses towards her. So now Falcons back again with their buys. 5 guns to work with. Meanwhile, then they have the most menacing tool in Grahams with the overdrive. Look at her, she's running full speed towards A site.
Grahams has to stop though. Feels wary of the Falcons setup, and you gotta understand it. Mary's on top of the box here. You also have Mad V staying around the site, who's so effective in the pistol round during this half. Mad V navigating, and Mad V somehow still alive. 20 HP, eventually caught the other one, but Mary from up top. The box, good spot to get a pick and gets out of danger in time. Spike planted. Overdrive also unleashed by Graham. 31 HP here for Mary as the Boombot leads the charge here, but Japips was ready for that one. Ascent still alive and fighting, and Neri traded there by Graham's up to Camu in a 1v2. She's found the clutch before, and she can find it now. Graham's with another good pick, and Ascend will get an 8.
Is this it? Is this the time for Ascend to shine? I mean, yesterday they were on the front foot, now on the back pedal are them. So there is a possibility that things might happen, and things are happening. A storm brewing for Team Ascend. Falcons stop right in their tracks. Grahams is just getting more and more sharper by the minute. Just unstoppable in terms of how she wants to enter the site. It seems like she's always crashing on parties that she's uninvited to, but oh, look at that peak. Almost so close, too close for comfort.
Not just sharper, but wiser. Again, she stopped there by drop. If she slid in there, she might have just gotten hit.
That's
by
true.
The crossfire of Mad V and Mary. But Falcons now back on Nico, a hero guardian in the hands of Mary here. And then again, Send. They find the opening along the map. They got the intel from Grahams by Dish, but Grahams now gone in the blink of an eye. Camu gets the headshot going. The Pips.
Cage triggered.
Also looking to find the plant now. Spike here for the likes of Ascend. You want to send the drone, especially towards Canteen. Give Piety a chance to push that one. Alexi trying to get ready. Has an inkling that someone's gonna go advance in that direction. Camu now gets the rifle, gets the kill somehow! And it's 3v3 as Japips even finds Alexi here. So Ascend looking to hold and stabilize. Mary dropping, keeping a chance for Neri to just chime in as well. Here comes Mad V2 and Falcons!
This is how we
Against all odds. A chance here. Armageddon, but Piety is precision! The clutch for the Cypher to keep Ascend in the fight. We're not done here. Ascend is on a tear.
So devout, so pious, and that was Piety. The sheer amount of steel to pull that clutch in such a tight situation. The Armageddon was expended by Mad V to come out, but Falcons again still unable to close out the round given of how much magic they're able to pull. Henry getting the kills from the Sheriff, Mad V as well, winning that fight, and here comes Piety swinging in the nick of time. And now Falcon still stopped at 12, unable to confirm 13. Ascend, though, with 5 weapons and a brewing and a growing economy as well, means they are going to go strong, but they only have 1 round left to lose.
Yeah, they're fully kit at the least, but Mary now, Capricious down, Showstopper opens the door, and it's wide open for Falcons to take advantage of the situation. 4v3 now, Japips still sticking around by Sands, looking to punish anyone pushing from that smoke. Armageddon at the ready. Now she launches it towards spawn, and it forces Mad V away. Maybe Piety can make wonders happen. A pick onto Camu is a good start. Grahams too playing on the rafters.
Grenade is
Spike
live.
being
Spike
planted by
planted.
Jabis, but Mad B needs to check this corridor. They need to look at it real quick, because Grahams is even faster than that. Grahams gets one more to go, and Piety with the third. Miracles are happening in front of our eyes as Ascend are narrowing the gap here.
Oh no! What was it? 12 to something. I completely forgot. Let me do my maths. 12 to 5. 12 to 5. Now 5 rounds straight. What is happening here? Falcons, their wings clip once more. Unable to soar high just yet because Ascend is here. Talking about heights, Ascend is also trying to ascend up top. And Falcons again having to eco Mary with the Vandal, a heroic buy to her pockets. But what can she do with this Ascend? It doesn't matter of how much economy they're able to really preserve. They can't really buy it up for next round if they do lose, because this is where they have to win it all. Now Ascend taking sweet time, but Falcons are pushing!
Falcons! And Neri enabled and hits the shot. Let's not forget, it got close a while ago when Falcons was playing the eco. It took a clutch and Piety to give them that round. And Ascend worked so hard to make this possible. 2 more rounds, it's overtime. But they need to find a way in towards B. Here we go with Piety doing the same, but Camu! While the hat is being tipped, Camu tipping the scales in favor of Falcons. It's 3v2, and Guns now out in the open. Spike isn't even planted yet here for Ascend. And Capricious tries to hold the angle towards screen. Maybe get the catch onto Alexi. Arm seen, but it's all about utility here for Falcons. They buy time, force Ascend out in the open, but Pips looking strong and stable to still hit Mary there. Now a gun in the hands of Mad B. Alexi getting cover. Here comes Mad B, though, finding the pick, and Mad B! Absolutely nasty at the end! Falcons, built by champions, are the champions of GC SEA.
The Falcons take flight again. They soar high. They are your Valorant Game Changers 2025 Southeast Asia Split 1 champions, taking over Ascend. That was almost a comeback. That was almost an overtime. But again, they show might, they show resilience, and they show why they are the true queens and the giants of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, when it comes down to those moments though, I think Madvi has just been the most reliable player for the Falcons, right? In getting these double kills. She is just so damn good at what she does, no matter what age. And all in all, the Falcons proving that throughout this map draft, they had, especially their map picks, a new one in Split, learned lessons on Fracture. But guys, that is it for us on the cast. Thank you for watching an incredible series with us. And I've been Daks, joined here by Realize. Let's throw it back to the panel with Vic as well as Tayrawr to break down what just happened, and of course to congratulate Team Falcons on their win.
Thank you, Dax. Thank you, Realize, for that cast. What an incredible series we had today. It was not a 3-0. It was the 3-1 in the end. We did get the script from our producer, so we kind of knew that this might have happened, but it did. So, interesting outcome this time around. Last time we saw these two teams play against each other on Fracture, it went into an overtime. We saw Ascend really have a strong defense on the first half, but that is not at all what happened just now.
I think this map shows exactly how competitive the two teams are, right? I think they were playing on the same note at that point, at the same rhythm at that point, and it shows you that it's the grand finals. But it just so happens for the side of Falcons, I feel like this time, after losing that map and being taken away a map here, they were more careful. They were more realizing that, yeah, we do have to take corners. When we have to hold, we just have to hold. And multiple times, these are actually some of the mistakes coming in from Ascend's side. Sometimes it's a 3v1 scenario, which we've seen against Mary, that they could have won only if they played against, or only if they played around the time of the post plans.
Yeah, this ended up costing them dearly, obviously. Being the very first team to take a map off of the core of Falcons Vega. But Grams, we noted here that she has been such a huge impact player for this team, but was it quite enough?
It wasn't enough. It seems like it, right? That start, especially around mid-game as well, it was always up and relying on towards Grahams. It's always her opening kills that really creates the space for the entirety of the team to really just flood in the site. And not even that, just the surprise Heaven Control here. Even Camille couldn't react anymore with how fast Grahams is just pushing around the map. Multiple times she gets shut down. These are actually the rounds that it's a lot more difficult to look at for the side of Ascend here.
Yeah, they really started to come back a little bit in that second half there. You could see them fighting to bring it at least to an overtime. But it was, too little too late at this point. And I think, as you pointed out, Falcon Vega was playing a lot more carefully this time around. Whether it was the effect from just now, the first map that they lost or dropped the split, or if it was because of the last time they played Fracture, to lose that many times, to come that close the last time on this map, definitely just want to make sure all bases are covered. And it's really easy for a really, the superstar team here to go into autopilot and be comfortable because you know what, you just got such an experienced team, and once you fall into that autopilot mode, a lot of mistakes start to come out, and the other teams, they're getting good. Everyone in Game Changers is collectively getting better, and Falcons Vega is definitely no stranger to this. I'm sure they realize that as well, whether it's now or a couple days ago. So I think this has been this is promising for Falcons Vega, moving forward as well. But this is also really promising for Ascend, who came really close today to bringing this to a full map 5.
I think it was Daks actually that mentioned it, that for the side of Ascend, when we were looking at the Sisu squad before, right, it was a mix and match of whatever they're comfortable with when it comes to the roles. But now it seems to be a little bit more polished when it comes to how the roles are swapping out, what their role exactly is when it comes to the agent composition. And you see the advantages as well that it brings to the table, like Piety comfortable holding the operator perhaps. And I think the consideration here right now for me, Vic, is I'm just excited for what Stage 2 can bring if they can go up against a super team like this.
I know, right? This is just the beginning. The first time we're seeing these two teams properly match up against each other for the 2025 season. So I think Stage 2 is going to be really excited. And definitely my eyes are on this lady right here, Camille. We saw some really great plays from her last year, and definitely throughout Split 1 as well. We were talking about this. Completely underrated player. She plays that initiator role. She plays the controller role now, and I think she has just completely stepped up into her role and has been so impactful for her team. I would say almost a rock in a lot of ways for them.
We call her the final boss of this team, right? It's always that controller support agent that's left to clutch out, and Camille is your girl, basically. She done it multiple times, not just during this stage, but for multiple years here in Game Changers, I have to say.
Yes, definitely. So really glad to see her feature here, especially on a team full of, really, really powerful star players. So props to Camille. Now, we do have an interview with our IGL of Falcons Vega. It's going to be Mad V, so let's bring her on.
Hello.
Oh, we got Mary and Alexi here too. I don't know if they can hear me, but hi. Hello, ladies. Good to see you, and good to see you guys all together on one team. That's actually just so cool to see you guys playing together. Now, you guys refuse to lose. You're so good at this point, and I have to say though, you guys ended incredibly close on Bind and incredibly close on this last map of Fracture. It was very competitive. Can you share something that you really admired or respected about your opponents today?
Yeah, they actually played really well on Bind. Like, we didn't expect their comp, and then we didn't expect their playstyle. Even on Fracture, the last couple of rounds, they had so much momentum. We couldn't stop them at this point. So props to them. They played really well today.
That
Definitely.
was really crazy as well, right? Even how Graham's play, I'm pretty sure sometimes it surprises you as well from time to time. But Victoria also mentioned that, again, winning and winning and winning. But what kind of pressure does it bring to the team? What is the story behind that on your side? You know, it's other players, other teams being pressured by you guys. But this time, what kind of pressure the winners have?
I mean, like all five of us are so experienced players, so whenever we're like down or something, we always have the good mental to keep us up. And I don't feel like we have pressure playing this tournament because like we all know what we are capable of.
Nice. I actually want to ask, you guys are all like such big personalities, and I mean that the best way. I love all of you. Who is the vibes merchant on your team? Is there like a single vibes merchant? I know Alexi has her war cry. Is that that the vibe, or is it you? Like, what's happening?
I'll say Alexi and Mary, like they are the most like cheerful players during the match.
All right, I believe it. I mean, I can't wait to see you guys play on LAN again and see all the energy on the stage. Yeah, well, congratulations again. Do you guys want to do any shout out as the winners of the grand finals? Anyone you want to dedicate this win to or thank?
No, I would just like to thank all our supporters. Thank you so much. We have what? Later. Thank you so much for the support, everyone. Really.
Come support us.
They're saying
Yes,
come support
come
us in
support.
Saudi League next week.
All right. Oh, yes. You guys are going to keep going. That's awesome. So we are going to get to see more Falcons Vega competing. That's going to be pretty awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, ladies. Mary, I can't shake your hand in person this time. Awkwardly.
We can all fist bump, I guess. Right?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, that's fist bump,
Fist
guys.
bump, fist bump.
Yeah. Fist bump. Good job. All right. Good luck in your next tournament. And congratulations today on the grand finals of Split 1. And we'll see you guys in a month.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye. All right. I mean, they're like Mad V was saying, they're just so experienced. It's almost, they're not even nervous about interviews. You know, they're just, you could see how well seasoned they are, this squad. And of course, absolutely no surprises. They were here as one of the top 2 teams in the grand finals.
I just wish that next time they have 3 headphones so we can all just talk to them all at the same time as well. But I mean, it's just really good to see the faces again. And like you mentioned, they're really confident. So I was curious about that, and it was answered today.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is, you know, what you would expect from such an experienced squad. And like you said, I'm going to be so excited to see more of them in stage 2. And apparently you could see them in the off season as well. I'm in between the 2 splits. And of course, here is like the recap of what happened over the past week. It was a lot of really, really fun games, a lot of explosive games, a lot of reshuffling of the players, and a lot of promise. And this is what I really like, what we're seeing in Game Changers here, how elevated each team and a lot of these players are becoming. We're starting to see sort of an older generation and younger generation start to enter here, and this is really good. This means the scene is maturing.
Yeah, we even had a player that just started this year, right? That made it to the playoffs. So it's a really competitive bracket as well. It was actually one of the nicest grand finals we had here in Game Changers as well, Vic. I'm not sure if you agree, but it's one of the matches that, you know, it makes Alexi and Aneri think, and I look at it and I'm like, yeah, I like seeing them make extra effort from time to time. Maybe this is the year that, you know, like it makes them sweat a little bit, you know?
I agree. This is one of the best grand finals we've had for Game Changer Southeast Asia. It's usually really dominant. I think there was one year with Ginny's team versus the SMG team where it got really close as well, and a little bit surprising. But it's been a while since we had a grand final, so it had us on the edge of our seats a little bit. So happy to see it all around. And again, we're gonna have more Game Changers happening. We have Oceania that's gonna be starting up really, really soon. I believe we have maybe we have got a good number of teams, like about a dozen teams competing as well, and it's all gonna come together in a couple of months. But with that, this is the end of Split 1 of Game Changers Southeast Asia. The grand final winners are Team Falcons Vega. Tayrawr, it's been absolutely fabulous.
I just
being
cry
at the
because
desk with
I went with the send. But it's okay, guys. It's okay. There's still Filipinos out there. Yeah.
They are. They're all in the top teams. So I think this is a lot about the Filipinos as well. But yeah, been fantastic. And, you know, prediction wasn't so crazy. I think the very first team to take off a map from this core roster. So good prediction there. I'm Victoria, and it's been fantastic. Thanks for sticking around, everyone, and supporting Game Changers. And we'll see you again in a month and a half. Bye.
we have